Before we dive in, the name blazes at the top of the screen. Then the story kicks off with a man facing Ramilia Rosa Gropner, calling on the future king's power as he formally slams the engagement shut, right down to the royal. With a single decree, their bond snaps and turns to ash, voided for good. He snarls that she brutalized the Star Maiden and never once showed remorse, then shuts the door on her future, declaring she'll never be allowed to wear the crown as the next queen. Ramilia can't shake the feeling that it's pointless. No matter how hard she tried, the outcome was sealed from the start for Prince Willard. Billard, Claude, and even David and Stephen are all there, right as she starts to take. She takes one look at his face, and it feels like every drop of blood vanishes from her body. The moment crushes her, and right then, she goes out cold. When her eyes snap open again, Willard leans in and demands to know if she has anything to say for herself, Ramilia. Amelia sinks into her own thoughts, realizing it's been over 10 years since she last so much as twitched a finger. Still, she's fighting to resist. She's got no room to look sloppy right now, so she steadies herself. She grips her own name and swears she'll never spill a lie, especially not by confessing to a crime she didn't commit. Ever since Amy built that spotless reputation as a duke's daughter, she refuses to let it get tarnished. She vows she'll never forgive a single one of them, then the sea. Then the story snaps to a flashback. Ramilia, way younger, jolts awake. She jolts awake, lips parched and dying for water, and then There's not a soul in sight, so she has to sprint and grab it herself. She grabbed the water herself and even swapped into a fresh set of clothes. As she strides forward, her foot catches out of nowhere. She trips hard, and the world cuts off right as she tries. She blinked awake and found herself swallowed by pure pitch-black darkness, nothing but night stretching in every direction. She's frozen, clueless about where she is. Then a giant screen bursts into view right in front of her eyes, and she can't stop staring at. She stared in disbelief, asking if the person on the screen was even her, because somehow someone else was wearing Ramilia's body, and that person. They spin around, baffled out of their mind. This isn't a hospital, so why do the hands look like a kid's? Why are the little hands so tiny, and why is the hair blonde and Hanuk sets? It all crashes into her head in a whirl, and Ramili Ishkina can't stop wondering what any of it is supposed to mean. Lee screams at the person holding it, yelling that it's her body, and demands they hand it back, right now. There's still no reply. She finally clocks it. That girl can't see her at all, and it's like her whole existence has been ripped clean away. The girl end. The second hurl slips into Ramilia's body, tears burst out. She stammers that she's sorry for dying, and it all hits at once. Something slams into Ramilia, and a violent wave of memory crashes into her mind all at once. Memories and emotions pouring out of that girl, pure Ramilia. Still stunned by what on earth just happened, she demands her rightful property back at this. Meanwhile, the girl wearing this body can't stop thinking about the tiny original owner. She panics, prays, and desperately hopes she's still alive and okay. Thought leaves Ramilia speechless, and she curses through gritted teeth. Whatever god or evil spirit unleashed this disaster on her, But when Amy, now trapped in her own body, starts sobbing over her family's grief instead of her own death, Ramilia finally understands. Amy is the only one she can forgive, and it's the only thing that matters. That's because Amy has something in her hands that Ramilia has never even imagined existed. The power to love with everything you've got, and to be loved right back. Ramilia can feel it burning bright in Amy's soul, right there in the memories of how she lived her days, wrapped in the warmth of the family she couldn't stop worrying about. Amy keeps sobbing, apologizing over and over, drowning in guilt and heartbreak, as the pain she thought she caused crushed her from the inside. Even Ramilia starts crying too, and the feelings hit like a crushing weight that pins everyone down. She pressed a hand to her heart, and somehow she couldn't stop herself from falling in love with her, and after several days of being slammed with emotions she couldn't shut off, Amelia suddenly realizes she can roam through Amy's memories like they're an open book, stories of her family, endless tales, and cultures and traditions from everywhere. In the end, she realizes this life isn't any harsher than the days she used to rot alone at home. Or she figures she can just grab copies of whatever Amy has and walk away like it's that simple. They're finding their rhythm at last, like everything's finally settling right when she starts to. She feels Amy's control slipping. Amy stands right in front of him. She slams into a mirror and completely loses it the second she realizes, by Ramilia, they mean Ramilia the villainess, and her brain just can't wrap itself around what's happening. One day, while Amy is visiting the royal palace, the unthinkable happens. She gets engaged to the second prince, Willard, in the moment. The second it hits, it's like fate flips the switch and coincidences start stacking up fast. Amy tiptoes around her questions to her mom, choosing every word so she won't get shut down. Building, she leans in and asks the names of young nobles she hasn't been taught yet. Then her mother answers with a smug, satisfied smile, but Amy's heart hammers like it's trying to rip out of her chest, and her fingers and toes go icy. Then Remilia digs the truth out of Amy's memories, because this world isn't real, it's the stage of a story. In that story, Remilia is famous as the most beautiful girl alive, yet fate treats her like the unluckiest person on earth. Even with magic spilling out of her like it has no limits, her parents don't see a daughter, they see a weapon to force into a political marriage. Starved for affection her whole life, she sets her sights on Prince Willard and tries to make him love her back. And he starts hating her for it. From the royal family's eyes, this engagement has one brutal goal: stitch together ruthless magic and a bloodline that traces back to heroes. And if you ask me, it feels less like love and more like selective breeding on a farm. Then when the Star Maiden arrives, a girl who can wield purification magic is revealed, and suddenly the clock starts counting down to Ramilia's doom. That girl quickly bonds with tons of guys at the academy, hammers her skills day after day, and eventually steps out to stop the world from getting wiped out. That apocalypse-bent villain isn't some mystery at all, it's Ramilia herself, hell-bent on tearing down the world that stole her love, spiraling into a desperate, love-broken madness over her fixation, and finally collapsing in ruin because of it. Oimiya, this realization hits like a wrecking ball, everything in him just shatters. She's convinced Ramilia was just lonely, that's all, and she sobs that she wants to make her feel warm and safe, even like a comforting meal, then tuck her into a cozy bed where she can finally sleep in peace. Ramilia can't stop laughing. Amy loves her like she's family, because Amy's real family is her. Family has clung to her through every memory, and Amy can't help wishing, if only they'd been sisters, she'd never let Ramilia, that pitiful, lonely girl, sink into such crushing sadness. The woman who cursed the world just because it wouldn't love her, she'll never exist in this world with that stubborn resolve locked in, Amy throws herself in, determined to give it everything, and she vows with her whole heart that she'll make Ramilia the happiest girl on earth, because of to keep villainous Ramilia smiling, she's about to rewrite the whole world. The next day, Amy storms into action and swears she'll cause zero destruction, because if the demon lord isn't defeated, this world ends for good. So she has to level up for real, no other way. Then a sharp question hits her. Can she train in real life the way the game characters do? In the game, the moment an item vanishes from your inventory after you use it, you get its effects, no questions asked, so she can't stop wondering. If she grinds up materials and rubs them straight into her body, will the same guarantee hit her too? She tests it by grinding up materials packed with high magical potential and slapping them on herself, only for her magi. Her magic power doesn't budge one bit, so for now, she's decided it's time to start experimenting. She begins to slip, she exhales, she stops mid-sentence, as if the next test could change everything. He spends months tinkering, then finally cracks it. Mixing different materials changes the magic's properties in totally new ways. One day, totally out of options, she dumps all the materials into water, chugs the mix, and oh man, it's brutally disgusting, but she feels so. Something inside Ramilia snaps into place. Her magical energy suddenly feels heavier, denser, like it's packed with power, and she realizes her magic sensitivity and control have leveled up. From that day on, Amy throws herself into monster hunting day and night, only pausing long enough to patch up her battered body, because she swears those creatures are hiding demon shards inside them, and then the game kicks in. These shards, you can refine them into mana stones, and those stones fuel the gacha pulls to snag new companions and even refill your stamina. In this world, you don't just fight, you slam them into your body, and the magic surges back, wiping out every drop of fatigue, even if it happens only rarely. In rare cases, they're even used in prayer to pull an oracle straight from a god, so yeah, wasting something that precious just for training is treated like a family legacy you don't mess with. Still, as the Duke's daughter, Amy burns through every coin she can get, chasing demon shards and magical materials, because she's not just boosting her magic power, she's also sharpening how fiercely she can wield it. Then the story snaps to a noble carriage under siege, shouts tearing through the night as guards scream that they have to protect their lord, no matter what. A thug lets out a cruel sneer like, "Man, it's been forever since we snagged a catch this big." The lord figures the attackers already busted through this far. At least Claude is safe at home, not dying in a place like this, until a thug raises his weapon and moves in to kill him. A blur streaks across the noble's eyes, and then he's already won. Wondering if the attacker's head is already getting set in motion. Severed and Amy steps up fast, demanding to know if anyone's hurt. She's torn up with pain and she screams for her uncle, like her life depends on it. Claude's fully blossomed magic talent steps in right on time, stopping the bandits from killing his father, exactly like it was meant to. The story plays out just like the game's events, and Amy can't help but feel thankful she jumped in and made the difference. But no matter how hard Amy fights, it all slips away, because soon after, Claude's father is struck down when a brutal epidemic tears through the entire country. Just like in the game, Claude gets swept into the main family, Remilia's stepbrother, right on the spot. Amy starts to tremble at the plot's relentless power still. But the future doesn't stay the same, at least not here. In this timeline, Claude and his father patch things up for real, and the reconciliation lands before his father even passes away. Claude has always thought his father hated him for what happened when his mother died in childbirth, so he grew up dark, joyless, and convinced every cold look he got was really his dad's resentment. Honestly, his father's been crushed for years by non-stop disasters, raging floods, ruthless bandits, and the weight of ruling, so this isn't a man fueled by hatred. He's drowning in duties, and he never pushes his son away out of spite for his wife's death. In the original game, Star Maiden tears this truth open after she finds letters hidden in the dead Viscount's old office. Then she starts to spiral it all into motion. Later, she hands those letters to Claude, and inside, his father's apology stares back, packed with raw regret for missing his son's life because duty kept pulling him away. In this world, everything flips on its head. The Viscount survives the bandit raid and lives long enough to deliver that letter to Claude himself. Then father and son finally click, growing close and forging the bond they'd been missing, right before everything with. After his father's funeral, Claude is crushed by grief. Then somehow he crawls his way back to himself. Amy showers him with warmth, and it all starts to turn when, with her kindness and warmth, his light comes roaring back, until he's the bright, cheerful kid he was always meant to be, openly adoring the stepsister who takes care of him so fiercely. Amy calls Claude. Because Claude dotes on his precious little brother, and even though he never lets it show, feelings for her slowly creep into his heart. Amy, meanwhile, already has a fiancé, so Amy wipes the darkness out of the main character's souls, just like the Star Maiden does in the game. The second is David, raised in a knightly family, haunted by an ugly inferiority complex because his older brother is worshipped as the god of the sword. In that game, Star Maiden is the only one who clocked David's raw talent with a blade. In this world, David's right there with everyone else. He feels miserably, painfully inferior so much. So even his father snaps, forget that, go learn magic from Amy instead, right after. After watching Amy crank her power higher through brutal monster training and snag those demon shards, David snaps. He grabs the few shards he can find and bolts straight into the forest where monsters swarm. Right as death closes in, someone swoops in and saves him. Rescued by Amy, who has sprinted after him, David is. Bitterness and despair flooded her, and she started questioning her intentions, convinced she'd come to mock him. The moment hits like a thunderclap, pure panic and raw emotion driving every move, and she's seething, furious that her friend would do something that reckless, and David breaks down in tears, terrified that he might have died. David finally cracks and admits he's sick of losing to his older brother, right up until they press him with the question of. And even if he finally grabs enough power to outclass him, he can't come up with a single answer, because deep down he realizes he's got nothing. And when he flips the question back to Amy, he demands to know, why does she want to get strong? She answers with total honesty, stronger. But it's not just for some noble reason. She craves power to stand beside Prince Willard and chase her dream, even if the truth is she's doing it for the villain's sake. Remilia, Amy also rushes in to save Stephen, the palace mage's son, and Stephen isn't exactly. He's his father's picked heir, yet his heart's set on becoming a musician. So scared of getting shut down, he abandons that dream before it ever has a chance to bloom. Amy fires him up to face his father head-on and finally speak the truth about what he really wants. To Stephen's shock, his father throws full support behind him and practically pushes him to chase the very thing that makes him happiest. Then things take another wild turn. Everything flips the moment Stephen hears Amy belting out songs from her past life. Amy feigns cluelessness when they press her about the melody, but Stephen keeps trying to write it down by ear until he bombs again and again. Finally, he's convinced Amy must have composed it all, and he nearly throws in the towel, crushed by what feels like her unstoppable talent, until Amy steps in and stops him from giving up. She pushes him to keep the music going because his songs spill straight out of the heart, so intense they can make someone laugh, cry, and get swept up in the same beat all at once. She snaps him back to reality, telling him no one has ever heard of a mystical magician who makes music, and that going down that road would only turn him into a legend. She's sure that the moment people taste his work, they'll crave more. Then the missile asterisk. The confusion around her song finally gets crushed when Amy admits the truth. she only heard it in a dream, and there's no way she could have ever written something like that. Stephen doesn't see it the same way. He swears her soul is so breathtaking that it literally pulls in the sweet voices of angels singing. Singing to her, and you can tell her kindness isn't a choice, it's just who she is. Amy can't stop herself from trying to save others, no matter what it costs, and the more people she saves, the more her gifts explode into full bloom, until she's living proof of Remilia's perfect lady dream. And that's when trouble starts to brew. Prince Willard, jealous as hell, steps into the picture, something the game never even hints at. With a jolt of embarrassment, he admits the real problem isn't just her talent, it's her non-stop drive and the way she refuses to rely on anyone. Frustration burns in him as she tackles every problem head-on and fixes it without ever so much as flinching. Amy crumples to the ground in tears and finally confesses she's been fighting tooth and nail just to stay by his side, pushing herself to become the kind of lady he'd never be ashamed of. For the first time, Willard finally clocks his wildly talented childhood friend and realizes she's a girl. He's hit with a rush of embarrassment, and suddenly he sees the truth. He never once understood what drove her. He admits she did it all for him, then softens his heart and comforts her, finally owning up to how clueless and careless he's been, while Remilia watches in silence. She watches those dazzling moments click into place, and it finally hits. Her own wishes had a truth behind them all along. Seeing Amy grin and stay happy is everything she needs to feel whole. And now she understands the real meaning of what she once said, "I just want Amy to be happy. Simply watch." Watching Amy light up with joy fills her with happiness more than anything else. Remilia truly prays that Amy and Willard can keep living side by side in bliss, no matter how long their engagement lasts, because the moment everything turns quiet, it all gets slammed shut when a mysterious stranger steps up to Amy and shoots. "So you're a reincarnator too, right?" Right when the Star Maiden steps into the academy for the first time, this moment ignites, signaling the start of a brand new chapter full of hope and uncertainty. At the academy, whispers erupt as everyone clocks the student council gliding in. They gush that the council looks stunning, like they were made for each other, and said they're lucky just to watch them dance. That day, right there in the crowd, a girl blurts to her friend that Amy rescued her just a few days ago. She told me how some noble student had been using his status to bully her into doing chores, even though she was just a commoner. Then Amy stepped in and shut it down by saying a teacher needed to speak with her. Her friend lit up and said Amy is ridiculously kind, and that's exactly the kind of heart everyone expects from her. She added that Amy loses. She never stumbles, whether it's academics or magic, and somehow stays pure-hearted through it all, while both girls openly gush over her. Boy barges into the talk and drops the bombshell that Amy's talents don't stop at school. He's heard she helped craft a cure for an epidemic, then pushed to get fresh hygiene supplies out fast to stop the disease from spreading, and on top of that, she even invented a magical communication device, plus a stove that lets you cook food without ever using fire. And there's more. Gropner's family territory kicked off free school meals first, then it swept across the whole kingdom, so even poor kids could finally get into school. To them, Amy looks like the perfect lady, like she couldn't possibly be hiding anything as these. These talks keep rolling when someone steps up to Amy and whispers that something unbelievably rare is about to go down today, then she starts explaining. He spills the truth behind fairy tales, the Star Maiden everyone swears they've heard about. He's about to transfer into the academy right away, soon after. Right after that, the principal steps up and declares, "You all know the Star Maiden of legend, the Maiden of Salvation. She shows up when the world is teetering on the edge of crisis. Just recently, her powers finally burst into bloom, and by a court order she got dragged into the academy as a special case, so the principal wastes no time, demanding everyone greet her right. Then the Star Maiden steps in and introduces herself, Pina, and you can practically feel it. Some students are furious. Some students freeze in shock, realizing she's not a rumor, she's real, standing right there. Others start plotting in their heads, convinced that getting close to her could hook them up with the royal court. Pina. Nina blurts out that she's just a commoner, doesn't know the rules of noble life, and begs everyone to get along with her. Willard can't believe it. He never thought the Star Maiden was real, and now she's right there in front of him. One council member warned that she'll need time to get used to academy life, especially as a commoner, and ordered the student council to step in and help her as much as they can. David nods in agreement and says it doesn't even feel like the world's in crisis at all. Then his mind drifts back to the moment when he recalls They can't believe it, the last Star Maiden vanished over 300 years ago, and now she's back, destined to be a national symbol. Suddenly everyone is asking the same scary question, is she even stepping into politics anymore? Then it hits them she's here for real, and that's when they realize the real game has finally started moving. At that exact moment, the Star Maiden bursts into the student council room, eyes scanning the place, and says it's even plainer than she pictured. Then she steps forward to greet. Everyone turns to stare, and she announces herself again, the Star Maiden, and the real trouble is about to begin. Remilia twists her face into something strange, then Willard shoots upright, ready to question why she's here, until she suddenly lunges in and crushes him in a tight embrace, shocking him to his core. Everyone in the room, Amy locks in on the Star Maiden and feels something's off. Then Willard snaps into motion fast. He yanks her away fast, blurting that he doesn't know if commoners greet like that, but a man with a fiancée shouldn't be hugged, and since he's royalty, he has to be even more careful than anyone else. The Star Maiden reels, visibly shaken by his rejection. Claude snaps that if she genuinely worships the Crown Prince, then she should already know he's spoken for. David jumps in with a warning that she'd better bolt right now before they escort her out with real force. And Stephen throws his weight behind it, saying he may not understand life as a Star Maiden, but if she's planning to study at the academy, she needs to learn basic manners first. And Amy shoots the other girls a calm grin, swearing she's totally fine. Then the Star Maiden finally steps into view. She froze for a second, then snapped out an apology. She snaps to it, realizes she's gotten way too hyped, and blurts that she'll return later before slipping away. Amy can't stop thinking about how the Star Maiden acts, because in the game, every move is basically up to the player, so her story persona might not match the real her at all. Right then, the Star Maiden suddenly snaps, asking Amy straight up if she's a reincarnator too. She snaps into full-on suspicion, grilling him with hard questions. She lays out why Amy keeps pretending she doesn't know the story, because if she really does, it changes everything. She argues that Amy's bond with Prince Willard makes zero sense beside what the game shows, and that Amy was never supposed to get that close to Claude either. David, Stephen, and everyone else act like they're all devoted to her, and then it hits, the Star Maiden's hostility spikes. She snaps at Amy, yelling that Amy's been awful on purpose, that she's known about the game since she was a kid, and that she used that knowledge to cheat and rewrite everything. With scorn in her grip, she snarls at Amy, calling her nothing but a villainess, sure Amy's just scheming to build a reverse harem. And then she hammers her with brutal insults, calling her disgusting and creepy, scoffing that Amy really thinks she can pull this underhanded stunt and get away with it. She keeps firing off accusations, claiming she deliberately tried to sabotage the story the way it was meant to be, and the chaos just keeps building as it hits that breaking point. As the confrontation rages on, Amy finally clicks, Star Maiden is from Japan too, and she realizes she's never been trying to ruin the story at all. She still remembers when people used to gush over her, shouting that she was amazing. And she'd been dying to tell them the truth, because what they believed was never true. Everything she's done only makes sense because she already knows the path. This is her second life, and she's seen the future with her own eyes. Yep, inside the game, Willard is the heroine's capture target, and that might be the right move, but don't get it twisted, he's an absolute beast of a player. So if her choices keep people from getting killed or even hurt, she's convinced she made the right ones. Amy insists the two of them sit down, hash out everything that's already happened, and figure out what they'll do next. Because if they're both obsessed with the same story, they'll finally understand each other, especially since they already know the tragedies that are coming, and she's sure working together is the way through. Amy's naturally kind to the bone, keeps a bright hope burning in her chest, still. She keeps trying to bring up their past lives, but there's always someone hanging around, so she never gets the opening. Some students have started clocking the Star Maiden's weird behavior, while others are completely hooked by the legend that says she's the one showing up in class. The Star Maiden snaps that she won't let Amy sink her disgusting claws into Lord Claude or David, especially not Stephen, because that. She turns and walks away. Ramilia's true self is laid bare as you watch. She can't help thinking, the Star Maiden swears she won't let Amy get those powers, but deep down she's asking, who's really sinking their claws into everyone else? From that moment on, the Star Maiden Pina starts chasing one goal, recreating the scenes from the game. In Stephen's case, she strides up, gushes over his music, calls it so breathtaking it makes her heart skip, and even jokes that angels could drop from heaven just to listen. Then she admits she's obsessed with how raw and violent the sound feels, saying, "It's like you can actually feel that gentle, joyful soul living inside every single note." Stephen later goes straight to Amy, telling her about the weird girl who showed up in the hall. She didn't just creep him out, she made his skin crawl about his new composition. He'd built it to hit a tragic note, but she started talking about bright, happy, kind souls instead. Then we jump to Claude's case. Claude is just about to get grilled, because she sneaks up to him and asks if he has a minute, wondering whether he's got any ideas about the Sandara dynasty. Stunned out of his mind, Claude tells her, "Before I answer, I need you to share what you're thinking first." Turns out that leaves her stunned. Later, he tracks down Amy and spills what happened. She'd been carrying a book about a totally different kingdom, and she'd walked off after he ignored her for a while. And that's it, nothing more than it is. When it's David's case, he's not just practicing, he's putting everything into it. So David's swordsmanship grinds to a stop when Pina bursts in, towel in hand. David later tracks Amy down and tells her, "You came out of nowhere." He admits he'd always suspected she was strange, but still, she left him stunned finally. Finally, it all comes down to Willard's case. She gives in, and the moment locks into place. He slips by accident and crashes to the floor, right when the other two guys rush in to help her, but she won't answer a word. She doesn't hesitate, then the Lord reaches out his hand, and she immediately gets a. Amy eventually pops up, then later Willard tells her she's been rushing at him lately and face-planting every time, and if he doesn't lift her, she stubbornly refuses to move. He's honest. He has zero clue what's going on in her head, and honestly, that girl keeps getting it wrong at every single step, like she's determined to trip before she even can if she. She wanted her story to match the original so badly that she should have at least tried to emulate the Star Maiden for real. In the game, Steven latches onto Star Maiden the moment she pours her heart out about the music she loves. If you'd already been invited to play at the concert, that kind of shallow praise wouldn't impress you for a second. In David's case from the game, once their bond finally clicks, he wastes no time. He invites her straight to the training grounds. And that Star Maiden, she just barges in any time she feels like it. No rules, no warning, and as for the. After the heroine topples over, Willard sweeps her up and hauls her to the infirmary, and it all traces back to a jealous girl who plots her revenge, turning her spite on the commoner girl who's caught the prince's attention. Ramilia believes if they don't even set up this premise, then how in the world could the story ever unfold like the original? Unlike the story, the prince and the others are insanely friendly. No one's left scrambling to steal attention, no jealousy ever sparks, and nobody would dare lay a hand on the Star Maiden who's fated to save the kingdom, not while the prince is right there. Yet little by little, something starts to slip out of place. One day, she messes up again, and Willard rushes in to help. That's when she helps Pina, then she blurts out that she's really *clumsy. Amy's thrown into panic by his sudden attitude shift, because she fears the relentless pull of that original plot, and she's been trapped in it ever since. On the lookout, but that still isn't enough, Pina has likely started using the item's power to his advantage. Right around then, she starts clicking with everyone, and soon the whole crowd can see just how tight she's gotten with them. She finally joined the student council, and the same people who used to call her rude now can't help but find her cute, and they can't stop there. And she's totally naive. She's the Star Maiden who's supposed to save everyone, yet her sheer adorableness hits so hard that all of them feel the urge to protect her. Amy finally clocks it, something's seriously wrong. It's already over, too late to turn back now. She didn't just cling to Willard, turns out more than half the school got hit by those things too. People who haven't fallen for her stay away from Pina because something about her creeps them out, but that doesn't automatically mean they're siding with Amy. Before long, the scene clicks into place as a group of girls huddle together in whispers, pressing each other. Did you hear the rumor about Amy? The one who's out there claiming she's bullying the Star Maiden because they're saying she's one bad moment away from losing her fiancé, so she lashes out with all her power, desperately trying to hold on to him before it slips away. People insist she's been publicly calling Pina out and throwing vile abuse at her, right out in the open. People even swear that back in her early days, she once lit Pennisker on fire. Once Pina starts rounding up her cronies, Amy thinks she can dodge all suspicion just by keeping as far away from Pina as she possibly can. That's the best he can offer, and it still won't satisfy someone like her. The real Ramilia snaps with deep fury, because people would rather feast on ugly gossip than dig up the truth with their own eyes. She screams that they need to investigate every detail the right way, stake everything on hard proof, and even suggests that the royal family's own servants keep eyes on both of them, because she won't let them blindly trust their classmates or so-called friends. Amy keeps getting torn up by nasty rumors about crimes she never committed, and the friends she once trusted slowly turn their backs on her. All Amy can do is stare helpless as everything unfolds, while Willard it. They straight up admit they're just vibing together. Nothing deeper, no big mystery, just pure company. He swears Amy didn't do any of that, but he also claims she's from a whole different world than them, so of course she moves like she's playing by different rules, and then he makes it clear that he believes. He's convinced things would be better if Amy changes how she treats her going forward, and he even pushes her to be gentler with Pina, just for his sake. Amy. She crumpled under pressure, swore she'd never done any of it, and begged him, over and over, to finally believe her. Yet once more misunderstandings explode, blatant lies get twisted into truth, and she's left with nothing but helplessly watching it unfold. They know Amy, so they should know that with her personality, she'd never bully anyone, and still those boys end up losing all faith in her. And then, like that wasn't bad enough, a traitor hiding behind a friend's mask has been teaming up with Pina for a while, she provides. Pina packs her personal stuff to tighten the frame around Amy, then even sets a time so Amy gets left there completely alone. Alone, Pina suddenly marches up to the other students and warns them to watch out wherever she goes. She refuses to ruin Amy's mood just by being around. The other parents watch from the shadows while the students huddle and whisper about what kind of disaster the Duke's daughter might unleash if she caught them. Then they quickly reassure Pina, insisting their fellows are on her side. Pina then swears she got a threatening letter, scrawled on the exact same stationery Amy always uses. Some people swear she's mistaken, but that girl has a sickening talent for making herself the victim, Willard. Aside from his friends ripping into Amy's behavior in public, calling out how she shows barely any remorse, people still gush over the poor Star Maiden, praising her for always stepping in to defend Amy, and at that academy, that kind of twisted chaos becomes so routine it barely even raises an eyebrow. One day, Pina came pounding down the stairs as Amy climbed up toward her. Amy suddenly trips, and right as she's about to faceplant, I reach out to grab her, but Penis. Anna smirks, then drops to the ground on purpose, right as Willard spots Amy's hand. Pina's tears hit the moment she starts sobbing, and the hand stays out, accusing her of cruelty, insisting that even if they despise her, shoving her down the stairs is way past the line. That one detail lights up a storm of chatter, and it convinces half the school that the rumors were right, because Amy has already gone all the way. Anne lunges to make her case, insisting she was only trying to help, but nobody listens, so Willard snaps that he's absolutely heartbroken over her. From there, everything plays out exactly like the story. Amy gets blasted with an attempted murder accusation at a royal ball, and they rip her engagement away on the spot. It's pure madness how they treat a scratched wrist and a sprained ankle like it's an attempted murder. All of Amy's plays hit a brick wall, and Willard. He brands her a foolish woman for daring to strike the Star Maiden, so when Amy insists she's innocent, they treat it like evidence of cold-blooded guilt, and you can basically watch her engagement crumble as she tumbles into a pit of despair, right there, because that's the truth of the moment. Right as Remilia snaps back into her own body, she swears, by her own name, she'll never tell a lie, not when it comes to confessing to a crime she didn't do. This promise. And Willard and Pina immediately snap back with furious shouts. Remilia can still feel Amy inside her, but Amy's soul won't move at all, like she's trapped in a deep, endless sleep with no way to wake. Remilia already misses her with an aching heart, because she knows Amy never deserved this, and she knows her better than anyone ever could. So yeah, now it's her turn, because she'll be the one to step in and protect her. Just like Amy once did when she was young, she saved her heart when it mattered most. Remilia grills Willard, demanding to know if the king and her father even realize he's made this choice, and Willard shoots back, "Of course not. I'd never be reckless enough to decide something like this on my own." She snaps that she's only just now hearing about it, and they won't even let her speak up for herself. He erupts with rage, claiming she's just pretending not to see the evidence they've already hauled out against her, including desperate testimony from lesser-noble children who were forced into crimes, backed by threatening letters and a storm of brutal accusations. Even her 2 maids and 3 guards swear to it, and on top of that, he keeps insisting that everyone saw the attempted murder that happened just the other day, Ramily. Emilia snaps back that every last scrap of this evidence was cooked up from thin air. Willard lets out a heavy sigh and tells her she'll never know when to stop, because they've been together for so long and he still has a sliver of feelings left for her. He tells her, if you truly regret it, apologize for what you did, and actually change your ways, I'll wipe the whole thing clean. Remilia shoots it down again, insisting, loud and clear, that it's nothing but a malicious lie. She realizes he's still blindly trusting that foolish Pina, and it infuriates her, so she stops wasting her breath because Willard is still. Romelia snaps with shock, then the guard captain barks for the others to escort her away, right then at that. Right then the king and her father crash into the scene, right on time. The king snaps into it, saying the night wasn't just for the Star Maiden's big social debut, he was also meant as a brutal ultimatum for Remilia. If Remilia had shown real remorse and apologized to the Star Maiden, the king would have let the engagement stand. It's a damn shame that everything had fallen into place because he'd been counting down the days to welcome her, his future daughter-in-law. Remilia remembers the moment she swore her oath to marry into the royal family. She was asked if she wanted a secret guardian to watch her from the shadows, unseen. She's crushed by the choice now because that offer she refused, it's got her stuck right now in. She's told her punishment is confinement to her family's property, and even though she accepts it, she still leans in and asks. Swears to the king, please send someone to keep an eye on me from the shadows. And just like that, her father's eyes stop seeing her as a pawn anymore. Honestly, the whole night was just one move. He'd call her out in front of everyone, then settle the rest the moment she finally apologized. Still, the accusations against Remilia kept piling up, growing loud enough that no authority could just brush the whole uproar aside. Still, he never could have predicted this, no confession at all, and Remilia would just take the ruined engagement in stride, calm as ever. Right now, she's just toying with an empty deck, because for the moment, her only move is to pull back and wait, still. Still, when those filthy traitors and that trashy mob come for her, she'll have. She finally strikes back for every single person who ever hurt Amy. And once that girl Pina's done getting everything else she's earned, Remilia will force her to live through the very hell on earth she's about to weave, for a reason. Leaving dear Amy drowning in despair, still, even that won't wash away her sin. Later, Remilia sits alone in her room until her father storms in, laughs at how ridiculous this whole mess has gotten, and tells her she'll be shipped off to a countryside estate soon, so he never has to lay eyes on her again. She shoots back, I'm good with that, then demands full authority over the... So he grilled the estate's management, demanding answers. Why shouting that it's a barren rural wasteland? She admits she just wants to build one thing first, a cozy, comfortable home to live in. And bothering him with every little repair or personal issue would just drain his precious time. Then she tells him she'll hand over full, exclusive rights to every product she's created so far, right here on the continent. If he pays the relocation costs up front, she's done. She storms out and says she'll leave tomorrow, never touching this house again. Her father nods in agreement and promises the documents will be ready first thing in the morning. She rushes to thank him, grateful and relieved. She thinks this is it, a solid beginning, at least enough to lay the groundwork for her revenge. Remilia the villainess snarls at revenge, fighting to claw back her honor, and she swears she'll hunt every traitor down and take her own happiness, no matter what. Herself, because no matter what, she has to find her own happiness, and that's the version of. The moment she's stuck playing a game with those grotesque spiders, it suddenly clicks as the perfect fit, way more practical than it first looked. She yells at the spiders, commanding them to morph into her hands, her eyes, her ears, and set out to uncover the world for her, piece by thrilling piece. When it comes to refining mana stones, Remilia swears this amount is more than enough, right after 2 royal guards step in. In the garden, 2 guards and 2 civilians are watching, and somehow she manages to. They tried to slip out of the house, thanks to their blissful ignorance of her teleportation magic, pausing to notice those. Those 2 will back up her alibi perfectly. No, it wouldn't be fair to blame them as incompetent. If anything, she's the weird one, the only person who can pull off teleportation magic. They gifted her brutal abilities and rare skills, just to block the heroine, the official cheat, at every turn. Now that Remilia's back in her own body, she's about to light the whole stage on fire with the real power of her magic. Nothing like Amy's, nothing like the lonely Remilia we've seen before. This is Remilia who's tasted what love feels like, and she's going to forge a whole world she can come back to, wearing pure peace like a smile. A pile of shiny gold coins gets shoved right in front of every servant in the room. They're staring at the cash, wondering if it really belongs to Ramilie, and she cuts in. She tells them it's severance pay, and then adds that she's already written letters of recommendation for every single one of them, so they've got nothing to fear. The job was already set in motion, and the maid realizes it clear as day. Her father only just hired her from the nearby village to take care of her. Amelia knows it all too well. She got falsely accused in the capital and got banished here by the crown prince's new lover. If she keeps them here, they'll get crushed by rumors, chaos, and bad luck, so she has to do the bare minimum, help them break out and land new jobs. The job done, servants snatch the money and slip away, murmuring their goodbyes under their breath. Then Ramilia hurls up a barrier. She's convinced it's finished, and that everything will finally run smoothly. She tucks away the lowest coins she can find, sure that when she and her crew head back to the village, her name will spread like wildfire. Suddenly her stomach lets out a loud growl, where she heads to the kitchen and whips up eggs and bacon, because that's what comes next, and it's about to get real. For Amy's favorite bite, right as she takes a bite and devours it. She digs in with confidence, knowing she's about to whip up every one of Amy's favorite foods, and like she's nurtured her all these years, she'll make sure Amy never has to miss a single meal she loves. Amy's own memories and lived experiences are more than enough to keep her going, and it's all because of Amy's relentless grind that she ends up with a mountain of materials to forge Man of Stones. She keeps walking, lost in thought, convinced she'll build a whole world she can come back to, safe, calm, and at peace with herself. With that thought burning in her mind, she strides into an alchemist's shop, and her eyes start hunting for answers. Drifting toward a bottle of charm perfume, the shop owner leans in and tells you it's made to spark your love life, right down to how it works, adding that by. Remilia clocks it instantly, hang around her, and people warm up fast. The more time they spend, the more they start to like her. The game's premium shop sells a charm perfume, basically a love potion you can buy, and it's dripping with power. If the target swallowed it, it would boost how the world saw her, no question. That's exactly what Pina pulled off to bring the whole academy under her control. Wearing that perfume near the academics instantly turns their eyes to her, and their favorability skyrockets. Amy even shot them down, warning them not to casually chew anything Pina handed over because she might be using it to mess with them. Yet these fools shrugged it off, calling her jealousy, because sure, those items can conjure affection out of nothing, but they still can't force someone to blank out their mind or get them to lose. Mind this, that's exactly why they didn't hesitate to go along with it, crushing right past it like it didn't matter. Amy's pain hit like a thunderclap, so this has to be where that woman bought the item in the capital. Remilia snaps to it. Her very first move is the premium item shop and the shop. The shopkeeper grins and tells her, "Buy one and I'll toss in another for free, just because you're new here." Amelia blurts out that she's terrified she'll have to refuse both, because she is. He didn't come here to buy a single thing. He can't help but feel like this is some cruel prank. Did she really wander in by accident? Because what he sells here isn't anywhere else, so if he doesn't have what she needs, then what exactly is she hunting for? Ramilia shoots back, "The thing I'm looking for is goods, it's him, and it's exactly him." She yanks the cap out of his hands with a snap of magic, and right there she proves her hunch was dead on. She introduces herself as Ramilia and admits that just the other day she got kicked out of the capital, so now he can just think of her as a woman from a small village, and then she calls him a demon. The demon sneers that she must be the girl from the rumors, the pathetic ex-fiancée who got exiled to the border for trying to murder the Star Maiden. Maiden, yeah, her reputation came sprinting ahead of her, like everyone already knew her name before she even got here. The demon sneers, saying their whole business rises and collapses on intel, and then he demands to know what a legendary noble lady could possibly want with him. Ramilia shoots back crystal clear. She doesn't just want him, she wants every last demon. He can't stop imagining she's out there, roaming the city and wiping them all out. Then she shuts him down. He shuts that idea down, firing off sharp questions about what she could possibly be thinking, because she's got a totally different plan in mind, a deal that benefits both of them. She proposes. So yeah, he and every other demon in this country secretly carved out a whole village in her brand new territory. She wants to carve out a thriving territory, then shove it in every one of their faces, because she'll make them choke on the lies that got her framed. To make that happen, she needs people crazy enough to actually live there, and the demon straight up admits that. It's impossible not to feel suspicious when she comes to demons with that kind of offer. Ramilia gets it. She flat out reminds them that her own kind was more than willing to betray her. She demands to know if he really thinks it's normal that she's forced to trust humans just because they're human, and trust demons just because they're demons. To her, they're supposed to team up as kindred spirits, hunted out of their homes by humans alike. She doesn't even expect him to answer right away. This is just his way of getting acquainted with her. Then she shoves a bag into his hands, packed tight with mana stones, one after another, every single one. Every single one of them screams premium, crystal clear transparency, perfect size, flawless color, and top-tier quality from top to bottom. He just can't stop wondering where she even got something this insane. Ramilia tells him she stitched all of it together herself just an hour before she showed up, then tosses him a bit of gold as a sweet little thank you. So yeah, that's what this is. She realizes every coin she saved, since she was a little girl, is all she's got. Ramilia, the demon, thinks she's gone mad, but then she reminds herself. Sure, it sounds crazy if an exiled girl swears she wants to build a demon village out in the far countryside, so she's got to go this far to seem believable. The demon locks eyes with him and says, "I'm trusting you, don't you dare snatch the money and vanish." Ilya just laughs and says, "Of course I do, because this guy's a sharp businessman, and there's no way he'd toss the lucrative deal she's handing him." The demon tilts her head and asks if that means she's offering to keep this shop stocked with mana stones. Ramilia nods and says, "Yes, that's exactly it." She tells him that the demon realm is brutal to survive, so plenty of demons slip into the human world in secret, hawk their goods and resources, and funnel that money back home to keep the fight going. Homeland, in her village, she opens the door to something better, peaceful work, and a life where they can finally be themselves. The demon says, "I still need more time, then I'll go talk to my friends." Remilia forces her impatience down and tells him she'll be grateful if he answers before she has to march off and start asking other shop managers. Once she's gone, the demon can't stop replaying it, how someone as razor smart as her ended up falsely accused and tossed out of the capital, like the world flipped a switch. Remilia's words stick in his head. She never even knew about demon products that can twist a person's thoughts. Ever since then, she's had all the time in the world to replay it in her head, wondering what, in the real world, could even create those premium in-game items. All alone, the demon starts thinking, and he can't believe it. A demon village. That's a plan he's never once heard, not from a noble lady like her. From the way it sounds, Ramilia is about to get buried in trouble in no time, and with demons, she doesn't have to worry about Pina butting in at all, because in the game the love potion and charm perfume flat-out failed on demonkind. Meanwhile, the villainous Ramilia is carving out a land where demons can finally live in happiness. She's convinced Amy would have chased the exact same dream, burning to build a world where she could finally live in real happiness. After all, what could be better than a world that worships her? What is more incredible than that? It is not. It's not some mind-blowing first encounter, they just click. He slips her hand into his and guides her through the garden, and in the end, all it takes is one spark of love, and suddenly the whole world can't stop talking about it, and the truth is it true that Amy genuinely loves Ramilia with her whole heart? Because that's exactly what she's about to prove. She wants her to smile more than anyone on earth, so she starts looking past the tough, stunning villainous facade of Lady Ramilia and sees a lonely girl who just wants to be loved, and she's always felt that way. Like her icy calm demeanor, she's drop-dead gorgeous and brutally strong. Those sharp, piercing eyes pull you in every single time. She can't stop thinking how good it would have been if she'd managed to forget the prince. Maybe she'll tap into her killer magic and sword skills and step into a legendary adventure, mix fresh magic gear with the Heart Asian spell to forge battle golems, or even sprint straight into death control, because she is. And she's deadly strong in politics too, so watching her rise to local lord, or even launch her own version of a company, would be seriously jaw-dropping. But here's the real twist: Amy isn't chasing some huge dream of fame or power at all. She just wants one thing: to become friends with the main character and ride straight into a happy ending. Ramilia sifts through one of Amy's memory fragments and snorts, "You're so silly," because right now Amy is already happier than she ever dreamed possible. Picture this: several days later, the shopkeepers report lands with brilliant news. The demon folk are finally getting resettled, and she chows down. She even tells him to ditch those specific items because they're drawing the wrong kind of eyes, and people are starting to sniff out where they really came from. Before any investigation kicks off, she pushes him to pack up and move to the town near the village. And just like that, she wipes out Peanut access to the other perfume items. No ifs, no buts. She tells him the help she's already gotten is more than enough, but then she leans in and asks for one last favor. Days into the mission, he was still watching the exile of the second prince, who just happened to be the ex-fiancée. Today, the two of them clock it. This is the target's first time showing up in the nearby town. While the boys watch her like hawks, they figure she already fired her servant, so they assume she's just out shopping. They've been ordered to track her every move and put it all down in reports. And they don't question it, but today, confusion slams into them. Wondering why she's at the Adventure Guild since they're wondering if she's not really here to sign up for that kind of adventure, where you get paid to hunt monsters in dungeon depths. They're sure she can't handle a day of it, and they're betting she'll come running back to her parents in tears any moment now. When she says she's already gone ahead and gathered a few materials she wants the receptionist to judge for her, it's clear she's not asking, she's making things happen. The boys watching her freeze in pure shock as she rattles off cockatrice plumes, crimson bear liver, and a white rat's venom gland, rare treasure after rare treasure, and they can't even finish the thought as they stare. They start to squint at the windfall, wondering what she's really planning with all that money, and yeah, the whole situation feels shady as hell. Right then they spotted it: the demon shopkeeper was there, watching them too. Amelia can't believe she ran into him in the capital of all places, and she starts wondering, was he really there for something specific? He blurts out that he isn't lost at all. He's been waiting for her because she's a truly top-tier mage, and she can't help but wonder, what kind of deal is he really here to make? And he finally blurts out, "I'm here to ask, are you still willing to do business with me, even after I moved locations?" The boys watching her lock in on every word, and Ramilia quickly thanks him for his kindness. She admits she already sold every rights to all the product lines she'd launched to the Duke family, and then drops the real punch. Her name's already tarnished with the nobles, while the merchants in the capital keep snapping ties with her one after another, even before her exile. The demon shopkeeper smirks and shuts that noble manners talk down, saying he's not some squeaky clean businessman. He's way more focused on the mountains of money they'll rake in with these new developments. If she signs off on a priority trade supply deal with him, Remilia tells him there's no better offer anywhere, and she says it straight. She fires back her heartfelt thanks. She's lurking in the shadows, watching every move, wondering if she's about to dive into a brand new product, but then she makes it crystal clear. She has zero plans to build anything new as her. It's all about making sure the village is taken care of right, So forget the priority trading deal. She can't help wondering if she should swallow her pride, ask him for a favor, and he wondered if he'd finally introduce her to the next wave of settlers. She knew it was still just an empty village, but she wanted to bring in orphans and lonely elderly folks who had no relatives to lean on. The demon shopkeeper quirks her head and calls her downright strange, but if she really wants to build a whole village, she'll need weapons, armor, and bodies, and he admits he can pull off almost anything as long as the coin keeps coming. She redeems the funds for the appraised materials, then jumps straight into her very first commissioned adventure, one that's about to throw her right into danger. Devolves into the boys charging in to smash the monsters that still swarm an already conquered dungeon. Always watching her, they can't believe she tackles the request solo. What's she not telling them? There's only one door into the dungeon and one way out, so if they follow her in and she lays the same traps and magic she used before, then saving themselves is their only shot. Becoming a real headache, they throw in the towel and decide to stay outside. Inside, Remilia cuts through the monsters like it's nothing, calm, focused, while she thinks the fact that the two of you watching her is clicking into place way more easily than. And just like that, it's even better than expected, so when everyone finally starts settling into the village, there's nothing left to make anyone raise an eyebrow. In this game, that dungeon is tagged as the bonus stage, and it's there to trick you. Don't even bother with the final door. Instead, blow past it and take the left side of the room. A secret chamber waits, and inside it sits a ring that supercharges every ounce of your abilities. Just you wait. Her scooping up this cheap but deadly item screams one thing. She's still barely scratched the game's story, and the real plot hasn't started chewing yet. It's like she's gotten so drunk on all the male attention that she's totally forgotten she's supposed to be the star maiden. Even with Amy's support boosting them way past where their counterparts were at the same stage, they're still nowhere near pulling off something like defeating the demon lord or saving the world. Honestly, it doesn't even need saving, because the villainess who was supposed to drag it into ruin is gone. Even if they're young nobles and wide-eyed idealists, they can't just toss their duties aside to grind for levels and dive into dungeons, unless the whole country is on the line, just like it was in the game. In that story, Remilia, crushed to the edge after losing Willard to the heroine, slipped deeper and deeper into madness, until she finally called forth the demon lord and sealed a pact with him, and the sky started. Then the whole world got choked in poisonous miasma. Monsters surged in and crushed everything in their path, while Remilia dangled the entire world on a silver hook, demanding the heroine's soul in return. The Star Maiden, armed with the power to scrub the world clean of miasma and the death that's rotting it, would rise, and with her friends at her side, she'd storm the gods' temples turned into deadly dungeons, saving everything in the end. And that's the story that should have been told, because now it's too late, just like that. Now Remilia strides down the path of victory like it's already hers. No matter how hard the heroine fights, she always ends up one step late, right behind the villainess. That sickness that once chained her, it's gone because Remilia is still here. She burst out of the dungeon and the boys stared in disbelief, wondering if she actually cleared it, or if she'd just panicked and fled. Just then, they spot a monster creeping up behind them. Behind them, the two lunge forward and smack the attack aside to deflect it. It unleashed its attack, then froze, realizing the creature was about to smash down on a little girl and an old one. An old man stares on in fear, then Remilia surges forward and slices the monster clean in one swing. She's already decided to save the world long before the Star Maiden even gets a chance, and she's ready to steal the one thing that makes her exist in the first place. The old man rushes out an apology, saying he can't give her much, then begs her to take something anyway, just as a thank you. She refuses because she knows Amy won't take a reward in a mess like this either. She drops everything she has into the little girl's hands. She's the one who ends up blurting out Saint, and that title hits her so fast she's left almost stunned, right after the appraisal. The boy kept watching her, then quickly asked if she wanted to ride back with them. He quickly clarified that there was no wrong idea at all, they were just headed the same way, and it'd be a complete waste to spend 2 hours watching her turn around and walk back. She nods like I get it and still thanks them anyway. Anyway, it almost feels like she's quietly turning their suspicion off, bit by bit. As they trek onward, that little girl's voice, calling her a saint, keeps haunting her thoughts, and it's hard. Honestly, it's hardly anything worth even mentioning, she decided. And Amy Ramilia, she's soft-hearted, spotless in spirit, a truly lovely girl who deserves the title of saint more than anyone. She only slipped the kid a little extra food because she was feeling good that day, and that's all there was behind it. A man pauses, clearly thrown off, when he sees the rain start falling. This city once teetered on the edge of total collapse because drought choked it after the dragon god snapped in fury, yet people swear that when that rage finally cooled, Ramilia stepped in and saved them all. And they honestly can't thank her enough for what she did. She brushes it off and tells them they don't owe her gratitude at all. What she did wasn't some random choice, it was the duty God had laid on her. Then the crowd starts whispering like wildfire, talking about how a long ago noblewoman was blessed by God with divine gardens, and asking if those wild rumors about a mysterious traveler who saves people are actually real. They even scratch their heads, why did she ever stop being a noble, one of them. They whispered a brutal rumor, she'd supposedly lost her fiancé's love to the Star Maiden, and in her heartbreak she tried to hurt her. A lady scoffs at that, saying trying to steal an engagement is way worse, and that but if they were in her shoes, they'd absolutely crush that girl, because hearing all of these comments, Ramilia can feel it, it's working. And then, like wildfire, word of Amy's new image starts spreading through everyone around her. After snagging the 5th key from the Desert Kingdom, she finally clinches the very last key she needs to burst into the next stage. Months flew by since she started clearing the game, slamming shut monster dens along the borders, then saving a little girl who was getting sacrificed to a monster that was running the whole pack, still going and still not done. She just stopped the sky-bust disaster in the City of Flowers, because it was linked to the very reason the world is about to fall apart. That miasma doesn't spare a thing. It corrupts the land, the people, and even the monsters, so now she's finally ready to strike again, and before she does, she has to swing by the guild by her village and hand in an alibi, because this is the kind of trouble that needs receipts fast. It's been 3 whole days since she last laid eyes on the village. The moment she comes back, the little kids erupt with joy, seeing Ramilia return at last. They practically buzz with excitement, telling her they've been composting the whole time exactly the way they were taught, and that they've been showing up to school every single day, soaking up all kinds of fun lessons, and she tells them they've all been really good, then whispers that she can't help wondering if the chief is around. One of the kids blurts that he's at home and warns it's supposed to be a secret, right up until the chief. He told them something, then the scene whips to the demon shopkeeper at work, and she walks in like she owns the place. And she rushes up to greet him, calling him Thorn, then she can't help but grin, because he's finally become the village chief in every way that matters. She knows his real wish was simple, a secluded hideaway where no one could see him, so he could lock in on his studies until the heat over the charm perfume and love potion products finally died down, yet somehow, he was the perfect guy for the job. She tells him she's heard the village is thriving, and that new little kids keep showing up every single day. Then another kid told her the truth. While she was gone, the money she left behind didn't cover everything, and Thorn had to dig into his own pocket to pay the rest when the merchants think they've got to tighten their belts big time, so she rushes over to thank him. Thorn brushes it off, saying it's nothing more than a business investment, and he's just making sure the village keeps running the way she asked, period, if anything. He tells himself no matter what, he has to be the one thanking her, because living together in a village like this was a dream they never dared to hope for back then. Those slum kids, once starving, homeless, living in nothing but threadbare rugs for clothes, now stand there glowing with perfect health, and it's so unsettling it looks like they're already gone. Ramilia smiles in the moment, thinking, I'm just doing what my heart says I'm supposed to do. She's doing exactly what Amy would have done if she were standing right here. She fights to make Amy's wish come true, so Ramilia the villainess can finally taste real happiness, because by the end, all she sees is that this is just the kind of travel business that has to get wrapped up. The things she needs to pull off her ultimate goal. Before long, she starts handing out clothes, because trying to sort who's part of her race just by memorizing faces is way too much work. Thorn kicked off the journey by hauling a first crew into the village, kids aged 2 to 14, all pulled straight from the capital's slums. She steps right up and tells them, I'm Ramilia, the lady of this village, but they don't answer, slip behind the thorns and hold your breath, because their eyes are weighed down with raw tension, every muscle coiled tight, and you can tell they've survived too much to trust anyone. After everything they've been through, that reaction makes total sense. They once clung together with one sad loaf of bread and one thin blanket, yet those kids, born with faces like humans, still risk the trek from the demon realm to the human world because anything, even the savage dangers on the road, beat the horror of waiting to be erased by the miasma, thicker and deadlier in the demon realm. Even in the human realm, that creeping miasma keeps getting stronger, and people start slipping away, while monsters pour in like it never ends. In the end, there's only one thing that can save this world: Pina's terrifying power. This whole world feels like a stage built just for her, and it all leads to. These poor souls aren't even people to them anymore, they're just props on a stage. Amelia is sure she won't demand that these kids just blindly trust her. But if they ever do anything for her, she wants them to know one thing: she'll always repay them, no matter what. She starts by beaming at them and thanking them for coming all the way to her village, and shoves a full meal into their hands. Right after that, she drags them over to the house she's sure fits them perfectly, though it's definitely not the one anyone expects. A surprisingly wonderful house, left abandoned. She fixed it up with every scrap of time she had, but there's more. It's in. That's when they step inside. One of them fires off a question: "So what do we do for you?" And she smiles, saying she wants nothing in return, just for them to stay, live here, and turn this place into their home. As days roll on, they start helping her cultivate, and she can't help but wonder if a meal every single day they lend a hand is enough to count as a proper reward. The scene snaps to Thorn as he breaks down the cultivation results, then reveals they've gotten one wheeled handcart and 2 bundles of straw paper, and fires off a question: "Is the order for the boards and nails, with no size or quantity specified, really right?" The story cuts again, and Thorn confirms the boards and nails order is indeed correct. He leans in and asks how the kids are doing, and she tells him they're still super careful, but they're slowly starting to get used to living here. Suddenly the door explodes open, and the kids bolt in yelling her name. One of the kids is in horrendous condition, and the healing magic won't budge. It's doing absolutely nothing. She suddenly understands demon bodies must work on a whole different physiology than humans, and when she thinks of it, it hits her. The kids start bawling, and they beg her to save their tiny little brother. Another boy hammers his own chest with blame, swearing it's his fault. He was supposed to be watching over him today. He says he should have spoken up the moment that morning when he realized the boy wasn't feeling well, but he stayed silent because he feared that if he even asked for help with something like this, Ramilia would brand him useless and dismiss his weak body as good for nothing. This village is the first place they've finally managed to live together like things are normal, and now he can't stop wondering what would happen if they were kicked out. Where would they even go? As his throat tightens and his breathing turns ugly, he gasps out apology after apology, swearing he's sorry for being so bad, and that it'd be a relief if they tossed him out. Ramilia. Tia tells them to stop worrying and admits that asking her, a human, for help must have crushed them with fear. Then she insists she knows they were terrified, and swears the courage she saw won't go unrewarded. She swears it's her duty to protect the health of her old subjects, no matter what. She suspects an infectious sickness might be hitting the child, so she immediately brings him to her place and keeps a hawkeye watch on him around the clock. Thorn finally breaks the silence, admitting he'd been shaking with doubt too. He'd even assumed Ramilia was just another human who would never measure up to her promises. Demons don't just look different from humans, they're wildly different even from each other, so he has no idea if the medicine he brewed will actually work, and he practically begs her to move with extreme care as she thinks. Those kids had once lived in an orphanage, until their strange, non-human traits made everyone turn on them, and they got ostracized, then finally tossed out as demons. After she heals the youngest child, they put their full trust in her. No doubt, no hesitation, not even a single inch. Without a second thought, they kick things off, then start lavishing praise as more demon folk pour in afterward, builders, farmers, and more, until the village explodes with growth. They kicked things into overdrive, because to keep the money rolling, they cooked up fresh plans Amy still hadn't even gotten around to, and then she doubled down by choosing new special products powered by demon magic that humans can't copy. The story snaps back to the present. She tells Thorn, "I delivered your compensation, so I'm heading out," and Thorn immediately fires back, grumbling that she's barely returned and already plans to vanish again as she swings the door open, and there they are, those kids, faces drooped with heartbreak, just as they tell her they heard she's leaving and plead, "Wait." Beg her to take a break for once, just for tonight, even if it's only for a little while. She smiles, realizing they've been listening the whole time, and wow, these kids are pure trouble. This hits her right where it hurts, like Amy back with her family, and she blurts out, It says she's heard everything about how brutally hard they've been grinding, and she just couldn't. She's about to stop there, but not for long. I guess she can just push her departure back until tomorrow. She suggests they grab dinner together, insisting that the best meals don't just fill your stomach, they taste even better when everyone shares the table. The very next day, she finally barrels into the dwarves' homeland, the cavern city, and then it happens. It's a whole new kind of danger. A whole city packed with demi-humans. She'd only read about places like that in books, but seeing it with her own eyes hit different. It's a packed, pulse-pounding metropolis, an all-out melting pot where every race seems to crowd the streets. Suddenly, a stranger jostles her, and before the little one can even hit the ground, Remilia snaps into motion, reaching out and catching her mid-fall. Amelia rushed over, blurted out an apology for not watching where she was going, and asked if the girl was hurt. Then the little girl waved it off, said she was okay, and insisted Amelia was the one who should apologize. Remilia waves it off, grinning, and tells her she just arrived in this country today. Then Sarah introduces herself, "I'm Sarah," and thanks her for catching her. Turns out she's none other than Sarah, the dwarven princess from the land of the Smiths. Deep inside the kingdom of the dwarfs, the god of flame, Sarah A, burns like a living legend. Asks Remilia to come this way, and the two of them wander around for a while, When they finally plop onto a bench, Remilia blurts out her shock. Sarah isn't just some kid, she's the second princess, the one who usually sneaks out into town to play. She tells him that in her homeland, hardly any women can handle a sword or fight, so she's never had a friend before she could talk to like this. Remilia can't stop wondering if it's really right for the younger sister of. They dared to speak with the holy princess so freely, especially since even nobles have to wait forever just to get a proper audience. Sarah steadies her with a soft, confident word, "It's totally fine." After all, that's why she came to this country in the first place, and if someone who truly needs to meet her shows up, like Remilia, then her sister can absolutely be more than generous. She leans in and begs Remilia to come back and spill more dungeon tales someday, just like anyone would expect. Everything around them screams divine design, pure, breathtaking architecture from every angle. The whole plan is set in motion, and before it can breathe, two subordinate priests rush in to tell Remilia, "Holy Princess just arrived and she's waiting for you." Pina managed to win over Sarah, the second princess, before even trying to meet the Holy Princess, and somehow that plan worked. Pulling off something like that on a first meeting would have been almost impossible, especially for Pina, who already seems uncomfortable around people of the same sex. Of course it makes perfect sense, she's playing Amy Remilia, and honestly there's no way you cannot fall for her, right up until. To smash through the last stage of this journey, she has to track down the god of fire first and bring the healing back. Then, when she finally meets the Holy Princess, the princess pulls her clothes and admits she's heard all about her from Sarah. She's even been whispered about as an oracle who roams across the lands to save people in trouble, and somehow those wild stories have slid all the way to this country too, yet the princess can't shake the question of why she's really here. Her magic hits like a tidal wave, yet she slips through every lingering doubt by flashing her oracle reputation, summoning divine revelations on command. Amelia leans in and tells them divine forces have been feeding her terrifying visions, alien-like beings from beyond Earth, a looming crisis that could trigger the apocalypse, and the exact steps she must follow to stop it. She's not here for fun, she's on a mission to seize the sacred armor of the god of fire. The magical princess snaps to attention, and with a bold stare, demands to know who's behind this outrageous request. She plans to smash it with raw, sacred armor-level force, right out of the gate. Armor doesn't just protect, it laughs in the face of the gods' divine judgment, letting mortals cut down even gods, and that's when the magical princess lets out a quiet, knowing chuckle. Looks like another big dreamer has arrived, ready to tangle with the mightiest divine beings, same story, different fighter. Amelia slams the truth, those two gods are the root of it all, the ones who rule over everything. The ones who rule the world are really the wellspring of the miasma, and the magical princess can't stop her mind from screaming, how could the gods be behind something like this? She tells him the truth isn't something she learned, it was whispered to her through a revelation, a history older than every record and a prophecy of disaster, the kind that's coming for the whole world. At the very start, the heavens and the earth are born, everything begins right there. Back in those ancient days, the gods ruled from the skies, while humans, dwarves, and elves carved out their lives right on the earth below. Earth and the two realms are still locked apart from the demon realm, with a massive ocean stretching between them. In Earth's wild ancient days, the primordial age, a lone dog. God finds humanity hiding in the darkest corner of the world. In this world, a god like him can drop from the heavens at any moment, stepping into mankind's lives and changing everything. sometimes even steering human history until civilization finally starts to take form under his gaze. Soon humans start bowing to this god, convinced he's the one who forged the entire world. While all of this unfolds, the other gods watch with laser focus and step in bit by bit, meddling with Earth's fate. Some gods make the land burst with fruit, others unleash floods and disasters, and then there are gods who sprinkle humanity with wisdom and talent, pushing civilization forward like a spark in the dark. So depending on what kind of power each god carries on Earth, people throw up shrines and temples to worship them, and they cling to that faith like its lifeline. And right there, it's obvious Remilia isn't guessing. She's got serious, hard-earned knowledge of Earth's ancient past. Still, something tells me this isn't the final chapter for our story, because the big question won't quit. How does this miasma tie back to the Creator and to the ruler of the heavens? Remilia explains that the god's power to pull off miracles on Earth runs endless in nature, until one brutal problem rears its head. When gods unleash their power in the heavens, nothing stops them. But the moment they step down to Earth, everything flips. Their divine strength starts to feel like human fatigue, and they even begin to shed a strange sediment. This sediment is the real, raw form of miasma, no disguise, no lies, and that's why. So most gods eventually quit climbing straight down to Earth and started pouring their divine power through priests and holy agents, and that's still true today. But when that buildup piles up too far, it turns into a crushing weight that drags the gods back down, shutting the door on any return to the heavens. Even now, the Creator is still trapped, rotting away inside the demon realm. And that's exactly why the demon realm is drenched in miasma, thick enough to choke the air. The Creator knows full well how dangerous divine power can be on Earth, so the magical holy princess is forced to realize this. He threw himself into it anyway, despite the threat, because the whole world feared the god they called the Lord of the Heavens. The Creator knows that the sediment is slowly dragging him down, and because of that. So she's handed the job, his daughter, the goddess of purification, yet one clumsy accident turns a single spark into a disaster that races straight toward the world's end. The goddess of purification turns down the Lord of the Heavens' marriage proposal, and out of pure spite, she gets a few gods imprisoned. They say the gods tried to stop it, but the Lord crushes them anyway, already a tyrant in everything but the title. From that moment on, the gods keep getting picked off one by one, until there are barely any left. Even Remilia, the mortal herself, can clearly feel it now. The god's power over this world has crushed down, and it's getting weaker by the day. Now that he's lost the purification his daughter once gave him, the Creator has become, ironically, the very messenger paving the way for humanity's destruction. Miasma spills out of his body and soaks the earth, birthing monsters from the ground as the dead begin to are slowly poured into the world, and those so-called dungeons were never meant for adventure, only to wall off areas choked with miasma, just to stop it from crawling into nearby civilizations. But all it really buys them is temporary breathing room. Even though the miasma spreads slower now, it's nowhere close to gone, and the Creator himself is still out there, an unstoppable nightmare you have to destroy before he wrecks the world. As that deadly miasma spreads wider and wider, monsters multiply non-stop, until it starts turning humans into monsters, cracking the earth wide open and ripping mountains straight out of the ground. To stop that nightmare before it happens, Remilia snatches up the keys that open the heaven's gate and begs the Holy Princess to hand over the sacred armor of the Goddess of Fire, the Holy Princess can't even process it. She's staring at Remilia, stunned, wondering if the girl really doesn't tremble at the thought of defying the gods. Remilia digs her heels in because she refuses to just watch the awful fate she fears closing in on everyone she loves. Watching yourself do nothing, clutching at hope like it's a miracle, that pain is way more unbearable than any nightmare, because compared to that hellish terror, slaughtering a god feels almost small. The Holy Princess grins and tells Remilia she's been absolutely won over by her, then praises her for making it this far. Remilia isn't some pathetic little martyr act, and she's not being dragged around by divine whispers like the Holy Princess once believed. She leans in and tells Remilia, "You made me a promise, and I'm keeping mine." Then she vows to throw her whole life into forging her the greatest armor ever crafted. Remilia fires off her heartfelt thanks, and the Holy Princess kicks things off, starting with the very first requirement, the materials. Materials needed. Before she can even finish the sentence, Remilia is already one step ahead, having everything lined up and ready. Remilia also swears that the moment those two gods are slain, she'll bring the sacred armor back, no exceptions, and the Holy Princess fires back, saying she knows full well this is the kind of treasure this earth can never see again, priceless beyond measure, so why would Remilia ever give it up? She says it's way too massive a treasure for mere mortals to touch, and that during her life, and for generations after she's gone, it'll spark wars between humans, and even between humans and the gods. Then she adds that it only makes sense to hand it back to the goddess who forged it. If the world ever hits the day someone truly has to be tested, then the goddess of fire herself should step in and decide, just like she once did for Remilia. The silly princess beams, praises her reply, and then promises her divine protection of fire too, an insane surprise, because the sacred flames don't just burn, they purify. Once the holy princess finishes her ritual, the flaming armor snaps into full form, glowing like a living sunrise. Then she grabs Remilia for one last goodbye, blessing her and praying that the fortunes of war carry her through. Ilya snaps her fingers, makes the keys hover in midair, and declares that, right now, for the sake of the world, her first of the two gods will vanish. She starts chanting the ritual and boom, the staircase materializes, right as the bear. That looming barrier is trying to stop intruders, built by some lord of the heavens lunatic who rules his tyranny with nothing but brute force. What a joke. And without the sacred armor's purifying power, she can't move forward at all. In the game, you'd burn forever gathering materials to fully armor the whole crew, but she only needs enough for one person, so it's done in no time. She's trying to start a proper battle run, just like the plan says, once all her friends are together, but with how insanely strong she is, she doesn't need to lean on anyone but herself. Honestly, she's convinced she might not need friends at all. Why waste time hurting everyone when she can power through the progression way faster than the game would let her? She thanks Amy for raising her to be strong, and then she keeps going, thanking her even more. Because of how she was raised, she's convinced she can even take down a god. She rockets toward the god, unleashing the magical sword's power, and greets the evil god with pure contempt. Then the god. He's completely smitten with the goddess, hung up on everything about her, and he can't stop admiring the way she slices through the sky, like he's been watching her for ages. He keeps chasing her trail, those flowers she drops day after day, following her collections for endless years, centuries, and thousands upon thousands of legs stretching on like an eternity. Eventually it hits him, and the truth twists his mind wide open. In his mind, he swore they had to become one, then she flat out refused. She rejects him, so he turns her into a lotus, then claims they'll be together forever, and the real reason. She refuses his feelings because his rage burns at the thought of a world he thinks is nothing but filth. He tells himself the grime has to be scrubbed out, swearing he'll drag the world back to the way it was, only keeping what he calls pure, so everything can finally look clean and beautiful again. And in his twisted fantasy, once it's all done, she'll praise him, love him, and thank him for what he's done, so he screams. Remilia snatches control with a glare, telling him to back off. Then he decides to turn around before he gets in her way. Stares at him, convinced nobody should ever need a reason to shun this disgusting vermin. For her, one clean slash is all it takes to wipe him out of the world. With her swing landing, she tells him he should feel grateful, because right then, she's made the world a tiny bit more beautiful, and she won't stop. Then she strides up to the lotus and lends a hand to free the goddess of purification from inside it. After that, once Remilia snaps back her real form, she lays out everything, how her father, the one who created the world, is tied to the mess. The goddess, Renge, finally nods and promises help, telling Remilia to summon her with the lotus whenever things get desperate. And just like that, only the creator remains. Remilia thinks she should turn back, but then she spots the cave right there, and if she remembers it all, and yes, those clothes are the rare, earth-shaking kind, forged for the Star Maiden alone. She lets out a quiet chuckle to herself, brushing off the idea like it's useless, then leans in asking what on earth she could possibly do with it. She can't stop wondering why anyone would want something so tight clamped across the chest. Even so, a plan snaps into her mind, and she can tell Pina is spiraling out, furious that they're doing everything just like the game says, yet their favorability won't climb the way it should. Pina can't stop wondering, maybe it's because they're just the gotcha-only crew, and she's already burning through her last premium items on them. And somehow even the premium item shop vanished, like it was never there in the first place. Because the miasma isn't choking everything yet, they can't even start adventuring, so she can't hit the towns with the crew, and she can't even make Willard hers, and if it really comes to that, she's convinced she has no choice left. David then. Then he slides in all concern and asks what's wrong. She breathes out that he's the only one she can turn to, because he's tied to the Order of Knights. She swears her friend grabbed a product packed with illegal drugs by accident. Then the second it hit, agony tore through them and hasn't let up. She swears she was told it was medicine for weight loss, and her friend didn't deserve a thing, so David freezes, stunned, and can't stop asking where on earth illegal drugs like that even came from. She tells him the shop was supposed to be tucked away in a back alley on 10th Boulevard in the capital, and that a nobleman personally led her to it. but when she tried to reach it later, the place had vanished completely. David snaps that he'll report it to the Order right away so they can investigate, and Pina just can't help but thank him. She thanks him and admits she can't just let it go, and David, hearing that, can't help but see her as genuinely kind. While they're talking, another person just happens to catch every word. He marches up to the Queen and blurts out, "Something has happened. This is a report that can't wait." Star Maiden Pina. Unseen, Remilia's spider is perched there too, hanging on every word like it's listening for secrets, and back in town the moment she rolls in, everyone greets Remilia with open arms and warm smiles. She spots it, her bridge is going up fast and looking solid, and it's just getting started. Its structures start snapping into place, and one of the couples building it tells her, "Don't worry, hand it all to us, you're safe." Right then a voice cuts through the air, Remilia, and it's Sophia, a pro-level bodyguard handpicked for the Queen while she was still a senior on the student council. Remilia's own intel network says Sophia showing up as a spy is unlikely, but she can't rule it out completely. Still, she lets out a quiet acknowledgement that it's been ages. Sophia shoots back with instant relief that Remilia's okay, then lanes in and says the village looks amazing. Remilia bears her no grudge, because Sophia's fresh post basically forced her to leave the capital for a bit. Not long after, Pina enrolled too, and Remilia realizes she can't let Sophia roam the village freely when Remilia isn't around. So she thanks her, then sharpens her eyes and wonders why Sophia came in the first place. Sophia bursts in and tells everyone she's here for one reason, because there's something insanely important she absolutely has to ask. She drops her mask, sinks to her knees, and begs to be Remilia's knight. Night falls, and this brutal move leaves Remilia reeling, while the whole village can't believe what they just witnessed. Villagers who saw it all, and once they did, earlier flashes hit. Sophia had cornered David, demanded answers for what happened while she was gone, grilled him about why Remilia's engagement got shut down, and pressed how Remilia ended up thrown out. David swore Remilia was jealous of Pina and tried to kill her. Then once Willard collected proof of more shady behavior, he moved to annul the engagement. Sophia couldn't swallow this claim. There was no way the perfect Lady Remilia could ever feel jealous of Pina, the strange girl Sophia couldn't understand. It made no sense to her. David brushed off her worries, snapped that she mustn't badmouth Pina, and crowned her as the Star Maiden, the kindest, most charming soul in the world, leaving Sophia even more lost and rattled. The whole thing screamed illusion, like it hit too fast and felt completely wrong, so she couldn't sit still. Her gut told her to investigate herself, and she tore through the evidence and the witnesses accusing Remilia, and Pina and the crowd around her watched each other like hawks, trying to figure out what Pina really was, right down to the bone. So she decided to come here and confront the culprit herself, Lady Remilia. Sophia had heard Remilia's territory was nothing but a dead, barren wasteland. Watching how much it exploded in just a few months leaves her stunned. She sees people laughing, living their best lives, and it instantly puts a smile on her face. Her thoughts slam back to that first glimpse of Remilia, this dazzling, gentle, noble lady, the kind that feels impossible to forget. They once hammered sword techniques together. She still remembered every strike. Members started grumbling that Remilia always pushed too far, like she couldn't help overstepping her place. Melia admitted it felt a bit embarrassing, then shrugged and said that's just how she's wired, like it's simply her nature, and that she was just happy she finally got to spar with Sophia, because trying to copy the boy's moves and call it practice had done her absolutely no good. Sophia clocked it. Remilia was already an absolute monster at magic, so she couldn't stop wondering why she kept battering herself to become even stronger with swordsmanship too. Remilia's reason was simple. The person she worshipped most didn't just shine in one thing. She crushed magic, swordsmanship, and leadership all at once, and Remilia only wanted to catch up. Beyond that, she truly believed that as she grew stronger, she'd be able to shield even more people. That's exactly why she decided to get stronger than anyone else. That sweet young lady Sophia once knew had a heart so beautiful it lifted her above everyone else, and the village Remilia built proves she still clings to those same values to this day. That's why Sophia still believes in Lady Remilia. Right now, she tells everyone that royal intel agents and the villagers' own words all point to the same truth. Even after everyone betrayed her, Remilia isn't chasing revenge at all. She's building a haven where the world cast aside can live with dignity and real peace. Hearing this makes Remilia beam from the inside. Someone actually believes in her. But then she can't ignore Sophia's past, the Count's daughter, a serving knight, and even David's former fiancé. And that leaves her stuck. How on earth could Sophia ever agree to a request like this? Thank you. Sophia shuts everyone down on the spot. She's already broken the engagement, walked away from her family, and even accepted her discharge as a knight. Remilia is left reeling. She never thought Sophia would burn it all just to show up here, and now she knows she misread her intentions. But Sophia brushes off the panic and tells her not to worry. She has zero loyalty to a so-called family that sold their own daughter to a piece of scum just to boost their political power across the kingdoms of night. That night she leans in and tells her how traveling the world with the queen has shown her every kind of land and settlement, but she's never, not once, seen a village that feels this genuinely happy. She'd sooner swear her honor as a knight to someone who actually protects her people than waste it serving a rotten country that would just toss a miracle like Remilia aside. This declaration makes a soft, warm smile bloom across Remilia's face. She shoots Sophia a heartfelt thank you, feels her words settle like a warm blanket, and then asks her to keep watching over her from here on out too. And that's the real key. Sophia's loyalty to Remilia screams, "I can trust you," and Remilia loves that Sophia went to uncover the truth herself instead of letting other people's opinions drag her around. With Sophia here, things get better in every way because plenty of those young noble girls are still drowning in confused feelings, and that's how Harvard got in their heads in the first place. This is where it all turns. It's high time someone like Sophia, someone with real weight, finally sees the truth behind Remilia's condemnation, because when it all lands, the pieces click perfectly and everything works out. Remilia tells Sophia she'll have a spare room waiting in her mansion if she wants to stay, and Sophia's face lights up so hard she starts hauling her stuff over right away, while Remilia adds that if she needs anything, the village chief runs a little shop nearby. Once everything's settled, Remilia strides straight to the chief's house, Thornwood. He beams and welcomes her back. She thanks him with a smile, then immediately asks to see the report that spells out everything that happened while she was gone. He tells you the first page spills the details about the fresh human orphans who just arrived, and the second page lays out the new program plans for products that are still in development. At first, he wasn't sure about her idea of bringing human kids into the village, but once the demon children stepped up, welcoming them and taking care of them, those orphans adjusted fast like it was always meant to be. He even tells her to make sure she praises those demon kids later, because that kind of praise would instantly light them up with pure joy. Remilia flashes a grin, fully backing him up. Thornton. Lauren keeps going, saying she's sure the reservoir and bridge are running just like she ordered, since everything's moving smoothly. And then she points out that the official application already submitted says the new bridge and reservoir design will be used only for small-scale agriculture. Remilia flashes another smile, thanks him, and makes it crystal clear that right now the government can't be allowed to even guess how massive this development is. The talk snaps to the government. Thorne says the spot in the capital where his shop used to stand is now tied to an investigation into illegal drugs, and he admits he barely got out alive in time, all because Remilia warned him first. Then she explains. She tells him she already dug into it herself and found out that the Star cooked up a plan to hide her real goal, using the investigation as her excuse to lock him away for her twisted little game. After her favor-boosting items ran dry, she snapped quick and plotted her next move, get him arrested, then team up with the guards she'd already seduced to plan a fake escape charge so she could lock him up forever. Once he was trapped, she planned to bully him into secretly making those items for her, and that's when it all hit, the revelation. Thorne's fury ignited. She'd always shrugged her off as just another customer, never once guessing she'd try to enslave someone. Meanwhile, while noble customers in the capital, who'd relied on his hair growth and weight loss cures, scrambled desperately for answers about why his shop suddenly vanished, wild rumors start flying. People whisper that the Star Maiden herself is driving the crackdown on illegal drugs, and that only fuels the rage. Piece by piece, she's moving every piece of the board to lock in her win, though nobody yet knows why. One thing's clear. In the real world, nobody hands you a talk to them, prompt or shiny reply choices. She's out of special items now, and with charm alone, getting close to anyone feels nearly impossible. As long as the world stays calm, Pina can't move her plans forward. No chaos means no access, and she can't even meet the people she was supposed to befriend in the game. In other words she'll never sway another ally again, Remilia. Thorne tells her she's just relieved he's safe, and he snaps back that he'll repay her the right way one day, then she tries to brush it off. He's not letting the idea slide. He hammers home that paying off debts is all about a merchant's reputation, and he's not stopping there as he points out. Turns out even as village chief, Thorne lives for one thing first, selling his goods like a true merchant. So Remilia steps up with a request, and Thorne hits back with a promise. If he can do it, he'll give it everything he's got. She tells him there's someone she wants him to help set up a meeting with, and Thorne is completely baffled because he swears his only real connection is Remilia. Then she drops a bombshell. She wants to meet their ruler, the Demon King. The request. That request slams into him so hard he can't even talk. He can't stop thinking. Remilia admits it's a stretch, but she lays it out. Those demon folk bewitching the world for centuries, and the frenzy that's followed them, might finally have an answer after all. If that solution is real, it flips the whole world upside down, and Thorn wastes no time grabbing her and demanding the details. A few days later. Remilia finally gets the bombshell. She's won a meeting with the demon law. My lord, she's plotting to crown Amy Remilia as the saint who will save the entire world. Amy Remilia always jumps in to help people, no strings attached, no payback demanded. And she's convinced this role was made for her, because back then the moment she shows up, someone yells that a human would actually shell out for an insane transfer device just to jump between the human and demon realms, like it's no big deal. He admits he never saw anything like it coming, and from that point on, he personally escorts her straight to the castle, even before she gets to. Dragging the demon lord behind him, the despair crushing the country is impossible to miss. If even the most basic, long-running administration has turned into a locked door, then things are beyond bad and the demon. At last, the demon lord steps in, tells her to lift her head high, and calls her by the title he believes she's earned, the daughter of humans. He brings up the rumors he's heard, that she somehow knows the fix for the frenzy and the attack. As he asks if it's all true, Remilia can't help but freeze, because his beauty hits her like a punch and she's left reeling from it too. Thinking, wait, the demon king almost looks angelic. She steadies her breath, asks for permission to speak, and then she starts telling you. He tells him it won't cure her for good, but he swears he knows a way to calm the frenzy. Meanwhile, Thorn keeps replaying that showdown with the demon king in his head, praying it all goes right as he starts to refer. He sinks into old memories, panicking at how much time might have slipped by already, wondering whether it's been almost 20 years. In the chaos, someone yells to their brother that they've got the last child. They snatch the kids from the orphanage and plan to rip them away by teleporting straight into the human realm, because those frenzy demons are still out there, and it's the only shot. She turns to him, begs her brother, and tells him she's handing the rest to him. Once they arrive, the dormancy hour hits every demon folk, starting with the first thing. Thorn can't help but think, wow, it's so much easier to breathe here. The demon woman drops the truth. This is the human realm, where the miasma is barely there, the land stays lush and wild, and food is everywhere. She explains that the clothes they're handed aren't random at all. They're the native dress from a religion in the human realm, perfectly made to mask the tells that would give demon folk away. To dodge persecution, they have to bury their real selves and blend in so they're overlooked. Yet she insists this quiet life is still way better than living in terror from the demon's rampage back then. In the demon realm, she turns to them and demands they hunt down as many of these plants as they can before nightfall. So yeah, every time the adventurers who came before them return to the slums, they line up for work, push right through the chaos, and start sizing everyone up. Then they harass Miss Mazzari and demand to know how she's really doing. Miss Mazzari tells him she only has to recharge enough magic today to be back with him this evening, and she even apologizes for how much trouble she's put him through. People scoff at her, claiming that ancient teleportation magic to move people around is pure nonsense, and acting like it's a miracle she can move anyone at all. Ms. Mazzari explains. She tells them plain and brutal, she can only take people with magic far weaker than hers, and that rule drives her nuts, because the only kids who can stay safe here are the ones with low magic, the ones who basically look human. And even the ones barely able to cast magic get swept into the frenzy, and it doesn't stop there because it's the only thing that makes sense. Their power is so weak they can barely breathe in the demon realm, so they get used there. But if they're here, they look like humans, so they can slip right in and start doing business. Thorn explains that the frenzy takes way longer to hit people with serious magical power, giving them time to hunt down a cure. And while that's happening, anyone who manages to get out can swap potions and rare demon-made items for supplies they can ship back home, because Thorn truly believes this is the fastest way to save the most lives. He can't shake the hope that someday the kind man, always proud of his strength, always working to grow crops that shrug off miasma, won't get swallowed by that frenzy. Maybe his gentle friend will be spared. She gave her life shielding the kids from the man she used to know, and now they can't just let that sacrifice get crushed. Maybe there's still a way to pull everyone out of the nightmare their homeland turned into, where they're forced to slaughter friends and family the moment the frenzy takes over. These thoughts hit Missouri like a gut punch, and tears spill straight into her eyes. She admits they were both incredible souls, then breaks down with a sincere apology that they couldn't save them, bitterly pointing out how they brag about being royalty while still failing to protect their own people. Once a demon gets snatched by the frenzy, all they have left is one brutal instinct. Instinct drove them to devour anyone with magical power until the hunger killed them too. At the very end, right before he slipped away, sanity snapped back into his eyes. He thanked the Demon King for saving him. So Thorn grabbed Mazari and begged him to deliver his gratitude, and once the Demon King had saved every single one of their lives, they had to repay him, somehow. Azari keeps sobbing and insists she'll do it. Only a handful can stop a demon when it's lost its mind, fully deranged by pure frenzy. The Demon King has wept more times than anyone can count, because he kept slaughtering her own brethren just so he could be there. Truth is, before that day, Thorn had zero clue that the Demon King ruling this land was drowning in agony, because his own hand was soaked in blood. Once a demon snaps into frenzy, you have to end them, otherwise the body count keeps climbing. But even the ones strong enough to do it still face the cruel choice of cutting down friends and family, with no other way out, and that's where it starts to hurt. Some barely survive what's coming, others throw themselves at the loved ones who have gone completely feral. And then there are the wild ones who swear the Demon King, the monster who can slice his own kind with zero mercy, must have been born without a heart, yet. But the real kicker is this: nobody has ever stared reality down as fiercely as he has. Thorn can't stop thinking how much easier everything would have been if the Demon King had just admitted he was doing it for the country. But he never does, because he refuses to believe he can ever lighten the weight of those lives, not even a little. Those tears aren't for some mob getting crushed, they're for a fellow citizen of his nation, laid to rest with a heart heavy enough to break. The rest scramble for any excuse to hide their weakness, dump the weight onto the strong, and then, somehow, still have the nerve to claim they've got the pure hearts and spotless souls. Seeing Thorn like that guts him to the core, but it also sparks pure frustration, because watching him face this, Thorn realizes just how powerless he really is, especially after he's already seen how Remilia can bring relief even to this kind of suffering, and he can't deny it. He admits that even though he warned them first, selling those illicit potions somehow really ended up being the best choice. She used to tell him, you can read, write, and do your math, and you spot every detail like it's nothing. Now Masari is convinced he'll make a first-rate merchant, though. She tells him straight, if he never smiles, he'll never be a real merchant, because people won't trust him unless he learns how to smile. Thorn thinks Remilia's smile hits like a spell, so strong it makes him want to trust her even before he hears a single counterargument, and he's sure he'll never, ever shake the shock of that day from his mind for the rest of his life. Life seeing a merchant who's been using a smile like a weapon for years feels just like watching someone raise a legendary sword that's still shining. Instead, people gravitate to her on instinct, like some deep part of them knows they're safest the moment they stand by her. That isn't the Demon King's kind of strength, the one where kindness and duty force him to carry a mountain of burdens by himself. It's her unshakable faith in something bigger, something that shields her and keeps her walking forward. Thorn is. She's convinced this faith is the fuel for her strength, because someday it'll tear them all out of hell. Hell, so he's convinced she can save more than the Demon Lord who's protected them all this time, tears blazing in his eyes. And somehow even the demons grinned at her, like it all made perfect sense. Then the explanation kicks in. They said that when a demon snaps, when frenzy takes over, it can sometimes trigger the awakening of rare magical powers. Some people once learned to teleport on command, pushed by instinct straight into the human realm, where the air is way cleaner and the miasma doesn't cling so hard. And if a demon drowning in frenzy refuses to feast, they can claw their way back to sanity. But demons who gorge on humans while only sipping a little magic. Yeah, those monsters become the wild legends humans still whisper about. Those lucky enough to survive and still keep their sanity try to play it off as human and blend into their world, and here's the wild part. The first prince of her homeland is actually a demon's descendant. His blood comes from his mother, a concubine. The demon lord's left staring in shock. She can't even figure out how she learned all of this. What gnaws at him is the way she hints he's giving up their homeland completely, and the fear that his people will be left behind. Even with their numbers thinning, there are still 30,000 of them, and not everyone can cross the Great Sea. So he can't shake the question, does she really mind for him to abandon them? Thank you. She snaps back that she didn't come here to offer a solution that only kicks the can down the road, because even if you somehow dragged everyone into the human realm, miasma would still creep in and swallow it all, and that frenzy. You can't just run from it. He glares at her and snarls that sanity can be restored by feeding on humans, and he's relieved because there are more than enough out there to keep all of his people going. She fires back, saying they could claw their sanity back just by devouring humans. Can his kind-hearted demons really live with themselves while guilt from murder gnaws at them and the terror of snapping again never leaves? It's not fair, she insists, to demand an entire race keep surviving the same endless spiral of madness and bloodshed just because the victims aren't demons anymore, they're humans. He erupts back, yelling that he wants to know exactly what she's trying to suggest. Remilia knows the guide who led her to the Demon Lord's chamber is first in line to throw himself into the sacrifice if the Demon King ever snaps, and the real truth is, he didn't do it for glory, he did it to save his little brother. But on the day the Demon King hits his 140th birthday, the moment that limit snaps, he's done for because he's heading straight for what happens next. Losing it, he ends up killing his own younger brother. While the Demon King drowns in grief, having slaughtered him with his bare hands, Amy can't hold back the tears either. Between him and the wilderness, Remilia stares because she's sure of it. Amy's heart is way too gentle for the brutality this story is serving. After she finishes the chapter, Amy breaks down in tears, furious that the devs seem cold-blooded, and left wondering why every single thing has to be this painfully tragic. Remilia interrupts, grins, and tells him to leave it to her. The Demon Lord rages through the facts. After centuries of relentless work and research, all they've proven is this: the miasma is what's igniting the frenzy. Every year, the crops die sooner, and his people can barely keep their heads above water, surviving on scraps while they pawn magical goods in the human realm just to get by. And then he finally snaps. How could a regular human girl like her honestly believe she had the answer that could save the demon realm? She snaps back that there's a way to save it, asks him for one tiny concession, because this isn't only the demon realm that's in trouble. Right then, a terrifying game clip flashes, showing the real Remilia on her knees, begging the Demon Lord to grant Willard her will. Alert your soul, because the second he demands what she'll give in return, the whole room. Remilia in the game and the real Remilia answer the world the exact same way. She declares, "This is exactly what I came to save, the demon." The Demon Lord is rattled. His magic eyes are supposed to spot any lie instantly, yet in her world there isn't a single shred of falsehood to be found. How does she talk about salvation with that kind of heart-stopping honesty? She leans in and demands to know if he's figured out where the miasma really comes from, because this isn't some natural freak accident, it seeps from the god they swear built the world, who's trapped, wasting away right at the demon realm's very center. If he lets this run wild, it won't just wipe out his people, it'll tighten its grip until the whole world suffocates, bringing all life to an end. He can't stop wondering, how in the world could a girl like her even know about the shrine to the Creator, hidden within? In the demon realm, she snaps back with the truth. There's only one way to stop the miasma from spreading. Every time the Creator unleashes divine power, the corruption gets worse. So the goddess of purification has to be brought in, right then and there, so she can cleanse that miasma and drag the world back to its natural order. The Demon Lord stares at her like, "How do you even know that?" And she fires back with a straight answer. And she carries the memories of the girl who's destined to save the world, memories that haven't happened yet. And then it all came true. She used those memories to forge herself into something unshakable, sprinting through ruins and dungeons across the world, snatching up keys that lead straight to the realm of the gods, until she crushed the Lord of Heaven. Amy is. So is this world actually being saved, and those memories now live inside her? No, that isn't a lie. Pina's meddling and Remilia missing the mark as the villain flipped everything off course. But through it all, not a single lie ever crossed Pina's lips. She twisted the truth just enough to make the lie unnecessary, and the Demon King totally misses it. In his eyes, Pina, fueled by pure malice, somehow connived to turn everyone against Remilia and engineer her banishment. She kept going, and then it barrels on, saying the only way to cleanse the world creator is to smash his body, because the miasma has already corrupted it beyond fixing. Then purify the heart that's left inside, and the Demon Lord snaps back, demanding to know if she truly grasps how terrifyingly heavy those words are. The Creator is the God who built their world exactly as it stands, so if she tries this, forgiveness might never come, and she could get crushed by a punishment so brutal that neither of them can even picture it. She begs for mercy, but then she says that no matter how much trouble God she offends or what brutal fate is waiting, none of it even compares to her faith in Amy saving the world, because in her heart that truth is rock solid and unshakable. Her words slam the air out of him, and then she pleads, begging him to hand over the key he's holding, the one that opens the shrine of the Creator of the world. He fires back that the key is a national treasure, no way he can just hand it over or loan it out. She thinks, "I've already fought this far and said this much, so why in the world is he backing out now?" At that exact moment, he leaps off his throne, stands right in front of her, and declares he's going with her, the Declare. The shocking declaration rattles Remilia and his younger brother. Then Remilia reaches out his hand toward her as Clement. Clement confronts the Demon Lord Angel, demanding to know if he's really dead serious about moving forward with the plan. Angel tells him to stay calm and not jump to the wrong conclusion. He doesn't fully trust Remilia, but she hasn't lied to him even once yet, so he decides he'll keep a sharp watch on her until she finally gives him a. Binding himself to the Lord of the Heavens would have been a nightmare, especially since the Creator's body would get destroyed, yet his works would stay untouched, meaning the trouble wouldn't stop, so having the Demon King's power on hand suddenly didn't sound unwelcome at all. With that clear understanding, Rameliet grabs his hand and pours out her thanks. Then right after, Rameliet, now a full member of the. Meanwhile, she starts replaying it in her head. He can pry into her all he wants, but he'll never find. It turns out the falsehood falls apart later. Her gratitude is totally real. Clement ushers her into a room, tells her the real prep starts tomorrow, and orders her to stay for the night, then promises he'll cook dinner and urges her to grab anything she wants in there without hesitation. She flashes a warm smile, thanks him for the tour, and then he waves it off like it was nothing before heading out. After he leaves, she checks the dust on the table and shelves, then exhales. At least this beats camping out in the wilderness, and honestly, that's what. She wants to say that, but with this place the way it is, the mere thought of what they might cook for dinner makes her flinch. In the kitchen, Clement is mid-prep when he spots Remilia walking in. He tells her, "Not yet, your food is still cooking, and her meal isn't ready just yet." She blurts out an apology, panicking that she might be bothering him, then realizes something's off. There's not a single kitchen staff member around. He tells her the truth. Right now, the only people in the whole castle are him, the gate guards, and the demon lord. They hurried the aides and servants off on other official errands, because no one wanted a human seeing how little manpower they had here, even for a moment. Remilia couldn't stop herself from blurting it out, and the blunt truth was exactly the sort of thing you definitely don't want to showcase to a guest. She thinks he's basically telling her, "Since you're just one human girl, neither I nor the Demon King needs guards," and she shoots back, "Then I guess I walked in way too overprepared." Then she yanks out the huge pile of vegetables she brought along, like, now that she knows the castle's exact coordinates, can summon every ingredient they prepped ahead of time, and tells him to take it as a little gift to seal their new friendship. Then Clement starts checking the fresh vegetables, and he spots seeds and even dried meat and fish tucked in there, then realizes it's all preserved food, not just leftovers, and he thanks her with total sincerity. She tells him, "If poison's on your mind, I'll handle the food myself." He shoots back, "I don't think a human would try to poison us," then shrugs, smiling, "But hey, if you want to cook tonight's dinner, go for it." Soon as the dinner hits the table before the demon lord, he can't help but wonder if this is really his final meal, until Klimt steps in and tells him, "Remilia cooked it all just to show you friendship." The demon lord takes one bite and freezes, shocked to discover it actually tastes amazing. Climate. Remilia then snapped that everything she said, and everything that existed, came straight from the lands she rules. So yeah, this meal is made from crops the kids grew, meat they raised, and fish they hauled in, after they fought their way out of the demon realm. He clocks it instantly. This is the demon lord's first real bite of something this delicious, unlike. While other dungeons are packed with loot and monsters, the creator's dungeon is different. It's empty except for the fallen god himself, and the power is handed to the creator to decide. It's not just the usual upgrades, there's purification too, and once everyone's turned, it has to happen immediately or else. Otherwise, the moment that random party member hits the wrong trigger, pure frenzy will rip through them. Yet even with their higher resistance, demons can't use purification magic, so tomorrow Remilia has to be the one to cast it on the Demon King. If they'd ever found a human who could wield purification magic, no demon would have ever been driven to frenzy, point blank. But she's the only one who knows that secret fix, and she won't reveal it until the goddess finishes purifying the creator. She's sure that if the Demon King learns the truth in time, he'll snap and curse himself with bitter regret, because the Lord of the Heavens sealed up both the goddess and the exact keys to purification magic, and that's why the demons couldn't possibly have known. So she decides to calm them, to tell them this wasn't on them at all, and that after a long, brutal history of fighting, they finally tried everything they could, every last option, just to survive, and she's determined to safeguard it. Angel, the Demon King's spirit, hardened himself into a ruthless force, because in a world where enemies never stop coming, his people depended on it. The very next morning, she storms up to the Demon Lord, calls his name, and unleashes purification magic to cleanse him. On him, it feels like the weight vanished from his body. Strangely, he's lighter than before, according to. From what she remembers, purification magic can blunt the god's divine judgment power, and she's pretty sure it's exactly because she can cast it that she was chosen to receive those divine revelations in the first place. She decides she'll keep blasting him with purification magic so divine judgment never touches him, then shouts for him to stay on the offensive while she battles to shield him. Once the creator's miasma-soaked body is finally wiped out, they'll call in the goddess of purification to cleanse the corruption from his heart. Then she's going to cleanse the whole world pure and total, and when he challenges her, asking if that's really the plan, she confirms it right as she's still staring, wondering if he really smiled just a moment ago. The demon. The demon lord can barely process it. Today, he's standing shoulder to shoulder with a human girl, fighting his way to save not just the demon realm, but the entire world. That smirk blooms on her face as she points at the truth. Demons and humans used to be the very same thing, and she tells him. As he stares at her, she keeps talking, saying the demon race was born only because, in this land, the ones with real miasma resistance survived and passed those traits down to every future generation. Just like cold region animals didn't magically start with thick fur, demons and humans didn't diverge by choice. They adapted, generation after generation, until only the ones fit for their world survived and spread. That's her point. These two races aren't that different. Where they were born shaped them. So she's convinced humans and demons can stand side by side and build a peaceful world. Then they finally hit the gate. She asks if he's ready. The human lord cracks it open and orders her to call him Angel, because that's what he insists on. He blurts out his name, then steps straight through the door because Amy Remilia is a name you can shout in the chaos of battle, but she knows it's not the only reason, and it looks like he's finally clocking it. This girl who's throwing everything she has into saving the world, with no guarantee of anything back, even if everyone labels her a villain. So yeah, turns out the Demon King has totally started to develop a taste for that mask. She realizes she can use this from here on out, and maybe she'll finally let him see the same familiar picture again. A girl so locked in on saving the world that she stays totally clueless while feelings quietly bloom all around her. And it's not a lie because she knows it fits Amy Remilia to the bone. Remilia and the demon god stride into the creator's domain, only to find it empty. She freezes the second she realizes nobody's there. In the game, the creator was supposed to pop in the instant the scene shifted, but that doesn't happen now. Reality is slipping off the rails, tearing away from everything she remembers. The demon god unleashes his shadow magic with ruthless precision, sizing up the limestone cave and using it as perfect cover from every shot and every obstacle. Because in this tight space, he'd rather fuse his power into one devastating weapon than waste it like a scattergun. He shoots it away, realizing the creator has no plans to welcome them, and he can't shake the thought that the god might be hiding somewhere deep inside the caverns. Remilia swore they were supposed to spot him the second they stepped in, but something's off, because they arrived way earlier than the moment her memories said. It's impossible to pin down where the god really is. This whole cavern reeks of his energy, and it feels like the only next step is to search, not just guess. Remilia investigates in a scattered scramble, then realizes the smarter move, wait it out and confront the creator the moment he shows up to check the intrusion himself. Right before it can happen, the creator suddenly rains down a rope-like appendage from above, trying to choke her. Then the demon god snaps into action, but Remilia. He whips backward and slices the rope clean in half, right on the exact moment. At that exact moment, the demon god whips into action and slashes at the creator too, both of them moving at insane speed, until everything cuts out for a breath. For a split second, Remilia can't help wondering, will the demon king finally stumble, right in front of the very god he once worshipped? Even as the demon king clocked that Remilia was yanked by the neck just moments ago, he saw it, no flinch, no wobble, not a hint of weakness. Her moves stayed razor clean, proving her threat to kill a god wasn't just big talk. The creator coils up a spiral cage packed with seeds, and they start surging straight at them. The blast isn't strong enough to shove Remilia into defensive magic, but it's still a threat she can't afford to shrug off, so she hesitates just for a beat. The seer quickly wonders how the demon god will deal with it. Seeds come flying at him, and he snaps up a wall of shadow like a shield, most of the seeds still. Even though the barrier crushes most of the seeds, a few slip through and splat onto the ground, and in seconds they burst into long, rope-like tendrils that snap around his sword, trapping him for real. Realized he'd been reckless, Remilia shot him a signal too, telling him to quit slicing away the useless edges and go straight for the main body, right on schedule, just like they'd planned, once that's settled, purification finally becomes real, then the Demon King. King can't help but think back to how long it's been since a fight where he didn't just lean on someone, he actually felt them lean back too, and as he's mid-thought, Remilia moves. She darts forward, snips through the chains pinning him in place, and mutters to herself that what she's about to do will sting a bit, then slashes straight into the creator's eye, then she snaps her focus back to the demon god, pushing him to move right now. Demon King sinks into his own memories and relives the moment the world's creator breathed life into him, and every single demon too. He remembers how fiercely that being loved them, how he nurtured the whole world like it was his child. With every ounce of mana pouring into his magic sword, he swings and slaughters the last guards, refusing to let the world fall apart, when Remilia's. Julia clocks that he nailed his part, then giggles under her breath, because wow, he's even more skilled than she ever guessed, and now she can keep even more of her own cards tucked away, deliberately. She wildly throws her whole body into it, sprinting and weaving around like she's fighting for every single second. From the outside, it looks like she's cracking under pressure, but the truth is, she's not even close to hitting her limit. The Demon King never thought this battle would feel this manageable, especially with victory already within reach, yet now he finally gets it. When someone's got your back in the fight, battles feel way easier. Remilia spots the fish-like structure in front of them and realizes it's the creator's final trap before the heart gets exposed, and then, as their plan demands, she takes over right from this moment. She clenches the purifying flame into the smallest sphere she can manage, then means to shove it into the creator's body, right into his stomach, to burn him clean from the inside, and she demands the Demon King flips the creator onto his back while she finishes the spell. Even while Remilia hacks open a god's belly in the most profane, grotesque way imaginable, the Demon King just watches, like he's clocking every horrifying second. Phileas still looks like the living image of a saint, radiant, pure, and somehow impossible to ignore. He declares that demons can breathe and live only because their Lord and Creator allows it, and then he prays with all his heart, asking that the Creator be finally unshackled from the blight of his asthma and the unbearable pain he suffered, so that one day, under the glorious pure light of his daughter goddess, he'll return even more majestic than before. And with the god purified, the fight finally ends. Now it's just time to cleanse the area around them and call down the goddess of purification. Ramilia knows she couldn't have pulled this off without the Demon King, so she thanks him for fighting shoulder to shoulder, then he cuts in to correct her. She seized his attention, called out her title for him and told him, "Call me Angel," and she was. He shoots back with a thank you anyway, calling him the King Angel, then refuses the title like it's wrong, insisting it's only natural for him to fight for his people, and for him to be the one thanking instead. He even asks to be allowed to do it the right way. Amelia beams as she accepts his gratitude, welcoming it with warmth back into her heart. She can't help but smile, yeah, because she's Ramilia, and this ending was always going to happen. Then she snaps her focus to the next move. Should they start preparing for the summoning already, Ramilia uses. He presses the lotus flower into action and summons the goddess of purification, twice, like the ritual demands it. Goddess finally rips through the air and appears right in front of her, except it's the demon Lord Bose wearing her face. She quests. She presses her father for answers, insisting that even though he's shrunk down, they still have to grind, right now, until he's back at full strength. She realizes it all comes down to faith. God's life won't run dry as long as faith stays buried in the heart. When faith never leaves them, life keeps flowing back again and again. Her father's survival screams the same truth. Even when time swallowed the darkness, the demons never surrendered their faith, and now she's the only one left. The moment she's done, she turns to the demon lord and throws him a heartfelt thank you for everything he's done. The demon lord snaps back that he's praising her way too much. Survival out in those brutal lands only happened because the creator's magnanimous guidance kept them alive. It tells of the creator armed with powers they can't even fully comprehend, who harnesses the raging fury of the mountain of fire to blast away poison, redirect torrents of lava falling from the sky, and save them from a storm of countless dangers. The goddess of purification admits with a heavy sigh that even with all her power, she couldn't restore the creator back to full strength. She couldn't cleanse the filthy sediment of his labor, and that failure unleashed unimaginable pain on everyone. Then she turns to them and asks, "Do you still resent me? Do you still hate me for betraying your faith?" And at first, some people swore God had turned his back on them, the very ones who'd been handed blessings in the first place. When the other divinities' blessings drained away, they felt the Creator's power slipping, and once the divine shield dropped to zero, they knew, right on instinct, that the god was dead. This wasn't some flimsy curse breaking. Something tore straight through the god's own domain, shredding the evil god's home from the inside. After trapping the goddess of purification, the evil god, drunk on power, rampaged and started slaughtering the guards who stood against him. As the god's power cracked, the demons clinging to faith crumpled and spiraled downward, hauling the god and his followers into disaster. But even when everything looked lost, a few demons still clung to belief. The goddess. The goddess snapped her gaze to Ramilia and admitted it. Your help was the only reason her father's restoration could even happen. She names her the Purification Maiden right inside her own mind. Remilia shakes her head, convinced the title shouldn't be hers. It belongs to the Star Maiden, and then she protests. She lies there, stunned, speechless, while the demon lord presses on and won't stop, like she's watching the impossible happen right in front of her. No title fits better. She wrestles with the role she never wanted, trapped in the Star Maiden story she spent years hiding from. Still, she can't stop hating, even while she's right in it. With the miasma and the frenzy finally crushed, spring sweeps across the demon realm, and it's like nothing's ever been seen before, the kind of beauty you can't ignore. No one has seen it in years, like forever. Demon kids sprint and laugh, staring at flowers they've never laid eyes on, until, suddenly, a warm monster bursts up from the ground and the kids scatter in full panic. One kid hurls a sword at it, while the other yells at him, scolding him for wasting the weapon. The monster rips side to side like it's trying to tear the world apart, and everyone screams in terror. Then it suddenly crumbles into ashes, vanishing so fast they just stand there, stunned and confused. Amelia bursts in to check on the kids, and there, right beside her, the demon lord is waiting too. The children are. The kids are stunned and can't place him, but one thing hits them fast: his presence makes them feel safe. Remilia and he confirm it. The miasma is finally purified at the source, though a few nasty traces still hang around, and the demon lord admits the land is getting better, just not fast enough to heal fully yet. Now she's officially the purification maiden. Remilia unleashes her power and starts scrubbing the last miasma clean, with Demon Lord Angel right beside her. News ricocheted through the demon realm on lightning-fast magic, turning everyone's panic into shock, because the sources of miasma and frenzy were finally gone, and they all swore it was a human woman, guided straight by the Creator. Angel watches the kids with blazing energy, thinking even the ones who can't pull off big magic won't stay down for long thorns. Remilia's lightning-fast progress left him stunned. She'd only left yesterday, and yet she'd already kicked up a whole whirlwind of chaos, Remilia explained. They kept it from the demons, straight up lied, to protect their faith. The truth was that the Creator was the source of the miasma and frenzy, but they claimed an evil god tried to wipe out the world with miasma, and only after the demon king and a human girl smashed that evil god could the Creator finally recharge with strength, as the fresh, purified water bursts through rivers and wells as they reach zones still soaked in miasma, slowly washing the land back to life. Angel is overwhelmed with gratitude, and he blurts out, "How could I ever repay you for everything you've done?" Remilia gives a soft, humble answer, "I'm just doing what I've been shown," but the demon lord won't back down, swearing he'll repay her, and he grabs the chance to ask for help, because a love potion is messing with his real feelings. Angel pauses, realizing that curing everything for good would be nearly impossible without the demon who forged that cure. When he pushes for an answer, he asks, "Do you still feel anything for that man, Willard?" And she. He's jolted and blurts no. Even if her feelings were forced into place, she can't swallow the betrayal because what he did broke trust. Angel. Angel brags about her generosity, and he scoffs it off like she's kidding. Then she softens, and you can feel the change. She throws a warning at him about a deadly item that can toy with demons, emotions, and wreck their minds, then hands over every ingredient and orders him to stop it from ever being made. Angel nods in agreement, saying the demon realm's long-term health matters more than chasing quick profit, finally. She demands a teleportation gate built between her land and the demon realm, setting up the very first human-demon connection ever. Demons, while Thorn S away, she decides she'll personally watch the project every step of the way, no shortcuts, not even close. Once the land is purified and the last trace of miasma is gone, she shoots her hand toward Angel and seals a trade deal with a firm, formal handshake, locking in real cooperation and equal benefits between humans and demons. Ramilia crashes into the scene out of nowhere, shattering the haze to reveal the one answer that would finally stop the frenzy, this scene. The story jumps to a new spot. Angel leans in as Clement rests, and she demands, "So, have any reports come in about the miasma?" Clement fires back that there's nothing past what they already know, and he adds that Angel grills him about it every single day. Angel just can't stop admiring it. He admits it's because everything still feels unreal, like reality hasn't caught up yet. Joy is exploding all across the place, and the cursed miasma has finally vanished for good. Clement leans in and asks if Angel's making mana stones, and Angel snaps back that yes, because right when he thought he'd finally use this rare calm to train and fight monsters, everything got cut off and he was locked out. Clement grins and tells him, "Just don't burn yourself out," and then he adds that Angel, the demon clan's strongest, finally sews mana shirts that will rake in a fortune, and when he sees people will pay big, relief hits him hard like, "Good, with those damn restrictions, I can do something actually productive at last." While he works, Angel keeps replaying it, Remilia even helped them crush the evil god, even if just a bit, and now he's determined to repay her for every ounce of effort she's poured in, because after all, the demon folk are drowning in an absurd mountain of debt, and climate chaos is making it worse. But then he can't stop thinking about the one who handed him divine revelation, so real it almost knocks the breath out of him. He lets out a quiet breath of relief, grateful that Remilia is right there beside his brother, and he turns his eyes back to Angel. Mizari steps forward and greets Remilia, grinning like, "I can't believe I finally get to meet you." Remilia shoots back that all the pleasure is hers, calling Mizari Lady Mizari, but Mizari snaps that she shouldn't be called Lady, just Mizari. Remilia grins and answers, "Then go ahead and call me Remilia too." Mizari gets it, and right then she drops to her knees, pouring out her gratitude for saving their homeland and everyone in it. Remilia drops to one knee too, slipping Mizari's hand into hers and whispering that she only did what anyone would have done. And just like that, it hits Mizari so hard she breaks down and starts crying. Bursting with emotion, she said she felt like she'd explode with joy, and she only wanted one thing, to hug Remilia, because the two of them. Angel wraps them in a tight embrace, holding on like they'll never let go, and seeing it all, he's so stunned he can barely keep from wanting to hug Remilia too. Then the moment they finally sit down, Angel jumps right in, asking what the teleportation even is. Remilia leans in and explains the interpretation gate isn't just another teleport. This one lets people and goods slip through freely, with no limits at all. They start out doubting like, is this even real? Teleport magic usually demands a rare specialist or an absurdly rare item, and even then, the specialist can only yank people with lower mana than themselves. She points out that as long as the gate stays locked to fixed coordinates, anyone could theoretically slip right through, and Clement can't stop wondering if it runs on some kind of human magic they've never learned. Remilia snaps that the position is dead center. Right there, the gate fuses the demon's teleport magic with the summoning magic of. She lays it out like a breakthrough, mix the wisdom from two different worlds, and you've got the real answer to uniting humans, and yeah, it's the kind of thought that feels beautiful. Remilia breaks into a smile because yeah, it's clever all right, but it's also totally forbidden magic, made for one thing only, summoning demons. When Mizari asks how she'll pull off the magic fusion, Remilia grins and says she'll use the memories she stole from the girl who's destined to save the world. She swings open the bag and out spills a treasure stash she hauled from all corners of the world, each item chosen to build the teleportation gate. Mizari stares at the gate in pure shock, and Remilia quickly lanes in, saying she's already prepped everything from those memories, and now she's about to lay out exactly how the gate will work. Angel and Climate may not grasp every technical detail, but she's clear. They'll need to build two gates, one right here and one inside her territory, and she's counting on them to back her up when it's time to build on the demand side. Angel lines in and asks, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Remilia demanded that he supervise the trade goods preparation, plus a full list of what the demon lands can make and a rough estimate of what they can ship out. The Climate demands it. She hands the physical surveys to him, and he goes straight to work, checking the kingdom's oil and mineral supply, then mapping the local animals and plants that call this land home. Remilia figures, from our end, Thorn will spell out exactly what they're willing to give in this exchange. Horn lays it out cold and clear, 2,500 tons of food from their territory, plus another 2,500 tons of wheat they can buy from allied granaries, will keep every single demon in their 30,000-strong population fed for a full year. Angel's jaw drops as she sees the sheer size of it. She'd been told her territory was nothing but a tiny, half-built village. Remilia tells them it can only happen because the demons rolled into the village in her territory. Cornerstone Industries lives off one thing, making and selling compost, and they turn it into a miracle. With demon magic, they ferment and mix it way more effectively, stretching their resources past what a tiny village should ever manage, even when the demons that slipped into the human lands were weaker than the ones still stuck in the kingdom. The scary part, even the weaker demons still carry way more mana than any average human soul, and the compost they produce is straight-up groundbreaking for agriculture. The reports they'd gotten were clear. The compost-selling farms pulled in a 30% bigger harvest than last year, and once the gate finally opened, they could cash in that extra supply, export it, then trade it right back to the demon lands. Mizari breaks down in tears, sobbing to Thorn about just how hard he'd fought to get there, and Thorn. Jordan flashes a humble smile and insists, over and over, that it all happened because of Remilia. On that note, he snaps, "So where are you building the gate?" She answers right away, "We're putting it near the bridge." The giant road she demanded, big enough for wagons and lanes to run both directions, built for nothing else. To keep the government in the dark, she ordered Thorn to claim the bridge was nothing more than a tiny crossing meant for local farm use. Mazari can't help but wonder if quietly smuggling trade goods back and forth would have been smarter with a small setup instead, and Bramilia laughs it off, saying it looked like Thorn had no memory of the promise. Everyone else freezes in shock, and right as they're about to react, it cuts off mid. Bramilia stands her ground and repeats herself, crystal clear. She tells the demons in her village, "Work in peace, live like kings, and I'm giving you the chance." Anyone who's heard about quiet work done in the shadows, or a king who slips through the night with stolen goods, she's been talking about it for ages. Their size screams, "We're on your level," so the demon kingdom can finally push toward an eventual trade deal with their country. Mazari can't believe it. How are humans supposed to trust a demon nation that seems to have popped up out of nowhere right in their faces? She whispers that even her eyes know the truth, and then she snaps that humans just slap the word monster on every single demon. Ramilia says they'll start by tweaking small trade deals, right there, step one toward reaching that goal with her at the center of it. Her village, people fear the unknown, and whatever helps them see it their way always twists the truth. She plans for the goods from this trade to snake into nearby towns, and even foreign cities, until the demon's real face is finally laid bare. Over time, humans will finally realize the truth. These demon-made creatures from another world aren't the monsters from the old legends, by using. With Thorn pulling the strings, the demon's old customers team up with nobles who hate their rivals, and they squeeze would-be competitors until they're forced out of business. Once this human and demon culture exchange clicks into place, and the time finally turns right, the kingdoms. He's gonna reach out for sure. They scoff, laughing because when Ramilia puts it like that, it sounds effortless, like compared to toppling a god and purging an entire land of miasma, this doesn't even register as a big deal. Ramilia flashes a smile, and after spending hundreds of years trapped in darkness, she declares it, straight up like it's nothing. And that's when they all burst into laughter. He swears it's the real deal, and once you see it, you'll realize it's nothing compared to what comes next. After swallowing misery for so long, they can't even picture a shining future, and they have zero clue how priceless they really are. That's why Ramilia steps in, letting the outside world collide with the gorgeous demons, forging bonds that slowly turn into real partnerships. Not to exploit humanity, she knows people will eventually lean on the demon kingdom's irreplaceable merchants. From her land, she's already tightening the reins on a continent-wide trade monopoly. Angel observers. It's like Ramilia can't wait for this, like she's genuinely excited, and she's about to prove it herself. She confirms it and then lays it out. If this whole trade plays out right, they'll be one step closer to her dream. Building a world where a gentle soul can finally breathe in peace. Then it hits Angel like a lightning strike. She now fully understands what Angel meant back in the human realm when she said she saved the world. Meanwhile, back in the human world, a few girls are buzzing with excitement because they're about to hit the streets and hunt down the perfect shoes. Someone cheers their pick of store, and the moment they start heading there, they spot something that makes them stop short. Watch people literally brawl over who gets to step in line next, all hustled up and fired up, huzzled. They're left scrambling, staring at each other in confusion. Then a man shows up and barks orders to take a different route. They're laying out how the food gets handed out fairly again and again across the East. These days, the young women are stunned. Why would something like this happen right on one of the capital's main streets? The man shrugs and says it's an official plan, blessed by the royal family, meant to help the poor, and then the men. The maiden star is the one pulling off this charitable work, yeah, right up until the queen cuts in. Sheen went quiet and stared at Willard, admitting she'd gotten hit with complaint after complaint about Pina, especially the outrageous price tag on all that luxury she draped over herself, and she can't help wondering if she somehow taught Willard to hand out awards that don't match the real accomplishments. Willard shoots back and says their latest policies and mindset are being shaped by what Pina has shared with them. He was certain that sooner or later her ideas would reshape the country's future, and that's when the queen lined in with intrigue, because her words made it painfully clear she expects big things. Willard then tells her point-blank that Pina has begged to go out with him and his retainers, taking on dungeons all over the world, but he's kept her stuck in the palace, tied down by his duties and the brutal weight of politics, and he knows that. He points out that monster attacks have been killing fewer people lately. And then boom, he warns that a sweeping royal expedition to raid dungeons across the continent would spark fury from adventure guilds and foreign governments alike. So it's just not right for his fiancée to travel with only male retainers, and that's why he's shut down her travel, until the queen snaps back that she isn't the queen of the kingdom, but the queen of. She points out that the country's packed with capable female officers, so if Pina wants to storm dungeons right within those borders with help from people like that, there's no reason it won't happen. Willard brings up what Pina herself said. If she wants to stop a disaster from crashing down, she has to pull together a special group of people, and honestly, that's got me hooked. The queen lines in and demands to know exactly where she is standing right this second. Willard freezes for a beat, then fights the urge to speak. She's knee-deep in charity right now, so Pina finds. People line up for food in long, patient stretches, and even without any fancy special items, her presence alone makes everyone stop, stare, and admire her. An affection, even though she can't hit the road for adventures right now, she's still wildly popular. Her name keeps rising every time she shows kindness. People call her a saint with a heart of gold and the word of. Her deed sparks a wildfire, news tearing through the game world, until more and more people rush to the capital just to witness her. Pina in. That's setting up a short break, and while it's happening. But this time, one man steps up to her, fanning himself like he's blown away with admiration, and he speaks. He's blown away by how fiercely she's devoted herself to feeding everyone, and he's convinced that eating a meal cooked by the beloved star maiden of the gods will unlock benefits beyond anything he could have imagined. Pina hadn't cooked a single bowl of it herself, yet somehow she'd still been forced to face the blame as the story kept slipping out from under her. Scoffs lightly, but her smile shines bright, pure warmth, real sincerity in every word. She tells him she made it just because she wants everyone to be happy. She swears it'll boost their health and calm every worry in their minds. The man. He's clearly moved by her explanation, and before she can even finish, he breaks into action, handing her a gift when. Pina swings the door open and gasps. Jewels and cash are piled inside. Then the man admits it. He's never had a real chance to show what he can do, and he's convinced people should have recognized his talents way sooner. He even brushes off his failures, saying maybe he's been unlucky compared to everyone else, and that he couldn't live up to what his own parents expected. Pina tells him to. The man threw his hand out, demanding you take it. And he obeys without a second thought as she reaches out and picks. She plucks one lone feather from her fan, then slides it into his palm. Telling him to pray to the Father every single day, only in secret, and making it clear this is a rare favor she's granting him just because of who he is, not for any other reason. Without asking for anything back, she tells him, if you want the same love and blessings to find you, you've got to grow your faith, believe in that divine power with every beat of your heart. Overwhelmed, the man erupts into joy, swearing that from this moment on he'll praise her and pray to God every single chance he gets. Pina can't help but smile, a warm calm settling in, because that palace treasure finally stopped being a thorn, and now she can breathe and unload her stress. Meanwhile, in a different office, Willard leaned in close as he grilled Claude about the wisdom Pina had been handed by the gods, and how it could skyrocket the kingdom's farms like never before. Claude leans in, all ears, and presses for the details of the method. Then Willard erupts, shouting. It explains that planting the same crop over and over in the same field strips the soil of key nutrients, so each season gets harder and harder to grow anything at all. So they slam into action with crop rotation, switching up what grows in each field every season. The farmland got split into 3 sections, one planted with weeds in summer, one loaded with barley in winter, and a third left fallow for the season so the soil could breathe and bounce back. Claude can't stop asking questions about Pina's plan for the fallow field. Willard finally breaks it down. She wants crops planted there just so the livestock have something to eat. With the animals doing their part, the land got naturally fertilized, and the extra fodder helped the livestock numbers explode. This approach. Much, he declares, and with it he's pushing the nation to grow its own food and lock down its future. If this reform hits, it could finally shut down a storm of criticism in Pina, especially the rumor that the treasurer accused her of trying to gobble up the annual budget. Willard. God insists Pina, and with her the whole state, must never lose dignity or composure, no matter what. He figures her sudden wealth just rattled her, that growing up a commoner probably makes this reaction totally natural, so he chooses understanding over ruthless judgment. Man brings up those lingering voices that keep tearing into him, saying he's the reason Ramilia got exiled. Willard to Smith. He shuts that idea down hard, reminding her he already gave her plenty of chances to apologize. She refused every single one herself, and then he cut things off. He had all. I always believed she was smart and genuinely kind, so seeing her spiral into jealousy so far that she ended up committing a crime, he claims it's the ultimate deal breaker. She can kiss her dream of being a mother to a nation goodbye, because it all spirals from there into danger. Letting her feelings run the show in a moment like this could have sparked diplomatic chaos, and if things went really wrong, it might have ignited full-blown war. Claude quietly smirks because Willard severed ties with his sister, while Willard keeps telling himself that the call he made on Ramilia was dead on. Ramilia watches from afar through her surveillance spider, letting out a sly little laugh as her smirk hardens into a scoff. Offset crop rotations and soup kitchens, grinning like she couldn't believe what she weighs all their hard feudal work, and then she turns and gives the order. Rex crept through the dim light, Spidey sprinting back to check on Sophia. He rams the wall and looks up. Sophia is there, smiling like she's perfectly satisfied. Sophia scrutinizes potato clovers, turnip-like plants native to the demon realm, and spots how they're prized for silk, paper, and even building materials or precious stones. Then her sharp eye instantly proves she knows exactly what will be priceless in the human realm, leaving this. It leaves her with just one last job, to dig through every single false charge and expose the lie. Her patience isn't luck, it's a countdown, because she's certain the moment to strike is coming, and when it hits, she'll seize the reins and make Pina pay for everything she thinks got ruined. Out in the wheat field, Ramilia is teaching the demon kids to synchronize and lift their consciousness. Then she steps in and guides them every step of the way. It pushes them to use every step they take to snatch up the matter. They pour the magic into the mana shaft, and in their heads the object starts feeling like it's part of their own bodies, like they can take it over and use it as they please. They take there. He draws a deep breath, snaps his stance into place, unleashes the magic, then everything explodes forward fast. Before long, a swarm of weeds starts rising into the air, and everyone bursts into pure joy. 2 months have blown past since she started digging up proof in the little room she carved out in the heart of the dungeon, and she's paused the harvest for now. With education and solid infrastructure locked in across Paris, it's finally time to crank commerce up to a whole new scale. Someone steps up to Ramilia and blurts out that the trade division just filed a report. Craft items are being made from scrap. Business is booming, but they can't keep up with the runaway demand, because as it keeps climbing, their products spread fast through the common streets and become the next obsession for trend-chasing people. Ramilia is plotting to crank up both the novelty and the security so her products skyrocket in value. Then, beyond the everyday stuff, she's carving out a luxury line for commanders to tempt the nobility, and right as that plan hangs in the air, someone yells out. What? She calls out and boom, it's Thorn. He rushes in with the news, there's a problem. He tells them Sophia has crumpled inside the demon realm, and it gets worse from. Ramilia rushes straight into the room to check on Sophia, only to find that Sophia isn't just eating, she's genuinely having a blast with every bite. Food gets all weird and Sophia shows up looking totally lost, like, wait, why is Ramilia here? Isn't today the state harvest day? Then Ramilia cuts in, I heard you collapsed, so I came to the country. Sophia Apolloge came to put her skills to work, praying the charm holding back the miasma hadn't started to fade. She rushes to apologize for scaring everyone, but it's obvious she's healing just fine. Then she reveals she handed the charm to a person with asthma who lives deep in the mountains. And later that same person got dragged into a brutal fight with a monster. Then Sophia suddenly crumpled after a wave of blood, thick with miasma, hit her. Clement checked her up and said the wound was minor, so he'd keep watch with Lilin fruit, but now it looks like the truth was getting inflated. Because Lilin fruit isn't a thing people can just find in the human world, and Ramilia can't stop wondering what it really is. Clement freezes in pure shock, realizing humans don't have this fruit, while he's literally clutching it in his own hands. Lelin. Plain fruit has the power to snap your body right back to how it was at the start. Unlike potions, healing magic, or purification magic, this spell doesn't seal your wounds on the spot. It drains your mana and turbocharges your own body's recovery. But Sophia's mana was running low, so they told her to load up on Lilin fruit, because the less mana you've got, the harder it hits. So it turns out she heals like a beast. Her raw original strength lets her bounce back fast, and when Sophia thinks about it, heat rushes to her cheeks. She wanted to help Ramilia, but she just ended up slowing things down, and the guilt makes her feel totally inadequate. Ramilia realizes something terrifying. This fruit somehow kept demons alive even when the land was soaked in miasma, and now the very thing that once fed them could be the spark that rebuilds everything anew. Ramilia beams at Sophia, because this discovery is exactly the thing she's been hunting for. Sophia beams because she finally helped Emilia, and she's convinced every bit of it was worth it. Ramilia can't stop thinking, demons didn't just show up to humans, they laid it all bare, even letting doctors run clinical trials on a regular human body, and that has her wondering. Do they really grasp how priceless that trust is? Then Sophia, she tells how during the 2 months she spent with demons, she kept wondering how demons and humans could finally live in harmony, because the thrill of seeing that whole new world takes over everything else, and she's overwhelmed with gratitude because she was picked to stand right at the front of this change. She's convinced this is the most electrifying moment of her life, and she vows to keep driving forward, hand in hand with everything she's got. That makes Klimt burst into laughter, admitting he'd always thought humans were the weaker race, and then he can't quite finish his thought as the moment hits. I swear I'd never seen anyone look that fired up after fainting from miasma exposure, like Sophia. Sophia is convinced that even without mana, if you've got stamina and a steel mind, there's always a way to make it work, and that's exactly what a knight means to her. Remilia notices Clement has slipped right into the group, and she can't help but admire how sharp, energetic, and wildly free-spirited Sophia is. Remilia leans in and tells them to listen up. She's saying this fruit is the key that unlocks a whole trade alliance. That's why she's pushing to build trial products packed with different goods, using what she learned from the fruit's components to make them hit harder for real humans. Clement leans in and says he already knows the perfect person for this role. Angel is already right there after they picked him up earlier that morning, right after spotting him. And now the scene flips to Angel, who leans in and asks someone if they're the alchemist who brewed the love potion and the charm perfume. Soon the alchemist spots Angel, and confusion hits hard, turning his calm into reluctant hesitation as he struggles to move forward right there mid-exhale. It's saying he's just one of the regular guys who hawks general goods and enchants tools for Mr. Thorne's shop. Angel admits he'd been panicking over whether they could even cooperate because the alchemist seemed wildly eccentric, and the guy practically hated talking to people. Now the low mana demons finally slip back to their own land, and right when When Emilia finally tracks Thorne down and asks what it feels like to be back home, he snaps it off right there. He pulls on his cloth hat, breathes in the air, and thinks, wow, it's beautiful. With the transportation gate finally finished, people and birds start moving like crazy, and straight from the demon rail and the estate, countless others rush in to study. Then they head back home carrying fresh skills, and that's what sends the estate's growth speed skyrocketing. Every item's quality just jumped way past the old one you get from that former job, and the variety exploded too, like they're finally gearing up to churn out truly refined products. Looks like that craftsman Angel has convinced a demon, and somehow, he's doing an amazing job. Demons step up and demand what's about to happen with all those things. Then they press the village chief, asking if he's really heading to some big town to sell them, and then tell them they can count money and even write the alphabet, so they can. Remilia fires back that before anything else, she needs to put pen to paper and write a letter. A letter crafted to kickstart a brand new connection. She leans in and asks Thorne if the list of his past clients is ready. He smirks and says the draft's already done, and all that's left is for Estate Lord Remilia to slap her signature on it. Then she grins. Miles nods along, thinking this is exactly what's expected of him, because he's insanely good at his job and always steps up when it matters. Then she starts wondering what kind of little gift would actually fit the moment. He flashes a smirk and lays it out. Normally, it should be something else. Winning the neighboring noble's favor with an incredible gift, one so unshakable it wouldn't bend, not even when the Star Maiden commanded it. At last, they all roll up to a grand noble house, and the demons stare in awe, because this is their very first time ever seeing a place like this. Remilia leans in and reassures them. If they follow what she taught them, everything is going to work out. The butler shows up, throws out a quick apology for the wait, and tells them the master has been waiting inside all along. That noble woman seethes at Thorne, grilling him in her mind. Where have you been all this time? Because she just heard the Star Maiden launched a search for him the moment he vanished. Thorne threw out a heartfelt apology for scaring her with that accident, then lit up with pure joy, because after all this time, he finally got to see the lady of the house's face again. She cuts off the small talk and zeroes in on one thing. Did he bring a sample of the item? When it happens, a smile spreads, like that's obvious. Of course, the noble woman is thrilled, because without his help she'd never shed a single pound, and she can't help wondering if he even realizes how desperate her situation truly was. Thorne bows low and offers a heartfelt apology, admitting he's sorry he caused her all this trouble, especially since the Star Maiden's national trial was about to shove him straight into jail, and that noble woman is absolutely furious, even though she can breathe again because his escape happened without a scratch, meaning he'll be able to get that potion once more. She's completely stunned to learn Remilia has been secretly protecting the shopkeeper this whole time. Emilia flashes a bright smile, says it's a pleasure to meet the Countess, then demands she be written out because she's been erased from the ducal house's family tree. The Countess snaps that every kind of rumor about the Star Maiden has crawled to her ears, and she's sure Remilia is sitting on even more. Then she turns the knife. What business did Remilia really come here for? Today, she steps forward and admits why she's here. She's begging for permission to run her business inside the Countess's territory. The Countess shuts it down cold, saying, if I hire him, I won't know what that Star Maiden could do, so let's not gamble. Instead, she pushes for the smarter move, just have the shopkeeper sell the potion at that exact price. Ramilia snaps that it's not time to jump to conclusions. There'll still be plenty of time to talk once she accepts her little gift. Thorn finally hands over the first gift, because this isn't just any potion, it's the brand new slimming elixir they cooked up during their whole year in hiding, and when the Countess demands to know what's different now, Thorn leans in and answers softly. Bentley grabs her hand and lets a few drops fall. She tipped a few drops of the potion onto her fingers, and the instant it hit, her hands shrank sleek and tight, then the next flick of magic erased her wrinkles completely, leaving her gnawing at a stunned yes. Someone shot back that the product is packed with a special magic from the citizens of the Ramilia state, and even the items inside trace back to there too, so even if she hired him, he couldn't copy it. He's just a businessman, not the one who created it. That explanation detonates outrage in the Countess, Ramilia snapping like a blade. Amelia stays cool and quickly spins a plan. She tells them the two lurking behind her will be posted at the front, so the star maiden hunting Thorn won't spot him. Then they tweak the product's contents to make its effects mild and turn the shop into a place regular people can actually afford. The Count starts doubting everything, so what's the point of building something this incredible if it just ends up meaning nothing? Ramilia lays it out clearly. This is exactly why this product is that special little gift meant only for someone specific. If she gives you the okay to open the shop, she'll slip into her mansion on the regular, quietly, like clockwork, and if the Countess speaks up for her with the Merchant Guild, Thorn will land a sweet 30% discount on every transaction anytime. Thorn also. And yeah, it's also hinting that Ramilia is busting her ass right now, building a rock-solid base to stretch the slimming potion's effects for way longer. They swear it. Thomas said that if the business starts hitting its targets and the development money comes through, the whole process will suddenly speed up and hit harder. Every magical tool the ducal house is famous for was built by their daughter, Ramilia, and once she started school, people couldn't stop calling her a genius because nobody ever wanted her trapped as the crown prince's fiancée. Just seeing the two of them standing there in front of the store pulls people in without a second thought. Everyone knows the products are top tier, no pitch needed, and once the Countess steps inside to try a sample, it's game over in the best way because she walks out swarmed by devoted new customers. The story that branded her a fool and swore she'd been banished for losing her fiancé to some random woman now looks dead wrong. In the end, the Countess finally gives them the green light to open a branch in her territory. She'll run the store herself and push the Merchant Guild too, but she slaps down a single condition. The goods have to be made with special products from her land, and she demands that one of their employees be sent to her home under her direct supervision. The two sides lock in a handshake, and Ramilia grins, thanking them with all her heart. He can't help but get pulled into what this woman is about to do next, like he's finally getting his hands on the outcome. Inside the carriage, they finally breathe out because everything went perfectly. It all worked out because her explanation nailed the negotiation. These nobles don't just want the products, they're genuinely craving them, and yeah, they stay cautious, but it's only because their curiosity is bursting at the seams. The other demons corner Ramilia, demanding to know if they're truly helping her, and she end. Yeah, of course they are. Seeing all of them right there, loud and visible at once, hits like a hammer, and it sets up the real showpiece of the day, the negotiation. She snaps them into proper posture because they're about to meet Viscount Bastian. Viscount Bastian. Viscount Bastian is a young high society noble with a reputation across the capital. He's one of the biggest playboys, turning heads with the beauties and artists at the top. The moment Thorn shows up, the Viscount's face lights up with pure relief. He's been waiting for him and deep down had even feared Thorn was dead somewhere along the road. Thorn strides up, throws out an apology for the panic, and tells everyone he was shielded by Ramilia's estate. So yeah, look around. He's alive and standing right here. Ramilia steps forward, beams at the Viscount, and tells him how thrilled she is to meet him, then humbly thanks him for that generous invitation. The Viscount answers with the same perfect courtesy, admitting it's truly an honor to finally meet the famous maiden, the adored rose of high society, and yeah, the rumors are right, she's unbelievably gorgeous. He even realizes that her companions are all stunning, beauty straight out of somewhere else, and somehow it looks like Thorn is thriving here too. He can't really argue, because ever since Ramilia took him under her wing, his whole life got better fast, and so did the quality of the goods he sells. The Viscount leans in and says he can take a wild guess. Those foreign goods that have suddenly become all the rage with the common folk have to be tied to Thorn's store. Thorn nods and admits the Viscount's read is insanely sharp, exactly what you'd expect from someone with that kind of status. The Viscount shrugs and says Thorn keeps dodging his invitation after invitation, yet somehow it's clear he's been hiding something huge this whole time. Then he leans in and pushes Thorn to spill what he brought today, and explain how it links to his brand new business. Thorn tells him straight up that he's only here to make introductions. After this, Remilia will take over the negotiations herself. The Viscount lights up at the idea, almost sure this young merchant couldn't possibly have pulled off a deal like that on her own. Remilia flashes a grateful smile and jumps right into it. She wants to talk about one thing: getting permission to run her business inside the Viscount's estate. He shoots back with pure excitement, basically saying, "I couldn't ask for better, I'll handle everything," even as he casually lets slip that he'll expect a hefty fee from Remilia. Besides Thorn's shop, she's got plans to unveil even more businesses, ventures that fit a trendy, classy estate like a perfect match. She even tells him she has a whole lineup of attendants she wants to introduce, people who are masters of art, and the Viscount just sits there, listening. She tells him Lady Remilia isn't just offering an opportunity, she's dangling powerful connections too, and he can't help asking if she's truly confident about those promises. She smiles coolly and tells him her plan would blow past everything Thorn's shop is selling right now, like a whole new universe of business. This bombshell hits the Viscount like a punch. Everything at Thorn's shop is already rarer than gold, the kind you can't find anywhere else, so Remilia must have been running this whole operation in total secrecy. And if she scales it up, the value would explode into something revolutionary, but then she smiles and says, "There's still more." What? This hooks him hard and he can't stop wondering, what could possibly be more valuable than Thorn's products? He asks if he can get a glimpse of that incredible asset, and Remilia shoots off her magic, snapping the cloth hats right off the three demons. Rammel and company finally rip off the mask to expose their real identities, leaving the Viscount to squint and wonder if their scales are even real, but Rammel. Vermilia snaps back, saying they're not in control, because demons have been possessing them since the day they were born. The Visc. This Count's hands start to tremble the moment he locks eyes on them, openly drinking in their beauty, then declares they're far more priceless than anything Thorn sells, and wonders if Remilia plans to showcase them in a little showroom. Remilia shoots back that it isn't exactly like that, but yeah, it's close. Then she draws a hard line. She'd never drag beings this precious into some bargain show. And it's clear he's still curious about what he's seeing for the first time, their value. She tells you straight up, you can't judge value by looking. If something rare gets paraded and swallowed by the crowd, its worth drops fast. Instead, she shoots out a bold plan, bringing in a lineup of painters, writers, and directors to make it happen. At first, the Viscount erupts into laughter, then the second it clicks, he can't help but see just how genius the proposal really is. He gets it, Remilia isn't just flexing, she's planting them through her artistic network, and that's how she keeps their existence wrapped in mystery while they prove their worth. She then turns to the demons and fires, "So, are you especially beautiful for your kind?" They shrug, just run-of-the-mill specimens among their race, and when she asks who's the most beautiful, they naturally. He answers that it's their king, and just like that, the Viscount clocks it. Compared to him, they're nothing but weeds. That snaps everything into place, making the Viscount realize they're not loners at all, but a whole tribe with a king, meaning they're an entire race. His curiosity surges, and he agrees. To back Remilia's plan, he told her to say whatever she wanted, because she'd already lit a fierce curiosity in him, and now he couldn't wait to find out what she'd reveal next. Remilia fires back with total confidence, insisting she always believed he'd reach this exact conclusion. Later, tucked inside the carriage, the demons finally snapped the truth out. When their turbans came off, they swore their hearts would just stop, and that's when they began to recall that sharp, unsettling look Remilia wears the moment a secret gets dragged into the light, because it hits harder when you realize her fear comes from knowing those same traits are exactly what artists prize. Remilia. She blurts out an apology for startling them, and they snap back, "Yeah, we were shocked, but the real punch in the gut was disbelief. How could a human possibly see us as something good?" The fear and guilt they'd been dragging around finally crumbled away, and with their identities safely hidden no more, that heavy weight vanished from their chest, leaving them feeling brand new and breathing easy. Remilia can't hide her excitement. She's craving a world far bigger than her territory, and today's negotiation feels like the huge first step toward that future. Thorn can't shake the question in her mind, what's she really doing involving herself with the demon race? She stares at the sudden, mysterious presence and realizes it can steal everyone's hearts overnight, because in the end, love is the one ingredient that makes it all work. Months later, the artist she introduced finally finishes The Demon Lord and the Maiden of Salvation *, a whole bundle of a screenplay, picture book, novel, and even a song series. Together, they weave the story into something unreal, sparking what becomes the world's very first musical. Once in the capital, excitement zips through the streets as the magical tool shop turns into everyone's obsession, and the newest wonder has the whole town swarming. One visitor even raves about how they snagged a pen that refills its own ink, mixing pure practicality with jaw-dropping magic. Plus, they can't stop talking about the wild packaging, the smooth style of the shop's employees, and their eyes had this almost otherworldly sparkle, and those mystical antlers made them feel like they didn't belong in our world. Another girl gets asked if she found anything, and with a proud grin, she slaps a ticket into view. It's a spoo. The red ticket, so rare it's basically a myth, with just a 1 in 100 chance, lets her snag a front row premier seat to the play the Demon King and the Angel are putting on. The crowd explodes with disbelief and jealousy, clawing to hear her every impression, the play itself. It's pure heartbreak and pure beauty at the same time, strength wrapped in love, so the whole crowd trembles, and people can't stop crying as the singing, dancing, and acting dig straight into their souls. While Demon Realm merch suddenly explodes in sales because everyone's obsessed with its shocking novelty and insane quality, until it's revealed the products are made by an ethnic minority called the Demon Race, who trade with towns all across the land. When the play finally ends, the crowd spills out in a rush, swearing it's nothing like they've ever seen. Sarah's brought to tears as she soaks in the history, power, beauty, and love the whole production poured out, while Remilia just smiles, thrilled that her taste matches the audience's joy after she pushed the musical style in a whole new direction. Sarah prays the demons finally find happiness on the same level as all the pain they've endured, and just as expected, the play hits like a thunderclap, leaving everyone who watches it with a moment they can't shake, while out in the crowd, something stirs. Someone shouts to Remilia and she grins warmly back, then Sarah. Sarah leans in and demands to know who that girl, Ramilia X, really is. He explains it like this: one kid comes from the local shopping center, the other is tied to the church after getting an oracle, and they team up to hand part of the proceeds to the church, while local shops are allowed to help make related products, spreading the benefits through the whole community, and the whole plan actually took off with the citizens. With the evil god crushed and a human savior stepping in, their guard finally cracked and the newcomers started winning hearts, while Sarah looks back and realizes she'd been totally off about magic, thinking it was only for everyday life or just fights. She can't stop staring as magic brings flowers to life and paints the air with lights in every color of the rainbow. Remilia spots how few magicians there are in the country and tells Sarah reckon why real magic, magic used purely for entertainment, rarely shows up. She realizes Remilia has the sharp business mind to see chances everyone else misses, and in the dwarf kingdom, packed with demi-humans, she starts dreaming up a huge stage spectacle drawn from their culture, powered by dance and those personal, unforgettable little touches. Later, Sarah can't stop thinking about it. What if Remilia steps onto that stage herself? Would it skyrocket their popularity? The trouble is, nobody knows who actually got the oracle. She curtly refuses, then drops the bombshell that she once got exiled for attacking the Star Maiden, the country's priceless treasure, and that's when she starts to explain. So she refuses to step in front of the public right now, because fueling this controversy would be a total waste of her time, and Sarah is stunned by the razor-precise way everything's handled, realizing that Remilia's true identity gets revealed, and the truth clears her name, so the world finally sees how her kindness can do something incredible. Then we save it. Remilia nods instantly, saying this stage is exactly where Amy needs to stand. Then she begs Sarah to ride with her as they soar over the land, and Sarah can't help but stare. Everything is flourishing now, and it hits her hard how much work it took to turn that rough, hostile ground into something thriving. Remilia reveals that the soil got better thanks to leguminous plants, because their roots team up with helpful microorganisms to pump the ground full of essential nutrients. And while Sarah can't figure out how anyone would even spot that, Remilia drops the truth. It's a one-of-a-kind process you can only see by looking right at the roots. While she roamed the world, she stumbled on pulse beans that actually thrive in the country's soil, and Sarah is buzzing that she helped make that breakthrough happen, even if she didn't realize it at the time, and she's hoping to. To test these plants in her own homeland, Remilia can. She dives into how her country grows crops by rotating them and leaving some land fallow, then boosting every harvest with compost, while the one infused compost hits like a cheat code, feeding a workforce as big as tens of thousands, and it become a prized treasure in her territory, so she offers He pitches it to Sarah at a special price, making it clear this fertilizer is the key to thriving agriculture, and Sarah nods. She knows this method demands a constant grind, the kind of work and money you keep putting in to make the land actually pay off. She can't help but picture Willard biting into the crops he's been nurturing with pure, relentless dedication. And he got a taste of pure stupidity. Just as the royal government slashed his way out of the magician tower, this guy's patience snapped, so he hunted for a distraction and headed straight to the famed magical item shop. The store hits him like a wave, foreign in every detail, totally addictive, crimson everywhere, displays blazing, and then it all happens so fast he doesn't even realize. Once he finally clocks it, he realizes he splurged way more than he planned, but he's relieved because if anything doesn't pass the approval standards, he can file a claim and get it all sent back. Right when his mind starts to drift, the demon girls shout his name and yank him back to reality. He snaps to the truth in seconds. Every purchase he made piled up so hard that his wallet's contents are totally gone. With his heart bursting, he sits down and writes a letter just to pour out his gratitude and raw admiration. Meanwhile, he dives into a part-time job for his family, pushing to rebuild their finances from the ground up. Even though the service job clashes hard with his temperament, he figures at the price he has to pay, so he grits his teeth and powers through until his next opening lands, because deep down he knows the truth. Nothing moves as fast or offers as many chances as the service industry, and then one day, right as he keeps working, he spots the two demon girls show up for a meal, and the air instantly feels heavier, like this isn't some casual visit at all. Then he watches their every move and catches it. A flicker of hesitation, the kind that screams they're troubled, uncertain, maybe even scared. One of the demon girls admits she's still not used to this kingdom yet, then asks him to pick something off the menu for her. He points to the third item on the lunch menu and tells them it's his personal favorite. After they finish eating, the girls close in on him to thank him, saying his recommendation made the whole experience wildly amazing. Then they notice. Spotting his cracked glasses, one of the girls snaps her magic into action and fixes them on the spot, then hands them back like a sweet token of gratitude. Right after that, she tells him they've got a defensive anti-magic leak solution in their store. At the store, before they finally left, they couldn't stop talking about how pumped they were to see him again. The man stands like a statue, completely stunned by what just happened. Just then another worker moves in, baffled by those tears and the way he's frozen in place, and asks why he's losing it so hard. He mutters to himself, swears to his parents he'll throw everything into his work, and then it hits him. He's actually fallen in love. Willard is seething with rage as he hammers his fist into the table, demanding to know what in the world is going on in front of him. God steps in and tells him to calm down, take a breath, Willard Ray. Rage flares in his chest. He blurts an apology for losing control, yet his frustration burns bright. He can't wrap his head around why they're being treated like this, especially since everyone admitted their agricultural reformation methods had already spread across the land. But instead of applause, they've become a joke, a laughing stock, and it all drags on for 2 months. Earlier at the royal capital, the story snaps to Willard standing in front of the king, who grills him about Pina and the gateway-detached palace, when Willard demands the truth, and the king snaps back that the nobles are furious after a massive food poisoning nightmare at a charity food distribution center. Here, desperate citizens started dropping ill, public safety crumbled, and the main streets choked on chaos. So the king wasted no time declaring this incident the final blow and demanding someone be held accountable. Willard insists that adding daring new treats like chocolate and mayonnaise will supercharge the kingdom's food scene and set them up for a brighter future, too. The Bikini admits it's a total mess, but she's certain of one thing: those nobles won't swallow this as it is. He tells Willard to hang tight until the public's fury dies down, then orders him to slip out of the royal capital for now, setting up the idea that he should wait. He tells him to treat it like a vacation, and Willard bows so deeply you can feel the respect in the air, clearly getting it. He fires off one request because he's not about to stay quiet after months of plotting his agricultural reform, he storms in for permission to trial it at the gateway site, side by side with Claude, and the king finally gives the go-ahead. He leans in and says if this hits, nobody's stopping it, no objections. Then he grins and adds that he can't wait to hear the good news. Every word gets overheard, not just by a maid, but by Remilia's own spider. Then the story snaps to Jim, who demands Willard confirm whether the gateway site really got shut down. Willard confirms they'll be hanging it up for about 6 months, then leans in and asks Jim if he's coming with them too. Jim shoots an uneasy look, and that tension immediately cues Will. Willard points out that he looks unhappy, then tells him, if you've got something to say, don't beat around the bush, say it straight. Jim makes it clear he's called out this problem again and again, then turns back to Willard and urges him, once more, to put distance between himself and Pina. Willard shuts that idea down on the spot, insisting Pina is meant to be his future wife, and Jim should stop demanding the impossible. Jim pushes back, arguing that Pina is still just a candidate and asking if it wouldn't be smarter to keep her by the church, where she can prove what she's capable of as a scientist. Willard snaps back that Pina is giving it everything she's got, then warns that letting the church surge would tip the scales between the church and the monarchy. because they both know exactly what kind of demands would come next and throw everything off. If this all collapses, Jim insists the real problem is still Willard getting stuck carrying the blame every time Pina sparks another fight. Willard snaps at him, calling out his disrespect and dragging the remorse out in the open. It jolts him with the truth. Even if Jim's his foster brother, he better remember exactly where he stands. At last, Jim blurts that Remilia should have been the one to pull off these reforms without whipping up all this chaos. He snatches Willard's hand and begs him to let Remilia come back. Tim blurts out his fear. Since Pina showed up, everyone's been acting off, even his own wife. Even Willard's own voice joins in as he warns them. Keep walking this road, and soon there'll be no undoing it. Nothing will be able to go back. Willard yanks his hand back, eyes ice cold, and snaps at Jim like he's trying to force Willard to break a royal edict. Then Willard warns, if you don't want to be charged with treason, shut your mouth. He then declares that Jim won't be joining them at the gateway site, period. Jim gets slammed with an order to dig up agricultural data from the last 50 years and still keep up with every one of his usual duties, and the moment that final command lands, Willard tells him to get out of the room. Remilia watches everything unfold in calm silence, then lets out a small sigh, like the whole situation is downright hilarious to her. To her, everything about this chaos keeps getting wilder by the second, and she can't help wondering what and who waits on the other side of all this turmoil. Looks like secrets from those earlier fights already slipped into the hands of the powerful nobles. One of them even scoffs that they've heard the king set to suspend the second prince at the gateway site, and with rage boiling so high, they don't have a choice anymore. They hit back with decisive action. With this twist, people start whispering that the first prince, the one born to the concubine, might finally have the upper hand over the second prince, raised by the queen, and the nobles are sure everyone's opinions are about to flip. They even argue that if the whole scheme was meant to push that candidate forward, it should have come with real backing and patronage. And still, the charity food event spiraled into a total disaster that swallowed every other move whole. Remilia spots that the premium stuff is totally gone, like they never hooked the right crowd at all, and she can. She decides to try again later, because she's already got the perfect bit locked and loaded. Then the story jumps to Jim, drowning in work with no real way to finish it all, his hands already slammed with the fallout from the Star Maiden incident when someone finally shows up. And with every task they piled on, Jim's stomach dropped, because deep down he's protesting hard, thinking, this isn't even my job. The delivery man coldly says the real reason Jim even gets noticed is because he's the prince's foster brother. He admits he doesn't know what Jim did to set Willard off, but he's sure of one thing. If Jim loses the prince's protection, the outcome could be brutal, and from his view, Jim already looks like a total fool. This remark makes Jim twitch with pure frustration. The man keeps going, sneering that Jim has to choose, fight or mouth off to the very guy who saddled him with all this work, and insists that personal hate won't rewrite reality. With that, the man ditches Jim behind and panic hits, dizziness crashes in, his vision turns to fog, and before he can even fight it off, a dream drags him under where Willard and Remilia grin at him with bright, warm smiles. He leans in and asks if their engagement cancellation has finally been revoked. Willard answers. Colin stayed stone calm and told her, straight to her face, that he never broke up with her, not even once. Remilia leans in, asking Jim if he's okay, because his face is pale, like he's been hit by something in the night. Jim can't stop wondering, was all of it real or just another dream? Remilia speaks softly and tells him that. He looks way too tense, and she jokes that maybe he just needs a break sometimes, because it'd be a nightmare if someone who backs everyone up with that kind of sincerity suddenly fell apart. Jim tells him bluntly that he's worried more than he should be, then insists that whether he shows up or stays away changes nothing that truly matters. He figures that because he can't reach the gateway site, hanging back will just crank Willard's irritation higher and higher. More importantly, he's sure that Remilia standing beside Willard is the biggest support they could ever ask for, and it hits him all at once. Jim slapped across the face, and his dream instantly shatters into nothing. Willard rips into him, furious, reminding him he was told never to bring that up again. Then he snaps, demanding to know how many times he has to repeat it before Jim finally gets it. He declares that Remilia is trying to kill out of jealousy, then hammers home that she's the kingdom's national treasure, the Star Maiden. So Jim should thank his lucky stars her punishment only landed as banishment, because that's the limit of what she deserved. Right then, Jim's memories slam back, Remilia sobbing, swearing it was all a misunderstanding, and begging anyone to tell her why nobody would believe her. Jim admits to himself he never really owned it before, but now he can feel it. Willard has changed for real, and that truth lands hard on him. He just doesn't stop there. He doesn't get the full story of what Remilia supposedly did, but one thing's crystal clear. Everything she ever wanted was for Willard to believe in her. In that way, she was just like him, aching for someone to trust her, and after standing by Willard for so long, Remilia still got banished, nothing else. So if that's the price of loyalty, Jim can't help thinking, maybe he needs to bolt from here too. Jim snaps awake from the dream, bursting into laughter as he shoots up and sweeps. He snatches everything on his desk, papers, ink, chaos, and sweeps it to the floor, then admits, voice cracking, I can't take this anymore. All he wants right now is one clean, free breath by the sea, so he books a trip to the beach, taps into his savings, and vows to soak it all in, every last second. So yeah, Willard dumped a fiancée who loved him to her core. No hesitation, no guilt, and Jim can't stop wondering when he's next on the cutting room floor. With that hit of realization, everything clicks, he's sure of it now. If that's true, then there's nothing left to do but leave. Ramal Awad. She leans in, watches it all click into place, and starts clapping softly, her face lighting up with pure satisfaction. A few days later, rumors tore through the capital. People whispered that the second prince had vanished from the city, and that his right-hand man, a government official, had taken a vacation so long it felt suspicious. A maid lurking nearby catches every word of the rumors, and goes instantly running with. He rushed to report to the first prince, laid out every new development in careful detail, and demanded to know what move came next. Then a man stood there, staring him down. Standing by the first prince, he points out just how brilliantly his advice to the monarchy paid off, especially the call to send Willard to that secluded palace, and then adds with a relieved nod that it was a lucky break when one of Willard's own trusted men decided to walk away on his own. The first prince shoots up from his seat, face set in stone, and snaps that he's got zero mood for celebration. Yet he admits this chaos is the exact moment to forge their resolve. First, he snaps to the maid, track down the one who now runs the business after that old confidant, pull them in, and get them on our side. They dangle stacks of money in front of him, test what he's really capable of, stoke his hunger to be someone important, and hand him a reason sharp enough to flip into a traitor. Then he orders a total blackout from the royal capital, no updates, no intel, so Willard has to run the whole operation solo. While Willard is out there spreading his wings, the first prince sprints to win over powerful nobles and drag them straight into his factory. Even with the wind seemingly on their side, everyone knows those stubborn nobles won't cave easily, so the question lingers, does the first prince actually have a real plan? The answer, the first prince is the prince. The first minister steps up and says he's been tracking the Star Maiden's money trail, convinced there's a crack they can exploit, and that preparations start right now to land real results. Then one of the men fires back that there's no way they'll be able to seize that cash flow. He admits they're not at war, but his gut keeps screaming that getting their goals won't be as easy as they hope. The first prince snaps back that this isn't some easy play at all, exactly why he's betting everything on this single move. Then he adds, they've played nice so far, but now it might be time to expose the nasty threat lurking underneath. Queen moves to a village next, and there's Thorn again, barreling toward Remilia like he can't stop. She can't figure out why he's rushing like this, then Thorn blurts, it's urgent, and hurries through the explanation. He kicks things off by saying an absurd person has shown up, but before it all goes further. Before the first prince can finish his sentence, the first prince is already behind him, cool as ice, quietly greeting Remilia. Remilia takes one step forward and blurts out that she never thought the day would actually come when the first prince would pay her a visit. Then she bows her head and says, straight from the heart, that it's an honor to meet him, an honor to know him. She can't help but think, wow, he actually pulled off that swim like a pro, and then, plotting her next move, she decides to reward him with a role to play. On a brutal stage, one that's about to torch Prince Willard I's once bright future and leave nothing standing. The first prince steps forward and demands one thing, he must apologize for his foolish brother's mess. He's telling him his brother just wants to see the demon-linked village up close, but the first prince panics it'll cause trouble, until Remilia shakes her head and says, no apologies needed, your visit is an honor by itself. The two of them climbed to the peak of the upper mountain, and she suddenly asked, can you see it now? As he stared down at the very thing they'd always prayed he would finally witness. Staring at the sheer infrastructure, he can't believe what he's seeing. It's beyond anything he ever imagined. On top of the farmlands, everything's expanding. Shared homes, schools, churches, factories, and all kinds of businesses are popping up too. Word hit him that craftsmen and the poor families kicked out by demon-made knockoffs had fled and started rebuilding there. The city's growth hits harder than anything he ever dreamed of, and still. But most of all, he says that because of her, he finally believes a day like. Then comes that one day when the blood in his veins finally gets to drink in the blazing light of day, and Then he snaps out of it and goes straight into business, claiming his mother runs in demon blood, and declaring he wants full government-to-government trade between the two nations, and he presses the question, what happens next? As he asks if she'll cooperate, she beams and nods immediately. This is more than I ever dared to hope for. And right after he drops his secret, she cracks open her own and finally tells him everything she's been holding back. She felt like she was clinging to the maiden's memories, like they belonged to her, memories of the one who'd come and saved this world, and she still couldn't let go. He tells her she'll finally open up about what she endured and lay out exactly what she's going to do next. Speaking of that, she suddenly clocks it and says, he points out he's tied his hair on purpose, saying sure it looked gorgeous flowing, but this style fits him way better. The first prince smiles like he just got it too, thinking, yeah, because of her, we don't have to hide a thing anymore. As a prodigal son living it up exactly the way he liked, he suddenly realized. He finally realizes his younger brother's talent wasn't magic at all, it was all because of her. If their family is in trouble, they don't have the luxury to mess around, they have to act and fast. On the day of the meeting, the vassals are cracking up when one of them jokes that Willard really has a talent for humor, and that his agricultural method is already catching fire across the countryside when fertilizers finally hit full stride, and sales routes get locked in, tax revenue is set to smash every record. Willard blurts that he hasn't heard a word of it yet, and one of the vassals shrugs and says, of course, you've been away from the capital for a while. Claude's plan for a national streamlined insurance and pension system got hit with a sharp backlash from one vassal member. He said it's underfunded, mismanaged, and it ignores how badly it could sour things with the church, which keeps people loyal by backing public health. They laugh it off, claiming their expectations were way higher. After all, the second prince and Claude's men were legend tier back in school. Still, the truth hits hard. You can't judge fresh graduates so fast because their real power hasn't even shown up yet. Someone pops a hand up and pushes, hold up, let's dig into this some more. And then boom, turns out that mystery guy is the very first prince. Then a vassal steps forward and says he knows the first prince has a bold plan for national trade, and that everyone here will absolutely want to hear it. Willard realizes the whole air feels different now, like something's shifted, and he just can't quite explain why. The vassals' rules are shifting, so the first prince steps in and tells them this. Lately, in towns near the capital, demonic artifacts are suddenly flooding the streets. If you've been paying attention, you'll know the salons of these powerful nobles are buzzing nonstop. Some of them are already knee-deep in running the state. The Countess's salon is absolutely booming. She's turned into the hottest social spotlight in town, and people can't stop talking about it like someone could. Nobody expected it, but even at their age, the moment they saw those mysterious items, they lit up with excitement for the first time. And the show at the Viscount's estate is still talked about as downright magnificent and spellbinding. Word is one vassal's wife hoards novels and dolls, and back home another vassal's son has started carving a life-size statue, while Willard. And Claude and I just stood there, stunned, staring back at a gaze that suddenly made the looks we knew turn alien, sending chills crawling up our skin. The demon folk's culture and relics aren't some passing fad, you only need to touch one to know. So the first prince steps in and pushes for something bigger. Stop doing tiny private deals and start moving that trade through the government. This hits so hard that Willard snaps his voice up, begging for a quick pause as he humbly admits he doesn't know what these demon folk items are really made of, and it makes him wonder if their whole nation, every last person, can be trusted for any kind of deal between governments. Signing a contract with a total stranger can blow up in your face, especially when you don't even know what kind of nation you're dealing with. Personally, he'd never even heard of the demon folk or their homeland, so one of the vassals. The castle folks are whispering, saying the prince still hasn't seen that. A whole plague goes up, and it instantly sparks Willard's snap retort. Surely no minister in their nation would swallow a fictional story like it's the truth. Then the first prince cuts in, warning both sides. Stop stabbing each other with thorns in your words, because once your meaning gets tangled, your real intentions vanish and real discussion dies. He nods and admits Prince Willard's worries make sense, then he begs for one thing. Let him explain the demon folk first, right then he finally spills the bombshell. His mother runs in demon blood. Whispers ran through the meeting like a shockwave, and even Willard couldn't hide his surprise. The first prince shrugs and says that reaction makes perfect sense. A few vassal members snap out, demanding to know why he stayed silent this whole time, and freaking out over whether this revelation is a straight-up betrayal of their nation. The first prince snaps that the demon realm was only just confirmed as real, and that it all. He swears the rumors come from a country that doesn't even exist, and nobody would ever buy it, not for a second. He's basically saying there's no point revealing something you can't verify. Their nation thrived for generations by marrying into foreign nobility, and when his mother, a commoner with demon blood, caught the king's eye, she didn't just become a concubine, she became the one he favored most. Beyond the stuff everyone already knows, he's convinced there's nothing else about his past that the nation even needs for governing. Then he turns to them and asks, "What do you think?" One of the vassals snaps back that there's nothing to worry about, saying that elven and beast blood families have shown up throughout history too. Then the first prince exhales in relief because they finally get it and move on. He slams the discussion into motion and tells me this. Before the demon realm ever existed on the map, it sat on a wild, uncharted continent where my ad. Asthma choked the land, and when the danger got too close, they snatched kids up and blasted them back to their home countries with teleportation magic. The miasma crisis finally dies down, and now everyone's buzzing about opening the borders for reconstruction. The screen. That mystery wasn't an accident. Information is scarce when demon folk have been woven into human life for centuries, quietly living side by side for so long. And then they told him plain and simple, to stay quiet, blend in, and never draw attention, while everyone else followed the same rules, keeping their distance and refusing to get close. Also, no one would spot the staggering difference in their lifespans. In the end, too many just vanished or took their own lives. If they were truly a dangerous species, history would have screamed their name, so the fact that no one ever bothered to record them proves they just live quietly, without causing trouble. One of the vassals fires back that this isn't a problem at all, claiming they're just a small minority in the crowd. Another jumps in with a sharp question. If the countries are on friendly terms, what do they gain by upgrading from private deals to official state-level contracts? The first prince thanks the question and lays it out. Demon Realm is packed with top-tier, fully developed resources, and if they help it grow, everyone stands to gain big. And because the Demon Realm is choking on miasma, food shortages hit hard, so now outsiders can score cheap imports and rake in serious profit, right when their own country's agricultural reforms are kicking into high gear. He cuts himself off mid-explanation, blurting out an apology and insisting he's got no hidden motives, and the whole group erupts in laughter, meanwhile Claude and Willow. People point at Willard as the perfect target for their entertainment, and the vassals insist that backing them up and shipping goods to a resource-rich developing country is the key to real trade, because dealing between nations pays off big. Benefits hit first, then trust locks in fast, because the demon folk are tightly bound to the first prince, and the whole situation looks like it's about. Everyone hails his foresight as truly remarkable, because acting ahead of other nations is a move so smart it earns unanimous praise. A few days later in the present, Remilia studies the whole mess and can't stop asking herself if Claude and Willard have always been this reckless. Then she draws a conclusion. Even so, she can't shake the truth that they deserve every consequence, but she knows that won't be enough. The projects that. Turns out the whole mission Willard and the others were supposed to carry out, the one tied to that river that keeps flooding again and again, has all. All that mess got shut down already, sealed away by the upstream dam built right inside her territory. The floods and disasters are gone for good, and the monster threat is dead too, because their miasma source has been cut off. Now the world finally turns inward to handle its own mess, but she's already decided she'll sabotage that effort too. That first prince, who was once so far down the line of succession he barely counted, is now storming right into the center of politics. She gets Willard's crushing inferiority complex, because she knows exactly how it digs into him when someone he calls beneath him turns around and proves they're better. That's why he finally felt calm beside that ridiculous, disgusting woman. She treats him like he's tiny and clueless, but somehow that faith in him makes him feel like he belongs. He's convinced he'll have to swallow the lesson the painful way, then it hits him suddenly. One of the communication channels suddenly starts to glow bright, and she spots Angel rolling into the village, then she bursts outside. She steps outside and waves, and Angel rockets over, grinning as he tells her he'd been frantically searching for her this whole time. She can't help but wonder what's got him so damn happy. Angel can't help thinking it's been ages since they last saw each other, but when he speaks up, he declares that he's finally finished the very task they sent him to do. He then steps up and unveils the antidote to the love potion, right back on the spot. The day Angel finally tracks down the alchemist who brewed the love potion, the second she arrives. The alchemist spots the demon lord, abandons everything in an instant, and bolts into a full sprint, because the demon lord lunges in an instant, snatches him up, and demands to know why he's running. Terror shaking his hands, the alchemist yells at him, "Just let me go," right as the story cuts off. The demon lord speaks softly, urging him to breathe easy, because all he wants is to. Angel's eyes widen as he starts glowing, stunned when the alchemist blurts out that if he steps any closer, he'll fall head over heels for him. Angel is completely stunned by this revelation, and the alchemist, voice trembling, keeps staring into the void, asking what would have happened if nothing else had even shifted. It's already been months since that first prince stood up at the assembly and pushed for bigger trade. Even though rival nobles raged at the flood of competing goods that crushed their profits, the ones still cashing in from their own villages shut down every complaint. Ramilia blurts out, asking Angel whatever became of the alchemist. Angel speaks the truth, and unleashed mana spills out of the alchemist like pure magnetism, poisoning every bond he touches and turning his relationships into constant messes, so he's been hiding in isolation ever since. Mana didn't mean to, but it slipped into the tons of potions he was cranking out for his country. Then some of those mixes got smuggled into the human realm, and it turned out their charm effects only worked between humans, so they were snapped up fast and sold like gold, leaving Ramilia to pay the price. Yeah, suffered barely covers it. Nothing about this was mild. The potions were first meant to crank up whatever emotions you already had. Tragedy hit when the alchemist's own natural mana turned into a sentence buffer and multiplied the fallout way past what anyone predicted. He was devastated by the chaos, but he clenched his teeth and threw himself harder than ever into building an anti-null. Ramilia leans back and realizes it. If the alchemist's mana could be pushed through without conditions, then forging an antinode would have been brutally hard. And yeah, his reputation, it's built on one thing: failure after failure. At first it looks like he's on the verge of pulling it off, then everything starts wobbling midway and crushes his momentum, but he refuses to quit, pushing through with the alchemist's grit and the demon lord's mana, which doesn't budge at all from his charm, until he finally completes the antinode after blending the right herbs. As expected, the angel's mana steadies everything like a lifeline, while the alchemist practically bursts with joy, certain he's finally about to craft medicine that can control his own mana. Ramilia smiles, sensing the end of this torment is near, because the alchemist won't be kept apart for long before he can finally live safely among everyone again. Once again, thanks to her, the demon realm clawed its way back from the brink and flourished so hard that even the alchemist finally dared to dig into his own mana research for real, and he's overflowing with gratitude for everyone who made it happen. Possible, Ramilia swears she's just obeying heaven's revelations, but Angel gently the conversation swings to her and he lines in, asking how she's been feeling lately. Ramilia fires back, thinking about how she's the one who has to handle the trade alliance, and remembers how that rival faction tried to crush everyone with brutal taxes on Demon Fox magical tools, taxes meant to choke local products and force them out. When she brings up the idea of fresh trade deals with the Dwarven Kingdom and other foreign powers, the first prince smoothly steers his own supporters to lock in a fair tax rate because of this. After a tense set of negotiations and the agricultural reforms that flooded the market with harvests, price collapse seemed inevitable, so Ramilia scoops up every last bit of surplus for herself. This bold move slams the brakes on a massive economic disaster and shields a whole chain of territories. So yeah, thanks to her hard work, they've now built a huge web of allies, a solid trade base, and real prosperity. And while Ramilia cuts off the nobles who hurt Amy, letting their own precious crops and goods tank in value, she turns around and welcomes the commoners who fled crushing taxes, swelling her estate's population like crazy. She runs the whole operation, and even makes sure a teleportation gate is built to link the village straight to the capital. While the staff from the Magician Tower are grinning at this amazing new breakthrough, a wave of worry still creeps in. They try to set up a direct link to the estate where demon folk live, but the pushback hits hard. People slam it as discrimination, calling the worry completely baseless. This audacious infrastructure project is about to trigger a full-blown revolution in how everything gets delivered. Angel can barely believe it. This is the day when the world's outcasts, the ones people once hunted as demons, are now treated with respect. Thanks to Ramilia's sharp foresight and the merchants and stores working together, more and more citizens are lining up to meet demon folk face to face, and the numbers are exploding. Even Angel has gone from survivor to national celebrity, and the estate, it's transformed into a massive trade hub, fueled by everyone in the neighborhood, driving the economy into overdrive. Hotels, restaurants, theaters, fun spots, and souvenir shops for tourists keep popping up everywhere, but the hotel steals the spotlight. A jaw-dropping cavern carved right into the cliff, built with Dwarven Princess Sarah's help as a reward for all her hard work. Angel stares ahead at the crushing weight of tomorrow and vows to bring his absolute best to the treaty negotiation. Deep-rooted factions and selfish power cling on like roots, and Ramilia lanes in, warning him to watch his back from the extremists. Even now, Angel can't stop worrying about everyone around her, and as he cautiously asks if she'll come with him, she lets out a heavy sigh. Eisen warns that if anyone spots him standing next to that so-called criminal, critics will instantly slap the criminal accomplice label on him, and that could blow up the whole deal. Reluctantly, Angel admits she's worried. When he asks if she'll do one thing if the alliance wins, she stalls, unable to find the words. Her thoughts spiral, but he snaps in with a calm reassurance. He promises he'll lay out everything once the dust settles, and the conversation finally fizzles out. It ends with Remilia laughing and smiling, because she's fully seen Angel's real motive behind the proposal. And then, finally, the negotiation day finally hits, and too many participants came with the same cold fantasy, expanding civilization over a so-called uncivilized minority, while secretly skimming the profits for themselves, using the bragging rights from countless victories in war as their power move. Yet when Angel shows up to the meeting with Climate by his side, every single person drops off mid-sentence. Present freezes in sheer awe, can't breathe, can't blink, while Angel begs stares them down. He opens by pouring out his deepest gratitude for how they've sheltered refugees for years, then makes it crystal clear that he truly believes this alliance will spark growth and forge real friendship between their two nations. As soon as the meeting wraps up, Angel rockets back to Remilia, and she pounces on him, desperate to hear how it went. He smiles and tells her the deal was sealed cleanly, no glitches at all. Giddy with relief, she realizes both countries peacefully forged diplomatic ties at last. Then Clement leans in and tells her the king and the opposition party, stunned by Angel's insane mana, have basically frozen up in terror, nodding along like lifeless dolls. At first, the Willard and Star Maiden faction looked like they had the strength to take on the Demon King, until everything started to fall apart in the ways that matter most. Diplomacy alone won't always cut it. Sometimes you need pure, overwhelming force, the kind that can topple a whole nation by itself. And when the angels storm the castle, wielding that power at his side, it leaves everyone watching in stunned silence. He reassures Remilia that he's no threat at all, credits the talk's success to friendly nobles, only for Clement to completely read the whole situation wrong. Remilia's misunderstanding just cracks her up. She bursts into laughter at the mismatch, while Angel flashes innocent smiles the moment he's in front of her, because as ruler, he takes the biggest slice. The smartest move, but the rest is pure payback. Everything left is Amy's vengeance. Meanwhile, Pina laned in clothes, eyeing every piece of jewelry like her life depended on it. He orders his designer to get something new, because the Star Maiden has finally clawed her way back from her secluded health retreat. The designer pitches a brand new, trendy piece pulled straight from the demon realm, nothing like the Star Maiden's usual style, and it's about to blow her mind. Pina freezes in shock. Then when the designer casually drops the bomb that the Star Maiden might not know the demon realm's trade is booming, everything clicks for Pina. The continent where the demon folk live has been cleansed of the evil god's miasma, and the country is now. Now the city was finally calm, everyone was trading, and aristocrats threw exhibitions in fancy salons, until rage burst back in. Engulfed in rage, Pina clenched her teeth, stormed out, and demanded answers about what's going on, because she couldn't just let it slide. She can't wrap her head around how trade with the demon realm started without a disaster, and what it really means that the miasma is suddenly gone. Her mind reels because the miasma-cleansing power of the Star Maidens is supposed to be the miracle that fixes everything, a power meant to make her the one they worship and adore, especially Angel, the former villain. And then she bursts into. As she slips into the room, Pina bursts in on the meeting already in full swing. Willard jumps in surprise when she barges in, then blurts out, "What happened?" Pina roars that everyone's getting tricked, and she won't let anyone look away. Willard leans in and fires back, asking what she's even talking about, right as everything starts to click. Pina explains that once demon folk keep getting hit with miasma, it twists their minds into a madness called friend. Frenzy erupts, and to claw their way out of it, they feast on humans. Anyone who survives the nightmares they leave behind starts calling them devils. She swears the whole disaster traces back to one thing. The creator, the god the demon folk worship, has fallen and turned into an evil god. She shoots them a confident grin and tells them, "Don't worry, I'm the Star Maiden, and I can cleanse the evil god and save the world." The vassals start chewing on her words, wondering if the demon folk really are devils, and if she's about to turn that label into a weapon, even while she rules as the Star Maiden and sets other races up for persecution. Every vassal member snapped their eyes to her, and in that instant her world spun out, she blacked out. She snaps her voice up and screams that they've all got it backwards. This is straight from history. A devil showed up, swallowed hundreds of citizens, and this is exactly what the demon folk looked like when they finally lost their minds in frenzy. One of the vassals fires back, saying they almost let themselves get tricked, Meanwhile, someone else snaps back, "I don't get her at all. How can this Star Maiden, who's never even left the country, possibly know this much?" She falters for a split second, then declares, loud and certain, she's the star maiden destined to save the world. A vassal member clears his throat and snaps that she can't just deny what the demon realm rulers have already announced, unless she brings receipts, so. And if you dared accuse another nation's god of unleashing a travesty like that, war would slam down on everyone, and from there, the demon realm. The film even forked over a huge donation to their country's church, all to thank the girl who got the oracle from the gods. Her words and actions are like aiming a gun at the sacred rule of honoring each other's gods, because that's what keeps nations with totally different cultures cooperating. And then. So they start to wonder, did Pina make those claims knowing full well the very first prince in front of everyone is, himself, a demon-blooded descendant? At the exact moment the first prince locks eyes with Pina, she's completely stunned by his beauty, like the first time she's ever felt her breath catch. She's seeing him for the very first time and her mind screams, is he just like he looked in the game or totally different? She fidgets and blurts out that she knows he's got demon blood in his veins, then she can't believe everyone else knows too, because it was meant to stay a secret. The first prince fires back, demanding to know if she's trying to smear his name, hinting she wants to ruin him as the concubine's child with demon blood, so Willard, her lover, can seize the throne. Pina. Nina yells that this was never what she wanted, swearing she was only telling the truth for all of them who are getting played. The first prince snaps back, insisting that she's really trying to say the demon folk are bloodthirsty monsters who bow to an evil god, while everyone else was dumb enough to get duped by their act, and only she has the brains to see through it and condemn them before the whole world pays the price. Pina hits the nail on the head. She's convinced every single thing she's done was meant to protect them. Then a vassal member blurts out, if you really can see the world's truth with miraculous power, then. The capital's safety would stay locked down tighter than ever, no matter what. At that moment the whole room erupts in laughter as Pina feels totally sick to his stomach. Willard snaps at her to go back to her room, then she turns to leave. Leaves Russell as the first prince snaps his voice at him, saying his lover fits him perfectly, and begging him to cherish her with everything he's got, full of. A wave of shame hits Willard. He grabs Pina and storms out of the meeting room, inside. Inside her chamber, Pina can't stop wondering what's going on because as everything spirals, she's losing. Her mind snaps, she loses control and smashes everything in her path. Her mind spiraled as she raged at those filthy pigs who dared to look down on her, then she reminded them. She can't believe it right in front of her, she's branded the Star Maiden, a national treasure, in an instant. A sharp knock slams the door. It's a servant telling Pina that someone said she called for him, and he can't help wondering if he should slip away and come back later. Pina beams at him and straight up thanks him for showing up, calling him Romano. She admits her room looks awful, then snaps that it was the first prince's faction that hates her, using the maids to harass her, and she's convinced they're only doing it because they're desperate. Willard is first in the line of succession, and if he ever marries the Star Maiden, the first prince is instantly wiped out of the race. Now she digs in and swears her miraculous power is meant for one thing, to protect the citizens. Citizens are whispering about how terrifying the royal family is, and Romano looks honestly relieved, like a huge weight just slid off her shoulders. Romano's right there with her. He softly pats her shoulder and asks what kind of request called him in, and she's about to explain. She blurts that she has to grab certain items no matter what because they've locked her in the palace and she's forbidden to leave, and then she tells him that she's craving the nectar from the Lilith flower and the tuberous roots of Esmodel. Romano can't shake the question, where in the world could anyone even sell something this dangerous? She shoots back that demon folk have been popping up with shops left and right, and she's quick to hammer home one thing, she is a demon folk. It makes it crystal clear. Nobody is supposed to know those items are meant to help her slip something into his hands. A pink diamond flashes as she speaks, and that sight makes everyone freeze. Then you realize the gem has power. Romano tells her, leave it to me, and even points out that somewhere among those guards, there's gotta be someone he can hire. Then Pina chimes in. And he hears this, if he pulls it off, she'll crank up the reward even more, setting off. He's pushing Romano into blurting that he can't wait, while Pina reels in the reflux. She can't explain why the trade with the demon realm hit so suddenly, but she knows this is her shot, her one chance to. A shot at snagging purchasable items once again. Little did she know, every second of this scene is getting filmed and watched by one of Vermilia's spiders. Then the story snaps back to the king, face twisted with worry, as he finally grasps that this is the fourth person already this month, so I can't help but wonder. I can't shake the feeling he's made a terrible mistake, like a man who's about to lose everything. A lone man barrels through a massive black pit, sprinting like he's being chased. Then confusion crashes over him as he keeps going, wondering what kind of nightmare this is and why nobody is anywhere to be found. Laughter bursts through the emptiness out of nowhere. He snaps his head around and shouts, desperate for anyone to tell him where he is. Once those figures whip around to face him, their faces look twisted beyond human, grotesque, distorted, and terrifying. Something feels wrong. His skin crawls with unease as he stares at these people, desperate to figure out what's happening. People stare, and then, right then, he sees his mother getting readied for execution. Tears pour down his face as the truth hits him, and the crowd erupts into applause, forcing the execution to start. Right then, he lets out a full-throated scream. Screams for them to shut up and stop demanding to know why everyone is. Doing this, the truth smacks him hard because he lied, and now the answer comes for him without mercy. The execution carries on without mercy. He screams in hysterics, drowning in pure despair. Despair crashes into him out of nowhere. He jolts awake, and He stares into the darkness, wondering if this nightmare is real or just a dream, and why it keeps crawling back into his life again and again. Tears spill as he keeps apologizing over and over, not even knowing why this hurts so much, yet he swears he'll finally tell the truth and do better from here on out. Then bam, the story snaps over to the royal palace. A calm butler tells the king, no matter how long you glare at that report, the words won't budge. The king knows it's true, but his mind refuses to accept it. He can't stomach the idea that the witnesses would backtrack on their testimonies. Again and again, they've all confessed that they testified because the Star Maiden asked, Willard. Millard once swore he had the perfect proof, but now the king's drowning in regret, realizing he should have ordered a royal family Secret Service investigation way back when. Back then he was convinced she was just dodging blame and trying to escape the fallout. On paper, the evidence looked airtight. Those crushing charges and stacks of documentation left zero wiggle room, yet if it had all been. It turned out everyone had been alive from the start, so all that condemnation was nothing but a laugh-out-loud trap designed to make Remilia finally stop and face what she's done. Willard never planned to wreck the engagement. He just had one thing brewing, and it all went sideways. Elsewhere, everyone's whispering about the shock that Remilia's engagement got cancelled, and the revelation behind it. Turns out some testimonies were fake, and that shock hit everyone hard. Suddenly, people started asking why the witnesses lied, and whether money was involved, and it all escalated from there. It becomes clear they felt forced to rescue the Star Maiden, even if it meant straight-up lying, while everyone else can't wrap their heads around how anyone could pull that off. Maybe they were completely smitten, because framing an aristocrat that boldly feels insane, and it wouldn't be shocking if commoners ended up behind bars for it. Even though just a few testimonies have surfaced from this mountain of evidence, everyone's convinced this is only the opening act, and there may be more coming soon. They've uncovered far more harassment than anyone ever realized, and once you see who he was up against, it's easy to understand why Willard felt totally trapped. Because the king's unshakable faith in him only makes it worse, and now everyone's whispering the same question. What is the king going to do with Willard next? Doubts about the whole condemnation spectacle start creeping in, and the Second Prince's faction begins to lose its grip fast. Those who keep their mouths shut watch their courage crack little by little, and if everyone speaks at once, the whole thing smells suspicious. So Remilia gets to win as the truth unravels at a crawl. But dragging it out in silence only means they're wallowing in pain for longer than they should. Nox snaps the silence in half. Sophia slips in and declares that a letter has finally arrived for him. Remilia sent straight by her family. She pauses, caught in doubt, not sure if she'll feel comfortable picking it up and reading. Amelia took the letter without a flinch, saying she'd be fine, but the words inside hit hard. Her father wanted to know if she was really doing business with demon folk and whether he should step in. In aristocratic society, where information is power and misinformation is a blade, hesitating for even a second could get you killed, Remilia had already thrown up countless traps to keep them completely in the dark. The letter also spills the truth. The duchy's business has been crumbling, leaving some residents jobless, and the reason is Remilia herself, flooding the market with cutthroat demon realm goods. Remilia tells Sophia that anyone barely scraping by deserves a place in their domain, and then she turns to her and asks if she can take on the job. Sophia bursts into joy, flashing confidence as she promises, "Don't worry, I'll get it done." She's sure these people will turn into a powerhouse workforce, and Remilia backs that belief, because deep down, she's convinced Amy would have taken care of them too. A sly smirk tugs at Remilia's face as she remembers the day her father stripped her of her status as family, then told her to see herself as nobody at all, while she thinks about what that letter is. Way too rude to send in a business message to some stranger, she shot off fast. He quickly agrees to your request, then slams the decision down. If he won't trust Amy's innocence, he's going to face punishment for it, and right on cue, another knockfall hits. Angel shows up and they demand to know if he actually made it to that meeting at the royal castle of Blue Flame. He starts to answer, and his reply cuts off mid-sentence. He's done it, and he comes back with shocking news that'll blow your mind. In 6 months, Blue Flame will host a banquet to celebrate the two nations forging diplomatic ties, and he's already pushing hard for Remilia to come with him. Remilia freezes in shock, staring at him like, wait, is she really going to show up? Angel tells him that, as the partner's guest of honor, she'll get to stand before the king and lay out her proof herself, then smash the lies in his charges straight to his face. He keeps the promise he once carved into his heart for her, swearing he'll bring every last thing back Remilius. Sophia's face lights up with pure gratitude, and she realizes, finally, the real beginning is right around the corner. She's so overwhelmed with joy that she starts immediately lining up every arrangement she'll need, right as the perspective. The scene snaps to Willard as he turns on Pina, barking that it makes no sense to keep demanding more dresses when the villa already made and fitted so many. Then he presses the point hard, insisting there are still outfits she hasn't worn yet, and it hits me like a warning. It's her he's reminding me of. He reminds her that budgets don't stretch forever. Pina freezes, stunned by how ice-cold he can be, and she just cuts off as she can't believe it. She can't believe he's acting so calm, while demon folk mock his fiancée for showing up to a banquet in casual clothes, and she's convinced it'll wreck the nation's prestige. Willard keeps talking, insisting he's just trying to push restraint and manage spending. Then Pina suddenly crumples, sobbing through her tears. Tears spill as he mourns how far away he's drifted, then irritation surges, but it steals his breath. Bring himself to hate her, as Willard storms off, he spots. Notice the first prince striding in, grinning ear to ear, rolling alongside his closest companions. What in the world is happening? As he watches them, Willard can't help but wonder, how the hell did everything spiral into this? Remilia's face flashes in his head, and her question hits him like a spotlight. About why he confessed he loved her when he still couldn't even wrap his head around the fact she was real. The scene snaps again. Remilia stands in front of a mirror, and with a flick of her fingers, she shatters it clean in front of her. She clenches her focus. No matter what hits her, she refuses to look away. She has to flash a perfect smile at the banquet, just like Amy did once, because the day won't wait. The moment she tossed that woman into hell, a brand new life exploded into existence. She breaks the silence and rushes out an apology for making Amy wait for so long. With full awareness of what her name carries, she makes a vow she'll rip everything back from Pina for Amy. The first prince storms up to the village gates and tells the guards he's here to see Remilia. He lines in and asks, would you mind pointing the way to her? The guards freeze, demand to know why he's here, and he shoots back that he's only there to observe and that he can't stand it anymore. He wants to see with his own eyes the village where demon folk and humans live side by side. When Thorn hears what's going on, panic slams into his chest. Lady Remilia is away right now, teaching magic to the kids, and a human from the royal family isn't something to shrug off. He realizes this is too serious to leave to anyone else, so Thorn knows he'll have to tell Remilia himself. Right then, Sophia steps in and asks for a moment of his time, leaving Thorn staring, thinking, who in the world would be hosting royalty right now? What? The story snaps to Sophia standing tall, formally greeting the first prince, and laying on a warm welcome like she means it. He rushes in, admits he showed up without warning, and exhales in relief when he sees she's perfectly fine. Sophia drags the first prince to Thorn and calls him the village chief, and Thorn snaps back with respect, saying it's an honor to finally meet him. He tells the prince Remilia's out right now, then waves him toward her mansion and insists he can kick back and relax until she comes back. The first prince locks Thorn in a sharp stare, and Thorn's stomach drops like he might have messed up somehow. So the prince presses, asking if Thorn is really happy living here, and Thorn shoots back that he couldn't be happier that. Then he slips away with an excuse, saying he'll return with what he learned, and while the first prince waits, Sophia steps in to guide him. Right then she realizes the prince isn't looking past Thorn at all. He's starting to follow her, and before she can chase them down, the prince. Her guard plants himself in front of her, blocks her path, then drops his head in an apology, begging her to let the first prince move without restraints and promising right there that he'll stay by Sophia's side. He tells everyone the prince is honestly thrilled to see the village with his own eyes, and he refuses to have a single thing staged or pretended. He's dying to see everything with his own eyes, so Sophia blurts it out. She lets out a quiet sigh then because the request comes from an old acquaintance. She decides she can finally trust him, and at this point it'd be harder to pretend she doesn't. Angel A wouldn't be right for her to chase the first prince when he's unarmed, just because he wants it that way. Shale leans in and asks Remilia if there's someone special in her life right now, someone she could never, ever forget After a quick pause, she finally tells the truth. Yeah, there's someone in her heart, and they're more precious to her than anyone on this planet. Those words almost slam a heart attack into Angel. Her mind snaps straight to the former prince, and panic spikes as she desperately wonders if that's who Angel means. Remilia quickly shuts that idea down. No way it could be him, and she lays out the reason right after. She tells her that the person she's talking about is someone Angel knows inside and out, like, intensely well. Their first meeting lit a blaze of anger in her chest, not warmth, and it didn't stop there. Angel starts getting more and more lost, then, for a split second, he can't help wondering if she's talking about him. After that icy look he threw at her during their first audience, she absolutely had reason to feel furious back then. Remilia keeps going, explaining how that person stood up for her, treated her with real care, and even said they wanted to stand by her side, and before she even caught her breath, her feelings snapped into place too, deep and true. Angel's confusion skyrockets, and his mind races back to the day they fought the Creator side by side to purge him. Because back then, maybe he'd already been pulled toward Remilia, without even realizing, like he was trying to shield her. And even after all that, he couldn't quit worrying about her safety. So when she speaks, he grips every word, desperate to know if she's saying she started caring for him during that time too. It's like every word is aimed straight at him, and Remilia keeps going. This person lives by honor, and above everything else, they want her to be happy. She adds that even they have a soft, vulnerable streak, one that hits her so hard she wants to shield them forever. At that moment, Angel is totally sure of it. He's flooded with emotion, spins on his heel and bolts off, laughing that they managed to talk like this before the party. Then he drops the hint that he's got something he's dying to give her later, and tells her to wait for it. Remilia is busy studying a dazzling golden mana stone. That stone matches Amy Remilia's hair color and Angel's eyes, so when Clement says the Man of Stone is something Angel made herself, Angel's secret hits like a shockwave, and if she knew, what would it even mean? When Remilia is asked, she snaps back that she's heard nothing about it, then her worry turns sharp. What if it's something bad? Angel storms up to Clement and blurts out, "I've been mistaken, you've totally misread it." He explains it's nothing but insect repellent, with zero hidden meaning, nothing at all, not what Clement's been believing. Clement fires back, saying that tricking someone just to clear your path isn't something worth cheering for. Angel keeps pushing back, swearing that none of it is true. He's not deceiving Remilia, he just hasn't told her yet. Remilia actually knows this from Amy's info. Demon folk hand you a mana stone the same color as your mana when they're making a promise, and wearing it is basically the deal is on signal, though yeah, she's never heard it firsthand. Luckily, she thinks she actually likes both brothers, and this kid is a loyal retainer through and through. He'd throw his life away for his brother and his country without a single doubt. An angel is a master ruler. He swallows his own feelings, then makes the hard call for his people and his country, even if Pina tries to sway them, she can still trust one thing deep down: they'll pick Amy Remilia because the two of them. They'll shove their own emotions aside and put their nation's interests first, no matter what it costs them. Right then, Sophia bursts in with a rush of apologies for the interruption, saying she's here to file a report and get Angel's advice on it, just like that, and then Angel gets the shocking news: someone's corpse has been discovered, and everything about it is about to matter. And just like that, Sophia drops her suggestion for the appointed day, shoving some into his hands. At last the waiting ends. Today is the day of the party, and then every noble and demon shows up in force, and the crowd begins to pour in. Spill that this is the Lilin wine brewed from linen fruit, and they heard it actually helps your health, but only if you've got the mana to back it up, and yeah, turns out the Demon King brewed the whole thing as a goodwill offering, so something's definitely going on. People swarm up to the Countess and greet her with, "What a day, huh?" Then lean in, wondering if it's just them, or if she's somehow even more stunning again, all while pointing out her jewels are straight from the Diamond Kingdom. They swear they've never laid eyes on gems like these, and she's absolutely shining, just breathtaking. Suddenly every face freezes, Pina walks in, and the whole crowd's eyes blow wide open. They all contort their faces, then still murmur that she's got shockingly refined taste. Though her popularity has dipped, somehow her budget keeps swelling, and they can't help wondering if those sparkling bits in her hair are crushed diamonds, because it looks like only the Star Maiden is. She's floating on high spirits, but her friends are already wrecked, and when they mention they haven't seen Stefan in ages, it's clear. He used to be They used to call him the star of high society, a musician who owned the spotlight. but now they whisper that he won't show his face at the magic tower anymore, like he's vanished for good, spending his days at home doing nothing. And Lord David, the sword master's younger brother, his fiancée's feelings died overnight, and she ripped their engagement apart. And then there are Lord Claude and Willard, crammed under house arrest at the vacation villa. Imagine it, the same young men who once looked like they'd soar now trapped and stripped of everything, and it just proves you never truly know what life is about to throw at you. Suddenly every head snaps forward, because someone just blurted out that the king and the demon king are coming, right now, and Pina notes it. He spots Angel standing there, and the moment she locks eyes with him, her whole heart gets swept away by his sheer beauty. The king settles into his throne and breaks out in pure joy, welcoming the demon lord to their country as they celebrate the birth of diplomatic ties with the demon kingdom. Then he makes his wish crystal clear. They'll keep standing side by side as even stronger allies. The second they sip that linen fruit wine, joy hits everyone like a wave, and they can't stop grinning as it takes over. And Angel turns to the king and asks how he feels right now. He bursts out that it's like all those years of back pain were wiped off for good, and that the relief matches what he felt the first time he tasted the fruit, only this time, the liquor hits even harder. Angel leans in and reveals this liquor wasn't just made to celebrate, it was brewed with a special curse-lifting power, wiping out even the curse choking the king's land. The crowd starts whispering, stunned, what curse could he possibly mean? Angel leans in and calls it a curse, one that cranks up affection like it's feeding on it. Then she drops the real gut punch. Maybe some of you already noticed that the bond you couldn't explain for one specific person has suddenly disappeared. As predicted, all four men start burning with disgust for Pina, and it only gets worse. They fuse the linen fruit's power to slam the body back into its natural form with Angel's mana, immune to love potions, then soaked it all in alcohol, stirred in herbs from the demon kingdom, and finally, they forged the perfect antidote. Even as chaos rips through everything around her, Tina keeps staring at Angel, convinced he's staring right back. She barrels toward him as Angel demands, "Who are you?" The king tells her straight to her face. She's the girl who holds the power of the Star Maiden, the legendary centerpiece that keeps their whole country standing. She remarks that she's basically an ornament, so that's exactly why it makes. She lets out a teasing chuckle and shoots him a playful look, like he just called her something she's supposed to proudly show off. That reaction left everyone in the room stunned. Amelia feels laughter bubbling up inside her, and she forces herself to stay calm, because if she lets it out, she'll totally burst. She's determined to stare right at the horror twisting Pina's face, up close, packed with despair and regret. Pina blurts out, "Can I call you Lord Angel?" When Angel asks for her name, she purposely slips in. She acts all silly and adorable, plays dumb like she forgot, then introduces herself as Pina, the Star Maiden, and demands he only calls her Pina. Angel strides up to the king and lays out the truth, making it clear that she wears a perfume sent from their homeland, one they use to nab people hunting banned drugs, and then she can't help wondering if that's the kind of move the diamond folk would see as straight-up hostility. Right then the first prince snaps his order, Sylvester, grab Peter and hold him back. Pina freezes in pure shock, stunned that Angel would twist this into hostility, and she blurts out fast that she'd never do anything like that, insisting it has to be some kind of mistake. Angel lines in and tells them he got a fresh report straight from their trade manager. He was hunting for a banned drug that could bend the demon folks' minds, so when they pushed him with threats, bribes, and straight-up violence, the trade manager didn't cave. He slapped him with a harmless perfume from the demon realm as a decoy. That exact perfume smell now spills out of Pina, so if this isn't meant to kill him, then how is she calling it just a misunderstanding? Pina's panic spikes because Angel's eyes can sniff out lies in a heartbeat. Angel clocks it instantly. She knows this power is real, but she still insists he's wrong, claiming she only wanted peace with the demon folk. Angel fires back that she used drugs to make that happen, and then Amelia admits to herself her earlier warning was dead on, and Pina erupts in rage, snapping why he'd even dragged that woman's name into this, while Angel steps in, barks that those wretches' mouths be sealed, and declares, snapping that she's got the nerve to insult the woman who saved his country, and admitting he's so enraged he can barely stop himself from strangling her to death. He yells that she never had his permission to use his name, and demands she shut that vulgar mouth of hers. Then Pina is left totally stunned, scrambling to understand what Angel is even talking about. Amelia strides forward right then and steps between them, begging Angel to lower his voice for her. The moment all four men spot her, they're totally stunned, and Pina doesn't exactly look shaken either. Everyone's just as stunned, how could she possibly be here? Then the crowd erupts into murmurs as they spot Lady Remilia, and they can barely believe how much more beautiful she's become since the last time they saw her. It's the jaw-dropping comeback of the Jewel Rose, the shining pride of high society, and it's not stopping there because it's obvious things just snapped into a brand new, mind-blowing direction, one tomorrow's newspapers will be screaming about as history. Pina spots the golden manna stone Remilia is wearing and immediately wonders, did Lord Angel send it to her? With rage boiling through her, she might. She keeps up the act, plays dumb, and swears she had no clue the item was a banned drug in the Demon Kingdom, because to her, it's just a good luck charm meant to help her make friends. Friends, then it hits her like lightning. From this moment on, her ties to the Demon Kingdom aren't just growing, they're plunging deeper. So she looks everyone in the eye and declares it. She, the star maiden who's meant to represent this country, will marry the Demon King. The humans and the demons alike are left staring in total disbelief, words completely stolen from their mouths. Angel snapped her head to Remilia and demanded what kind of nonsense this idiot was throwing, peanuts. Renat presses on, declaring that as the Star Maiden she can summon and supercharge every kind of ability, so Angel should crown her, because he's already struggling to deal with that troublesome demon while trying to train it. In this realm, even the observers can tell Angel looks totally lost, like he can't wrap his head around what's happening. And yeah, that outrageous proposal isn't some made-up bluff. Pina truly believes every word she says, all the way down to the very bottom of her soul. Angel's weakness hits hard when the other side truly believes every word, and with that pleading, puppy-like gaze, he nearly loses his nerve. Right then, Remilia steps up and turns to the king, thanking him for inviting her to. She steps in and tells everyone, today, I'm not here as the Duke's daughter, I'm here as a guest of the Demon Kingdom with Angel. The king lights up at her arrival, and Remilia flashes back. His welcome sends pure joy crashing into her heart. Then she notices the Star Maiden looks sick, says she needs a quick breather, and suggests they pause for a moment, because things are only getting more intense from there. We can save the messier stuff for after the party's over, then and only then. Pina S at it again, shouting, crying, and pointing at Remilia like she's furious as hell, blaming her for pulling another horrible stunt, then pleading, please, stop, please, as her voice cuts off, she's just not done. She can barely believe Pina is openly trying to bait Remilia, and Remilia thinks if this was Amy, she'd never dare drag it into public like this. For a second, she even weighs letting Pina slip away gracefully, but Pina shuts the door on that chance completely. Remilia keeps pushing forward, knowing that sooner or later she's going to have to face the fallout she created, Pina. Nina can't stop wondering what in the world all of this is supposed to mean, and she instantly calls it one more of Remilia's filthy schemes, because even after Remilia was banished, Pina still hired thugs to attack her so she'd never come back, yet somehow those goons just grabbed the cash and bolted. She berates herself for missing something, but she shuts that guilt down, because this isn't the moment to sit and spiral. The king strides forward and throws an apology at Angel's feet, owning up to the disrespect and rudeness from earlier. He says they'll wipe Pina out immediately, and tells Angel to look past The whole incident hangs in the air, then the queen steps in, shuts it down, and makes it crystal clear. Pina stays, she even points out. It's been confirmed the Star Maiden has been twisting people's feelings, and if anyone wants trust back, they've got to wipe every last suspicion clean right here, right now. Now she declares that this moment has to be used to forge diplomatic goodwill to secure a tomorrow where they'll stand side by side, hands locked tight. Before every witness in the room, she grabs the moment and demands the truth, straight to me. The king finally gives in and agrees with the queen's idea, and suddenly everyone's buzzing. What's this banquet going to turn into? Some folks even start whispering that maybe there are people in the crowd who should bolt right now, because the thought that the Star Maiden they'd all propped up could be tangled in scandal. That sets off a wave of murmurs. Murmurs ripple through the hall, then the Viscount snatches the thorns and shoves him forward, barking, hurry before, so they could push closer to the stage and lock in one of those so-called VIP seats. This is the first time the Countess has even heard of a VIP seat you can't sit in, standing room only. Angel pours out his gratitude and the queen leans in, asking if there's any way he can help them. Then she snaps her command and orders Sylvester. The investors told everyone to step back and made it brutally clear they weren't going to let Pina stay silent out of fear. Pina realizes she has to fix Angel's misunderstanding somehow, but her heart still refuses to forgive Remilia, no matter what, and she can't stop asking how it all spiraled this far, while the queen steps in and declares it's time to hear both sides' accusations. Pina whips her attention over to Angel and snaps that Remilia has tricked him. She swears that the woman got banished for trying to kill her. Angel shoots back that Remilia branded those accusations as nothing but malicious falsehoods, and insists every word she spoke was the truth, with zero lies. He hints that because his magic eyes can spot every lie, Remilia, and the whole. The crowd starts buzzing with doubt. Can he really spot lies just by looking? And if that's true, then what happened with Lady Remilia was a straight-up fabrication too. Pina won't back down. She insists none of this is true, and that Remilia just never understood she'd already committed a crime, because even back then, Remilia refused to admit it right up to the very end. And there were tons of witnesses who saw her get slammed down the stairs. Then she snapped, now's the moment to pull the accomplices in, and brought up Will. Willard shot back that he'd seen the whole thing too, because, yeah, it wasn't exactly a mystery. He rushed in when she hit the ground, then stood up in front of everyone and bluntly said he was disappointed in her. Willard was. He grumbled back reluctantly, admitting that he'd said exactly that. But deep down, he's not okay at all, something off, and he can't help but think. He thinks he didn't mean it for real, so he quietly begs Ramillion, please don't wear that look, please don't look away from him. The truth. The truth, he's in love with her, and Angel can tell Pina thinks she can wiggle out of this by just rewording what she's saying. Pina shoots back in her head, fully convinced Angel can see with his own eyes that every word she just said was the truth. Angel jumps in and suggests that if that's the case, she's supposed to answer only yes or no, so when he presses her harder, doubt ignites. Did she lie, forge evidence, or bribe witnesses to make it work? Have Remilia dragged into punishment on lies? Pina glares at him, instantly clocking that the way he's questioning is dirty play. Angel leans in and says, if you choose to stay silent around me, you're basically waving a flag that says you're guilty. Inside, Pina panics. Her mind races as she tries to choose, trying to figure out her next move because she can feel herself unraveling. The Countess snaps her voice over to the Viscount, demanding his attention as she calls out to him, asking. He was basically demanding, don't you think the country's whole power structure is getting ripped apart tonight? The Viscount grins and laughs, saying this is still the wildest party he's ever been to no matter what. Proving once again that he's got absolutely zero worries, just pure carefree swagger. Meanwhile, Pina's composure shatters. She starts trembling, muttering that she's the Star Maiden, so Lord Angel should be hers, and she can't stop staring at Remilia's brooch, the same color as Angel's eyes. In her mind, the Mana Stone was meant for her, she deserves it, and that Remilia, criminal or not, should be executed. Thorn. Lawrence watched everything unfold and couldn't believe his own eyes, because this woman didn't just steal Lady Remilia's fiancé, she actually thought she could now set her sights on their demon king. It hits him fast, she's not all there. Angel snaps that he doesn't care how sacred the penis position is in this country. Because when he wants someone, it's never just a passing thought. Never for their title, then he grabs Remilia's hand, and at the same time Willard's mind screams at her, don't look at him, don't listen to him, clinging with all his might to the hope that Remilia is his. Angel keeps going, laying it all on the line, because the one he loves is. Even with not one ally by her side, she clung to hope, refused to fold, and poured everything she had into the world she believed in. He declares his love for the gentle maiden, Remilia. She might be the purification who was blessed by the goddess of purification, the youngest daughter of the Creator, but even without that blessing, he's still all in. Sensing Angel still loves her, even while as the crowd explodes into cheers at Angel's confession. Remilia shuts her eyes, convinced she's finally figured this man out, then her thoughts trail off, caught mid-reckoning. He realizes just how extraordinary and discerning she is, because even when he sees her for who she really is, he's still drawn to her, and she does the same with Amy Remilia, loving her no matter what kind of person she is. Nature, as applause erupts through the hall, Pina's eyes go wide, and panic floods her mind as she can't even believe what's happening. She tries to bolt toward them, but Sylvester darts in and slams her down to the ground. He grabs her tight to stop her. Pina shrieks at him to back off, then slams the question in his face. Does he really think he can call that violence fine just because he's the sword master? Right then, Willard calls her out to her face. Did you really frame Remilia with lies? And Pina erupts, shouting back. She snapped back that she didn't, and insisted she was terrified of Remilia, like the woman kept hunting her down until she was always trapped. Remilia finally realizes somehow in this twisted mess Pina wasn't lying. Pina really was terrified of Amy, and even without any items to boost her favorability, people still kept gravitating toward her. Those boys didn't fake it either, they truly loved her, and that truth slammed into Pina like a brick wall. She knew she'd never win with honest effort, so she threw away dignity and turned to dirty tactics. Sophia steps up to the king, asks for permission to speak, and drops her introduction. She steps forward and straight up tells everyone, I'm Lady Remilia's secretary now, then drops her family name like it's gone. The crowd buzzes with whispers, replaying the rumors that she ditched her whole household. And David, watching in silence, realizes it's true. She once walked away from everything to serve Remilia. He seethes with regret, wishing he'd listened to Sophia back then, because if he had, he'd have been standing right beside her. Sophia slams a bag onto the floor and shouts that she's ready to unveil a magic artifact in front of everyone, because she wants to tear apart the criminal schemes and reveal the evidence against Pina. She calls it magic, an ancient water mirror that spits out the truth from the past, and Pina's face snaps into shock as she blurts, "What is that even supposed to be?" Remilia snaps at Sophia, demanding, "Why spill it now? Because if she does, Pina's about to get dragged through the public's judgment." Sophia fires back with calm confidence, making it crystal clear those worries don't matter at all. His Majesty the Demon King's magic eyes can spot the truth better than anyone else, but since this mess drags in so many people, fairness means laying it all out in the open so nobody gets cheated. Remilia snaps the reminder. The evidence was only supposed to go to the kingdom after the evening party. Sophia admits she never thought Pina would dig in so stubbornly, so now she's scared to trust the evidence to the kingdom by herself, especially with a scandal this huge hanging over them. Remilia whispers a grateful thanks to Sophia inside her head, because she totally felt this was coming the moment Sophia's justice bomb of a heart decided to act. With her vision now clear, Remilia finally tears the truth of Amy to the world, and she whips around to Angel, ready to speak. But he stays cool and quietly says he'll take care of the projection himself. Then the queen turns to Remilia, praising her sharp kindness but making one thing crystal clear. This isn't just a private mess anymore. It's already dug straight into politics and blown up into a national storm. If they don't lay everything bare right here, right now, suspicion will creep in and betrayal won't be far behind. Cracks in the system finally shattered into a dysfunctional government, and a life-or-death crisis erupted, putting the nation's survival on the line. In the end, that crushing failure lands on the powerless, so Remilia realizes this is no accident, it's an unexpected rescue. Clement suddenly calls her over and tells her to come for a second. The moment she steps toward him, Angel throws up a barrier around them both, and Remilia instantly knows it for what it is, a mana barrier. He taps it lightly, grins at how solid it feels, and says she could probably smash it if she really wanted. Then he grimaces because with him trapped in there too, one slip could turn him into collateral damage. Remilia reassures him she'll get them out fast and careful enough to keep everyone from getting hurt, then quietly praises Angel's call, because Amy would have probably cooked up some other plan that could have derailed everything, and this way nothing will get in their way. She realizes that before she can tear down that mana barrier, the truth is going to smash into the light first, right as the... Everyone there just stared, stunned out of their minds that magic can actually throw the past into the present, and even more shocked to find out places can hold memories. Tina shrieks and spirals into panic, clinging to denial like it's the only lifeline, and she demands. He demands they shut this nonsense down right now, swearing it could never work, like an album made from recorded moments. Meanwhile, the Viscount grins so hard it almost hurts, bursting with delight as he declares that the... And then boom, the final climax is about to explode into the scene. The Countess gasps in awe that the kingdom has never seen a night where every noble is packed into one hall. So much scandal goes down your throat, it might as well be wine. Then she declares this night is about to turn into an unprecedented masterpiece. As the crowd stumbles through the past memories, one after another, they're left completely stunned. Anyone who helped Pina is yanked away on the spot and marched into a separate room, and even David, watching it happen, can't wrap his head around how badly they were played. Every single piece of evidence and every witness testimony was cooked up from scratch, pure fabrication. Willard reels at the Remilia was jealous claim, laughing at how utterly ridiculous it sounds, like the whole idea is just as ridiculous as it seems, as if that story is ever true, they're all trapped, hooked by a spell that cranks up affection to the max, and now they're finally snapping into regret. God thinks the spell totally worked on them, because deep down they were already feeling sparks of attraction toward that lowly commoner. They couldn't resist her, so they brushed off his sister and went straight for that woman, soaking up the thought of her jealousy while that dirty little thrill only made their bond grow tighter. From the very start it was screamingly obvious, but these people still refuse to admit the truth is right there. He refused to let the idea sink in that his sister could hurt someone just because jealousy was eating her alive. Claude can't even wrap his head around that. There's just no way that could be true. At last it hits him. He realizes that he never once, not even a tiny bit, felt affection for that woman. So the curse didn't get inside his head at all, and still the others kept fawning over her, swallowing every delusional story about his sister's jealousy. And when he watched that whole ridiculous act unfold, he realized this was the chance he'd once had. Ever since they were kids, Claude swore Remilia was the most beautiful person in the whole world. And he'd always been desperate to marry her, that's exactly why. He cut her off on purpose and let those ugly rumors hit her hard, because if her engagement fell apart and she got publicly disgraced, he'd swoop in and claim her. He had. He'd mapped out his whole climb, smash into politics, rise as a future duke, and then come back to her the way she once welcomed him with open arms, with. Realizing it, he bursts into laughter as it all starts to turn. Turns out she clawed her way up on her own, spreading her reach across foreign nations, and even pushing to reshape this very country from the inside. He's on a whole different level, like she could never reach him. Right from the start, he was never supposed to belong in her tale, and then he finds. He couldn't help it, this whole situation was downright hilarious to him. Sophia then declares that from this moment, the projection might be too explicit for unmarried women, and she orders every woman in the room to cover their ears and look away. She spills the truth. This man is Romano, once Lady Remilia's personal bodyguard, and he didn't just leak her schedule on purpose, he also cheated with the crown prince's lover. The crowd explodes in outrage at the reveal, and the words shameless and no decency spread like wildfire, because the fact that Pina once had been a candidate for the crown prince's fiancé makes their fury burn even hotter. Behind the mana barrier, Remilia freezes in disbelief, staring at the footage like, how did you even get this? She can't wrap her head around it when Pina pressed Romano to lie and back it up with fake evidence. She shoved two choices in his face, cold cash or her own body. She figured that scene got cut for good, never to be shown again, yet Clement was convinced Angel and Sophia had brought it back, sealing everything for good, and the truth was even harsher. Remilia had already expected they'd catch it, so she made sure it stayed in. Even she had been stunned to her core, unable to wrap her head around the fact that Pina had secretly recorded something like that, pretending it was all to preserve her chastity. It was so disgusting that Remilia almost snapped, losing her cool in the blink of an eye. The Viscount sneers that Pina isn't anything special, she's just a national-level con artist. The Countess smirks. If she'd ever worked in a brothel, she would have run the whole joint, but since she didn't, she had to settle for less. Being born as the star maiden of everyone's dreams instantly makes her feel like a royal mistake, a disgrace the nation can't stand. The first prince can't believe it, but then it hits him. Maybe this shock was always part of the plan. They say a star maiden shows up when a world-ending crisis shreds reality into chaos, a saintly legend everyone knows, yet he can't shake the feeling that he thought the world had been way too calm to suddenly deserve all this chaos. For ages, the Demon Kingdom's miasma kept haunting everyone, but it never once truly broke through to the human world across the sea, and even without the Star Maiden's power, the nation always handled it on its own, until now, for the first time since the nation was founded. They're teetering on the edge of a massive crisis, one that could shatter the nation's trust in a single blow by a hegemony so huge it controls the world, and if it finally crumbles, the whole globe will feel the shock. A vassal starts to panic, thinking the first prince might be hinting that the girl herself is the real harbinger of disaster. That thought makes him wonder, was she ever a real, rightful star maiden in the first place? At last, Remilia shatters the mana barrier open and flashes the signal. This is enough. She knows if it keeps going, people will start to think they've crossed the line. Knowing Amy should still carve out some scrap of dignity for him, moreover. And yep, every necessary step has already been locked in against Romano and the other culprits. Meanwhile, Pina stays put, teeth grinding with silent rage. Willard strides up to her, demanding she explain why she'd do something like that. Tina snaps into tears right away, yelling that it's all fake, that Remilia set the whole thing up just to get revenge and embarrass her in front of everyone, and she swears Ramona is a magical genius who could whip up footage so real it fools anyone. Footage? Willard stays calm, yet he fires back. How could this be real when the moles in the clip line up perfectly with the ones on Pina's body, the same marks hiding under her clothes? He pushes harder, wondering if Remilia somehow knew those very details too. Pina is completely rattled and she blurts out in disbelief, asking. Right then Willard spilled the truth, demanding to know how anyone could even imagine he didn't know, he revealed. She swears that right after they graduated, she tried to seduce him, barely covered under her coat with nothing but thin undergarments, and he's saying that's the truth. That he's genuinely relieved he shut her down back then. Tina crumples to the floor in tears, accusing him of cruelty for saying those words. Remilia can't shake the feeling that luck is finally smiling at her, and she's left wondering, did karma come back to repay what she did before? The Viscount leans in with a grin, clearly savoring the shock, like he just landed the one blow that could break everything. Meanwhile, Willard's composure crumbles. He remembers the Demon King bragging that he shattered the mind-controlling curse with wind magic, and that clicks so hard in his head that he demands Peanut tell him the truth about everything she's been doing to them. Peanut frantically blurts that it's all a brutal misunderstanding, that she didn't do a thing wrong, and that she's definitely not the one winning here. Willard crumples apart, yelling that it's all the penis's fault, and then sobs uncontrollably. Sobbing and screaming, he claims he turned into someone truly detestable because of her, then dares anyone to imagine loving a girl as wretched as her. Pina, shaking with panic, yells that she knows Remilia plotted it all, and that this whole world was meant to be hers. Remilia blinked in mild shock, trying to figure out what those words even meant, because this world wasn't owned by anyone. Pina keeps screaming that the evil god who showed up as the final boss isn't some monster at all, it's the creator corrupted, and then she storms at Remilia, accusing her of tricking everyone with that ridiculous rotator lie. Remilia jerks back on instinct, stunned. How dare Pina label the creator an evil god? Pina snaps furious, telling her to stop acting, and then she drops the bombshell. Remilia is a reincarnator too. That line hits Remilia like a gut punch, but she snaps back into acting, pretending she has no clue, then plays dumb and asks, "So, what is a reincarnator?" Pina says it's about someone getting reborn with memories from a past life. Then she leans in hard and asks if Remilia's got that same kind of past, because she wants the truth, and Remilia means. Keeps her totally bewildered, and that confusion only. It only lights Pina's rage even higher. She bursts into screams, snapping that Remilia should stop pretending, accusing her of doing it on purpose, and yelling that they're standing right inside Star Night, the video game world. Remilia keeps shutting it down, swearing she's never even heard those words, and insisting no one could possibly have past life memories. Angel steps in without a shake, then calmly snaps that Remilia is telling the truth. Actually, she's never lied, because she isn't a reincarnator herself. Amy's the one who got reincarnated, and only she can crack open the Star Night memories, the game's secrets laid bare. Remilia, someone who'd never once heard Star Maiden or Night of Salvation in her life, just stared in total confusion, thinking she'd finally hear the real words, but nothing she'd been promised ever showed up. Express pities Pina because she didn't just bribe and seduce people, she framed others and somehow even reached into their minds. The whole damn thing is twisted beyond belief. He'd chase that love at any cost, even if the whole thing was stitched together from lies. She blurts out that she must have lived through the saddest, loneliest life of all, and this. Pina's fury detonates the second she feels even a bit of sympathy. She's beyond restraint, and she starts to begins screaming and snarling in a total breakdown, spiraling into a manic frenzy. Remilia and realizing this is the most brutal moment of Pina's life, everything laid bare by the one person she couldn't beat, not without sinking to dirty tactics, only to get slammed by the same person again, utterly crushed and left for dead. As she watches, real sympathy hits for Pina. She's not just foolish or pitiful, she's trapped, bought with drugs and money, and everyone who's tied to her like that will be the first to ditch her the second things turn. Pina's dirty tears don't even compare to Amy Remilia, it's night and day. And then the first prince straight up tells the king that Pina's crimes are crystal clear, so there's no reason to keep her locked up anymore, and the king agrees. She agrees, then snaps to the guards to take her away, and Angel can't help but marvel. Remilia can even feel sympathy for a person who lied and accused her, and that boundless mercy floors her, moving the whole scene. Remilian's presence rips through the crowd. People start weeping, begging the world to give them a pure-hearted soul like him. Melia finally exhales when everyone sees the full weight of their sins for framing Amy and Angel. Angel then turns straight to the human king and lays it all out. She won't stand for the country, and she's saying women are the same as any other, because they've got no plan to keep punishing the ones who got tricked by that filthy devil and the king. He burst out his thanks for this incredible generosity, then asks what Angel meant by calling her a devil, and the crowd goes wild. Remilia leans in as the murmurs start to rise, and she locks her eyes on what's unfolding. Serves that Angel isn't just lucky, he's got the heart and presence of a born ruler. Or a hardened, unshakable force of will, ready to make sure that woman is eliminated. Angel keeps going, saying the Star Maiden carries memories of the one destined, memories meant to save the world, pure divine knowledge, like it came straight from the heavens, but there's not a single trace of that wicked creature anywhere in them. He finally admits he's long known Pina isn't holding the real soul of the Star Maiden. Something dark and evil is wearing her like a mask, and Pina just blurts out, wondering what became of the original soul of the Star Maiden, and that. Then out of nowhere, inspiration hits, he snaps into action and lays it all out. He points out that prophecy and reality tore apart, because Remilia's ex-fiancé and her childhood friends, the ones who were supposed to team up with her to save the world, got twisted and controlled by that devil, and with deadly false accusations pinned on her, Remilia had no choice but to trek through ancient ruins all by herself until she finally clawed her way to the Demon Kingdom. After her grueling journey, she threw her strength behind the Demon King and helped crush the evil god that had been tormenting the creator, because this wasn't just miasma it spread. It also birthed a devil, and that monster's rampage tore up both humans and demons. Humans and all this incident smelled like a devil's nasty plan: boost some other evil force, then move in to wipe out Remilia, the very one destined to purify it. People start whispering in tight circles, convinced that the Star Maiden might have been a fake, because her power wasn't magic at all, it was prayer that somehow boosts others, and the results are terrifying. They conclude a devil has been wearing the saint's body. The vassal blurted to the prince that this proves his worst fear: she really was behind the disaster. By smashing the devil trapped inside a saint's body and blowing its plan to topple the nation wide open, a shocking bond snapped into place with the long-isolated Demon King, and that connection triggered a blessing that flooded the whole country with prosperity. Truth or not, it still delivers the cleanest ending, turning a possible national embarrassment into a legendary new chapter for Remilia Rai. Realizing what Angel is up to, just like the day she once exposed the evil god to her people, he watches it unfold, and now it's his turn to see what's coming, and he's about to realize it. They twisted Pina into a living symbol of sin, pinning every ugly lie on her to bury the truth that wouldn't go away. Pina knows the creator has twisted into an evil god and almost wiped the world out, and she also knows devils are what demons become when they fall into friendship. Frenzy surged: if they wiped out that devil, everything would finally click into place, and nobody in this country would dare block such a perfectly timed ending. Still, she won't let Angel choose Pina's fate, because that woman is hers to hunt, and she flat out declares she wants Pina to live forever. Finally, boom, a statement hits the room so hard it shocks everyone, and it all starts with her. In her heart, she's convinced that even death, the one mercy she might be granted, would be far, far too good for her. Romano. He spun around in confusion, trying to figure out what kind of place this was and what was coming next. Hanok hits like a wave the second they spot Remilia herself standing right there, and when she moves, it's about to go down. It's obvious they're trapped right inside a dimensional rift. An alternate world is swallowing them whole. She built that lab inside a secret dungeon chamber, and it all ripped open a world that had already buried Amy's goodness long ago. A world built only for her. This is the true wilderness, a place where neither Amy nor the Remilia she once knew can ever survive. It's the emptiness in her heart, clawing at everything in her. A cold, ruthless place, where everyone who ruined the goodness of their own world ends up, cast away for what they did. In this place, mercy doesn't exist. She stews in the pain she survived, all because that man tossed cruel rumors around like they meant nothing. She can't stop wondering if his whole act was revenge, sparked by the hurt of losing her back in the capital, when she shut down his advances, and a mere bodyguard like him hit rock bottom. Then one after another, the women Romano crushed and deceived step forward, tearing down his lies until there's no escape left, because now there's no place for him. He's got nowhere left to hide, no safety, not even with her old best friend, who freezes and asks if the person in front of her really is Ramel. Remilia, and then it hits her: how on earth did she ever miss that sweet, innocent Remilia she used to swear she loved with her whole heart? She remembers how that love got twisted, how her best friend used that brutal day to chain her into dependence, then tossed him aside like nothing the second graduation ended. The ice-cold cruelty from someone who claimed to be her best friend is straight-up unbelievable. Unbearable, then her former friend leans in and demands what's going to happen to her, Remilia. Lee can't wrap her head around it. This is the same person she once trusted, and now he's been unmasked as nothing but a disgusting pervert. She announces that an experiment is about to kick off, one built to drain the soul, and in doing so, dare the forbidden art of the gods and shake the very core of what it means to be human. Romano can't shake the feeling she's gone out of her mind, and then she reads. She just accepts it because every single one of them has pushed her here, but deep down, she's still aching to claw her sanity back one day. Right after they drill the instrument down, she's yanked straight to the royal castle. Willard pours out his deepest regret, admitting that she lit up the whole world, and it made him feel like he didn't deserve her at all. So he admits he tried to shrug it off by convincing himself she was shallow, just like the rumors said, because then he could convince himself they'd finally make sense together. He knows he's been a fool, but he swears there's one thing he needs her to believe. Believe it, he loved her, and he always has. Remilia admits she loved him too, but the one person who needed those words most, on that exact day, is gone. Once it hits her, she steels herself, says goodbye, and slips out the door. As she steps away, a soft cough escapes her, and for a split second she wonders what he really meant to say because it all felt. Now it all feels like nonsense to her, but seeing their tears and hearing their regret still chips away at the hurt in her heart, just a little, because it's the pain she can't forget from losing Amy. Right then she spots Angel standing nearby, and he's already clocking it. She's finally moved on for good. She locks eyes with him as he pours out his wish to marry her in just a few weeks. Weeks later, the future starts snapping into focus. Somewhere else, a man lanes in and says he remembers a boy from just a few months ago, one who'd been traveling toward a neighboring country with a whole group of others. The searchers stared at their fate and realized the truth. Those poor souls were slammed by a landslide on the mountain pass and dumped into the river, and the accident was brutal. They only managed to recover the coachmen and the horses, while everyone else vanished. After hours of searching, two boys finally stumble on the carriage wreck and sacks scattered in the current, and it's over. This crew got swept away. Did they live? Nobody knows. All they can see is that the group already slipped into the neighboring country, so now any rescue is basically a ghost hunt. The truth hits hard. They meant to run, and their trail vanished like smoke. Finally, the infamous trial kicks off at full speed, run with razor-sharp professionalism, right up until the moment where it all starts to go sideways, Even factoring in the devil's meddling, the endgame is brutal and clear. Disarms hit back to back, and a whole noble house crumbles to dust. The verdict S meant to harden the bond between the nation and the demon kingdom, because together they actually stopped the world from getting wiped out by a devil. For the royal bloodline, the hero's heirs and the Star Maiden's descendants, staying on top means birthing a brand new legend, because once the demon kingdom's cooperation starts paying off for the country, keeping the demon king pleased becomes the one political truth that can't be ignored. So when it comes to Pina's mess, the first prince slams down one piece of evidence after another, and the question everyone's asking is, what hits the crowd the hardest? So the man Pina used as a middle step to get that perfume she wanted to use on demon folk, did his death become the key? Romano, the crucial witness, gets slammed by a rockslide while sprinting away with his men, and now he's vanished. Pina dodges the death penalty, but the sentence hits just as hard. She's forced into hard labor and ordered to travel around the country, delivering physical enhancement blessings to the public by handing them over to convicted minors in different regions. They throw one brutal sentence to the entire world. This is the only punishment they announce, and yeah, that's the truth. To stop the devil from slipping his influence onto the prisoners, they crank the cruelty way higher. She gets shut down with a magic device, vile incense gets burned around her non-stop, and she's shoved into a disgusting cage to beg for protection for the inmates, all while her body is pinned inside a wheel-like contraption, trapped with. Pina bursts into panic, shouting, completely lost. She can't figure out what's happening, and the cloth's brutal stench has her reeling. Then she hears. Voices are buzzing with one burning question. Why are they here, and what possible reason could bring someone like her along for the ride? Just like that, they rip the veil away, and someone snaps into action Pina's condition. Rage fills his voice as he calls out the cruelty that's been done to her, then declares, I'm here to save you. Pina freezes when she spots Elmer. He's already barreled to her side the second he heard the Star Maiden got taken. Pina remembers they were supposed to meet in town, so her mind races as she realizes the awful truth. She might have been on Elmer's route all along. Just as she finally starts to piece it together, another voice snaps, complaining that she can't do this alone. Lone is hit with foul play, and it keeps happening, one after another. Then a wave of men surges forward, shouting that they refuse to be left out, and demanding credit for getting them this far. Overwhelmed, Pina swears this can't be real, then tears spill as she's certain her pain has finally been repaid, but that wasn't the kind of reality we live in. Two men hauled the cage back down, and things went too far. Trapped inside, Pina hears people outside screaming that the devil's here, and that her stench will ruin their noses. As the noise pounds on her, she can't help wondering if everything she lived through was just a dream. Soon the prisoners get herded inside. Right in the middle of them is the one man's only son, the same boy whose father stole and extorted for Pina's sake, only to be wiped out later in murder, and now it's obvious the welcome she's getting is brutal. Authorities shrug their shoulders and she's left to rot, getting exactly what she planted because she is. She's denied any chance at atonement, no forgiveness, no acknowledgement of her remorse, and not even the right to repent. From that moment on, she becomes nothing but a walking casket for misery. Her whole existence crumples into ugly sobs and non-stop misery. She's trapped in a life of pure torment, and this is her story. Her punishment came for tearing Amy away from Remilia and wrecking Amy's sweet, kind world. Pina gets branded a devil, and they say the hell she's trapped in is the place where the fit fits her perfectly. Meanwhile, across town, people spill everything they've learned, and one person can't even believe it. they're swearing the Star Maiden was actually possessed by a devil. Realizing this all but proves the Magic Tower's budget got slashed, and that's why they fired him. He gets asked if he really believes devils are real, and the man fires back that the way she tore through the ball was human at all. It was like watching a wild beast maul everything in its path, and then Man blurts out a worry about Willard, guessing he might have been cut off from the family fortune, while Jim watches closely. He watches the first prince rocket to fame, and honestly it wouldn't shock anyone if he gets crowned the next crown prince, especially since forging stronger ties with the Demon Kingdom is now official national policy. And the people who kicked Remilia out on bogus charges, yeah, they won't be in this castle for much longer. The man leans in and demands to know if Jim's really sure he's turning down those job offers. Jim struck gold. He got approached by both the first prince and Remilia at once, a once-in-a-lifetime chance he'd never see again. Jim bows to the honor but admits the truth. His vacation's been so good he's not ready to dive back into royal chaos, power grabs, and political games again. Relief hits him all at once, and then he blurts out that he is. He's been weighing the idea of bringing Jim on board every day since then. After snagging magic tools from the Demon Kingdom, his whole soul has been blazing with purpose. He's set on roaming the world, meeting demonic and dwarven craftsmen, pushing his research even further, and eventually opening a magic tool shop. The only thing standing in his way is paperwork, and he asks. He turns to Jim and demands his help, telling him to run the shop side by side with him. Jim freezes at the timing, stunned, and asks what this really means for his chances. The man replies straight up that things aren't great, and that's exactly why this is so worrying. He says the best way to have fun is to loosen up and ride the moment, then he urges Jim to cut loose from the weight of public service. Jim bursts out laughing, admitting this might be the most irresistible offer he's ever gotten, especially because lately he's been craving experiences he never once thought he'd dare to try. That makes the man beam. He even points out that Jim's got incredible taste for rejecting invitations from both the maiden who saved the kingdom and the charming first prince to join him, which leads to. This shakes his trust in people, but he leans in and tells Jim, one day you'll look back and thank yourself you took the leap, and it hauled your confidence back from the edge. Later that call gets delivered to the first prince, and everyone's like, bigger canvas means bigger freedom, draw whatever you can dream up. The maid finally admits she saw this coming from the start, like she'd already clocked it was a rejection, even with all the effort and disguises thrown in. Prince clocks Jim's sheer value the moment he sees what's coming next, but he swallows his doubts and accepts it anyway, because he won't let his attitude sour Jim's fun. Enjoyment hung in the air. Sylvester taunted the first prince, hinting he was jealous and acting like he'd already given up and accepted his fate. Prince stares at his past and can't believe it. After years of debauchery, he never once saw himself becoming crown prince, not in a world this politically chaotic, where the crushing weight of responsibility pins him down. Sylvester nods, says he gets it, and then cracks a joke. If the prince ever really wants to bolt from the country, he'll personally come kidnap him. A maid. He dropped remarks that sounded deadly serious, like he could pull it off for real, so best. Alvester leans in and tells them straight. He just wants everyone to go all in, no hesitation, because nothing beats blasting your full potential without holding back. With the swagger of a real sword master, his words hook you tight, so smooth they almost sound like he's craving the moment he finally kidnaps the crown prince. Prince, I don't want Sylvester on a criminal path, so hearing that this dark option exists, just knowing it's there, actually brings me peace. Sylvester tells him to get ready. Once the prince takes the throne, something amazing is coming. The prince pinches Sylvester's cheek like a show of gratitude, then promises he'll lean on all of them to forge a better kingdom. Because if the Demon Kingdom's grip grows too strong, it'll warp politics and widen the fractures between everyone, and he can't wait to throw his skills into the fight, hoping. His younger brother and the others in the provinces will rise too, but his first move is rewriting the education system, because the talent shortage screams that the era of hereditary monarchy might be running out. Back in the present, the time finally hits. An angel turns to Remilia and asks her to marry him. He tells her, once you've sorted things with the prince, I'll finally say it right. And now he realizes they're in for a rough road, because their races and lifespans don't match up. And still, his heart has already been taken. Remilia can't help but think about what to say as he keeps talking, claiming it's her kindness, her gentle heart, and the way she never walks past someone in trouble that pulled him in. She spends her days caring for people without caring about good or evil, and he's convinced his feelings won't just last, they'll keep spilling over for the rest of his life. She's telling him that true certainty is the happiest thing of all, and Remilia is flooded with joy so intense it steals her breath. Amy drifts through a strange dream, and there she's begging Remilia for forgiveness, convinced she somehow failed and left her hurting. Remilia wiped her tears away with a shaky breath and told Amy, clear and firm, she has nothing to apologize for at all. Right then Amy snaps her eyes open and hears Ramilly's voice cutting through the air. Amelia beams at her saying good morning, or better yet, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Amy finally clocks who she really is, and the shock hits her like a... The moment it finally hits her, everything inside her crumples, she passes out cold. When Amy wakes up again, she gasps at the truth. 15 years have already blown by, she is. Amy sprawls in peace, getting a cozy lap pillow from Remilia herself, and then it hits even harder. Remilia didn't just survive, she saved the world and wiped every false accusation clean, leaving Amy's name spotless too. Watching that level of brilliance, Amy can't help but feel like she was just an amateur next to her. Amy learns the truth about Pina's fate. She's rotting in prison for crimes so brutal they should have earned her death, but instead, they chain her to one lifelong sentence, pour her divine blessing power into helping the people. Amy admits to herself that she'd be lying if she said she felt no grudge, but she can't help feeling relieved that Pina got spared that fate. Amy's eyes instantly turned glassy with emotion, and Remilia even flickered with the thought that cutting Pina out completely might have been easier, until Amy clarified it wasn't anger at all, it was relief pouring out of her. She breaks down and admits the terror has been there for ages, because she finally realizes nobody ever truly believed her. She swears it wasn't an accident. She feels she was condemned just for standing in Pina's way, blocking her from reaching her destined soulmate. And she's convinced fate, her father, and everyone else teamed up, caught in the cold grip of a strict scenario's control. When she realizes that isn't true, her whole body floods with relief, but right behind it, guilt crashes in, because she knows she's been second-guessing the very people she loves, and that realization hits like a gut punch. She has been carrying it the whole time, and it's only getting heavier. Everyone in this world moves on their own free will, flaws and all, and somehow that finally eases her mind, even after Amy admits she feared the distortion of the universe might have been her fault too. And everything she wanted down to the bone was one thing, for Remilia to finally be happy. Then Amy can't shake the fear. Did Remilia ever look at her and feel resentment for stealing her body? Remilia's feelings aren't tainted by bitterness at all. No, they're pure joy, her greatest joy. Long before Amy ever reincarnated, Remilia had already wished for her happiness, and that one, blazing hope, mattered more to her than anything else in the whole world. Amelia's whole world had been a lonely battlefield, no one on her side, not even trust in herself, and certainly not the universe, until the terror of realizing every life she'd lived and every inch of existence felt like it was out to destroy her almost snapped her in two. Then Amy's memories hit, and Amelia finally understood how crushing that kind of isolation had to be. Amy can't stop admiring how strong and incredible Remilia is, then realizes Remilia is the only one who. Remilia swears it was Amy's love that sparked her growth into who she is today, and then she dropped another bombshell. That she's carrying a child with Angel, and that this kid's soul is trapped below. This is hers, the original Star Maiden, she tells everyone that. Right before Pina stepped into the academy, someone ripped control of her real body away. Then the pain got so brutal the original soul fled, abandoned her own body, and hid in the spirit realm, where Remilia finally tracked her down. There that poor soul shook off every memory of her cruel childhood and everything after it, and now she's living happily as just an ordinary boy. Amy lets out a wave of real relief, because she finally knows the true Pina isn't just alive, she's found happiness too. Remilia whips her focus back to Amy and demands what she wants to do next. Boom, turns out this whole place is here because Remilia snatched it from the Spirit King, just so she could pull Amy's soul out of her own body for this one moment. Amy finally realizes she's already dead, and there's no way back to her old world. She doesn't want to stay like this, and she refuses to just fade out, but man, she still wishes she could have spent more time with Remilia. Remilia throws her a wild new choice, becoming her child, and it leaves Amy railing, unsure she can really accept something like that. Don't worry, Remilia said, soothing her. Joining her as family would be a dream come true, and if Amy had been her child from the very start, she wouldn't have to steal someone else's body. Remilia tells us straight up, if you shove Amy's soul into a baby body that's still half-baked, she'll lose nearly all her memories, but if she wants to keep them, Remilia can forge her a human-like golem. Amy and me. She instantly shuts that option down. What she did next is the real game changer. It wants to be reborn as a real, proper part of this world, not some creature just barely scraping by, existing without purpose. A promise means he'll fight to negotiate, so Amy can hang on to as many memories of her family as humanly possible. Surprise, it's Amy, and it feels like Remilia can read every thought in her head. Remilia finds it downright hilarious, because she's spent countless years knowing nothing but Amy. Remilia scoops up Amy in a tight hug and tells her, with total confidence, that, and just like that, it'll all be okay. Every ounce of love she poured into this world, every sacrifice she made for Amy, will be kept alive and never forgotten. Amy can finally rest in peace now, just before she's called. Hearing that gentle, familiar good night as her beloved child draws near, Amy feels it. Pina, the real one, is being reborn through Ramilly's child, and Amy knows. Amy starts to connect the dots. Maybe she finally gets why she reincarnated and lived as Remilia in the first place, and maybe this whole world branched off from the original story because of her wish. Like the game where the star wished for world peace and actually carved that future out by defeating Remilia, maybe the truth is simpler. She and Remilia were always meant to clash, with two players locking in their wishes and their lives. But right before their final showdown, the game's rules crumbled, and Remilia, trapped inside Amy the Reincarnator, snapped free and woke up as a villainess who somehow learned love by getting. She didn't just bring her into the world, she raised and cherished the original Star Maiden, even though fate once screamed she'd end her life, and that's how a world was born where killing didn't exist anymore. Also, wishes could come true, if this is true. And then Amy can finally say it. Everything she went through with Remilia didn't just change her life, it led her straight to real happiness, and Amy's thoughts race like. She clings to the love of her real parents and her sister, even after death, believing that the life she lived was so full of happiness, it almost feels unfair that she can't tell them all about it. She knows her memories will blur, but she's at peace because Remilia will carry it for her. And as she drifts toward being reborn, she feels grateful, born again with a gentle, peaceful heart, certain she's a truly lucky girl. Once the rebirth ritual ends, Remilia's breath breaks, she starts crying for real, because in this new life she can finally be with Amy, living side by side at last. And when the tears come, they drag her whole past with them. How her parents never loved her, how her fiancé abandoned her, how even the world itself treated her like she didn't matter. She remembers how the creator of that world seemed to crave her misery, too. No matter how obedient she was, no matter how hard she tried to destroy everything they expected, she never got a single thing she truly wanted. She was a villainess everyone denied, as if her existence was a mistake. So it hits her like a blade. Can anyone even imagine how it feels to be unwanted by everyone, left behind even by God, and shoved into a world with no spot carved out for you? If the only future waiting for her was sorrow's madness, then maybe it would have been kinder to never be born, and yet. Still, Amy was the only one who truly wanted Amy's happiness. She was the only person who kept fighting for Remilia, no matter what. Remilia can't stop wondering if Amy really gets what that moment meant to her, because Amy flooded her whole soul with pure joy, from Remilia's toes to the very tips of her hair, soaking every inch of her in Amy's love. She's overflowing with gratitude that Amy was born, and it feels like the purest happiness in the world, knowing she's the reason those feelings exist. Ever since she wished for Amy's happiness, Remilia's the happiest girl alive. Then with a soft, tender goodbye, she pushes Amy forward into a gentle, peaceful new world reborn. Reborn Amy leans in and tells her big brother Henry, "You're insanely lucky, you look exactly like Mom and Dad." She realizes she's the only one in the family with black hair and brown eyes, and it hits her like, do I even look like I belong here? Henry quickly steps in, telling her she's not alone, since there still aren't many kids who are half demon and half human, and maybe her looks will shift someday. Right then, Sophia bursts in, skidding to a stop as she shouts that it's all because Amy got her beauty from Remilia. Then she grabs the moment and forces Amy to look at her. He snaps them out of their sad mood and bursts with excitement, announcing that the very first petite pastries they begged for are finally ready. Amy stops them and huddles with Sophia, whispering something in her ear, while Henry stands there listening like it matters. Close, then the scene snaps over to Angel, and her heart is basically bursting at the seams with. He beams with pure joy and rushes over, yanking Henry and Amy into a crushing hug, stunned by how adorable they are. Then Amy explains they know he's slammed with work, so they brought him sweets, and she proudly reveals she drew the faces on them herself with sauce. Angel is so overwhelmed he can barely breathe. These are the first sweets his kids have ever made for him, and all he can think is how badly he wishes Remilia were here to share them too. Amy quickly explains that their mother is away handling diplomacy with a brand new trading country, then promises, don't worry, when she's back we'll bake more. Right out of nowhere, Remilia flashes in with teleportation magic, and as soon as she lands, she bursts into the explanation. She felt her kids had finally made sweets, so she decided to race home during her break. She tosses it off like it's nothing, then freezes in wonder as she notices Amy's blonde strands sprouting already, because in just a few days, kids can totally transform. Amy blurts out, almost panicking, "What if my hair turns out half blonde and half black when I grow up?" It makes it crystal clear that no matter how Amy looks, she'll always be amazing. Then Angel leans in and tells Remilia, Let's grab some tea before your break runs out." Henry and Amy practically bounce with excitement, begging them to wait, because they promise to hurry back with more cookies so everyone can munch and sip together.